Bill Cosby, the man is free. No, I'm joking. Man, the good thing about what Brother Bill has done, and I'll probably repeat this over and over. I just finished my class, so in between here. But the good thing about Bill Cosby, he didn't give in to what they tried to make him do. They tried to make him either lie or admit to something that he didn't do just to get out. That's the good thing about Brother Bill. I had to give him kudos, man. Have to give him kudos. The thing is, I don't know if he's in position to sue because that's probably what the conditions were to even have this thing overturned, is if he agrees not to sue them. This man lost a lot of money in his lawsuits here. He lost a lot of money. And I'm like, damn. I mean, you think about that, bruh. The funny part is on Brother Bill, I'm looking for my checkbook. Where are you? No, not funny. It's not. There's nothing funny about this stuff about Bill Cosby. But the sad part is, you got people going after him for some damn pound cake speech to determine if they're going to support him being innocent or guilty. That's probably one of the most saddest occurrences in our spaces, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. You know, when you see stuff or hear stuff like that, it kind of appeals to your inner coon. Like, I don't want to be around these Negroes. It appeals to it. You know? But I stood with him. He's frat too. And the thing is, when you stand with him, though, it makes you look like you condone what he's been accused of. When you stand, it's like, are you okay with him doing stuff to women and blah blah blah? I'm like, dude, 60 people? You know, it's kind of crazy though. I'm not even getting the algorithms at all out there. I am live, ain't I? Okay. I gotta write this check for my gardener before he finish. Yeah, man, but that's the trip. That's cool. Oh, there you guys are. Just popped up. He said they knew their asses was in the wrong. Yeah, I feel you, fam. What's today? June 30th? My little brother's birthday. Let's see, fam. Let's see. Yes. It's supposed to. It looked like it was raining today, y'all. Let me read this to you. This country doesn't deserve my loyalty. It says, good afternoon, Brother Art. I'm glad to hear Bill Cosby is being released from prison. Sad thing. This brother was locked on, I think she meant to say locked up on some allegations settled back in 2004. But that's the thing, though. Yeah, exactly. Isn't that crazy, Rael? Isn't that crazy? We talked about this. You know, all they were doing was trying to destroy this man's legacy. That's all they were trying to do. And here's the thing. Okay, he's released and all that kind of stuff, but the stain is there. The stain is there, right? Um, let's see. F the feminist. Okay. Yeah, that's a big ball of wax. That feminist stuff, y'all. That's whew. Let me get my gardeners these their check. Let me see the noise making stuff here. But yeah, that's the whole ball of wax here. The dude is he's free. Here you go, Mr. Artisan.
What's up,
Gracias,
new
señor.
school?
What's going on?
So
I
I see you
can't
got to
believe.
this before I did.
Oh, you was gonna talk about it? I was gonna talk about it briefly. I wasn't gonna do a whole long spill on it.
Hold on.
But oh, you said hold on. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't gonna do a long spill on it, but God Deezy, man. You know, I have a feeling though this is a precedence because I think that Weinstein or whatever,
Uh-huh.
Weinstein's gonna go free too.
Oh hell no! You think so?
I'm just having a feeling. I mean, obviously he looks like he's not, but I think that the fact that they're doing this for Bill, I think Weinstein's gonna get the red carpet.
I think they're doing it for Bill because Bill's case was more flimsy than Weinstein's.
But
I mean,
how long ago did he get locked up?
who Bill?
No, yeah, Bill Cosby.
I don't know, 2 years or so.
I sure don't remember.
I don't remember either because I wasn't really following the case because I thought it was all bullshit. Anyway, it's like this is garbage, dude. They're just trying to put that man in jail for nothing.
It was. I mean, the case was going on for like, cause I remember my mom was alive,
Mm-hmm.
and when it first started, she was like, she said, what did she say? She said they BSing, they ain't really, you know, they ain't really being real about this, So this is a woman, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But that's the thing. A lot of the boomer women were like saying that they full of crap. It was a lot of the younger folks that were like, yeah, I think he's guilty.
Well, that
And I'm
was that
sitting.
whole Me Too feeding frenzy where any red meat that they can get to after the first one they took down was like more fuel for the fire. Like, oh, Bill's next too, but Bill served a dual purpose because Bill's out there saying something to black women and black culture about cleaning themselves up, and he was kind of a, I wouldn't say he was a threat, but he had enough respectability and money that he could have did something with buying one of those networks.
So yeah, do you think the pound cake speech? Do you think that was red pill?
I think it was pretty red pill. I mean, I don't think he was wrong either. I mean, what the,
That's why I keep asking people, was he wrong? And people are like,
he
well, it's
wasn't
just who he
wrong.
said it in front. I'm like, they say it's who he said in front of. I'm like, bruh, you
Fuck
think
him.
white people? You think white people don't watch the Million Man March?
No shit. See, that was the thing with me. It was like when he said that shit and told them to, give their kids something else to do besides, wearing their pants down and Jordans and shit. You knew they was gonna come after him. You knew they was
Cause,
gonna come after him. This ain't the
cause,
first time they came after him. Like nobody remembered his son that just went missing all of a sudden. You know, the
yeah,
whole innocent Cosby thing. I was like, these motherfuckers came after him before. Bill
cause
Cosby's been
paraph-
around for a long time dealing with these influential, civil rights leaders and stuff like that. He's been around for a while. Motherfuckers have
cause,
tried to shut him up more than once.
cause paraphrasing it, his whole thing was instead of buying $200 on sneakers, I think he said sneakers, you need to invest in an education.
Yes.
Is that an insult?
Not an insult.
And you worried about white people hearing this shit?
Yeah, it's keeping you accountable. It's like, yeah, pointing out the dumb shit.
That's what got me,
He
man.
talking to his own people. I mean, you don't have to see that shit any differently than you see it here in the manosphere. You're talking to your own people about stuff that's going on with your own people, and then somebody getting their feelings about it, like, oh, yeah, you can't tell me nothing. Look, motherfucker, you either doing it or you're not. If
Right.
you're not, stop being all sensitive about it. Like, shit.
That's what got me, man. I'm like, come on. If it's something wrong and you know it's wrong, like you said, just fix it.
Yeah, fucking please. Just
You fighting for the right to be Nas X. That's
man,
what you doing.
I was just thinking about that shit today because I'm sitting here. I got the Man Not on my audiobook, and I'm listening to the audiobook of the Man Not, and the part that he got to in the book said, "Damn, this parallels that whole BET bullshit."
Yep, that's a prophet. That book is a prophecy
Yeah,
and a historical records. You know.
parallels that. It's like I wrote down, I marked the quote, but it has something to do with change in sexuality. Is how you change the environment and shit like that. I'm like, holy shit, dude, that's just what you just saw. Because on the
Yeah.
same stage on BET where you saw other great masculine black male rappers perform, you got little Nas X tongue kissing another brother. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Dr. Frances Quest Welsing, I had to
Oh
give
my
her
god.
like big shout out. She said the sagging of the pants is a segue to take the pants off and put on the dress.
Uh-huh.
That's what she said. That was man. She said that in Hidden Colors, but she said that before that. She said that
Yeah.
in the night. Well, I heard her say it in the '90s.
Yeah,
You
tell her
know,
this shit wrong.
and it's like, it's crazy. That's why I asked oh yeah, I think I asked the dude the other day that I was talking about. I said I said we hear that heterosexual people do things wicked and wrong. You hear you talking about black women doing things wrong. I was asking, do gay people do anything wrong? He didn't even answer.
A lot.
He didn't
A
even
lot.
answer. I'm like,
No.
don't get me started on Caligula and the modern day Caligulas.
Uh,
So
you gotta have some homosexual or gay friends to see what wrong they fucking do. If you don't, that's not a crime. But look, I have a few homosexual friends. I know the shit that they do wrong. And it ain't easy. It ain't no easy shit. It's usually some really rough stuff, be it the men or be it the women. One of
yeah,
my friends works like social work in this community and tells me about the shit that goes on in it. Look, dude, everybody fucked up. They doing messed up stuff to each other. Stop acting like you all virtuous. That goes right back to the same stuff I was just hearing in the Man Not about that white woman's purity stereotype. Like, oh no, I could never be wrong. It couldn't be
yeah,
anything.
and
Transferring that
going
over to the other community.
and going to them 60. He probably went more than 60 now, but them so-called victims or what have you.
Yeah,
That irks me, man, because people are actually believing. I think it was like more than half of them were they had to recant their story. I
yeah,
think they scrubbed the internet from that, but I know what I saw.
yeah.
Uh, they had to recant it, fam, and it's like and then the other people. Just because the other people did not recant their story, don't mean that they still not lying.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some of
Because
the stuff.
go ahead.
No, I was just saying some of it is so blatant. It's like, come on, man. Who's
Yeah,
believing it? Who's
because
really
that's
believing it? Like, really?
because R. Kelly, they got tapes and shit on him,
Oh shit.
but Bill, we got to take their word for it from the fucking '70s
Yeah,
at the
I'm not
Playboy
buying that.
Mansion.
Yeah, I'm in that. I was talking to somebody about that stuff with Bill, and it's like, look, man, at that era, it was all hanging out. Everybody was probably doing something. Are you telling me you really trying to bring this man up on the party that these chicks was at, hanging out with everybody else doing some stuff, and it's all him? Now he the
Right.
predator. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Now,
Like,
now,
please,
only thing I
please
would
go.
give them credit if they like arrested like 300 dudes from back then all at the same time for doing what
Mhm.
they accused. I can see that, but just him,
Just him.
bruh.
We Yeah, black men have to be the face of it. You either got to be the gay man or you the face of sexual impropriety with women, like you preying on them or something. I'm like, y'all really just backing brothers into a corner with which way they can go. I mean, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
that tripped me out, man. Because I'm sitting there like,
BGS is right. It was a political hit. Yeah, it was a political hit.
yeah, because remember he removed that gag order. The judge
Uh huh.
he unsealed the records or something like that, so
Yeah,
that
he wanted to get taken down.
And he used a pound cake speech as an excuse. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And they're gonna let this fly for like how you know? That's why I was asking how long was he in jail? Because I
Yeah,
think he
I
did it
don't
three
recall how long.
years. I have a feeling he did at least 3 years. So I
Yeah,
think
80
this is.
damn years old. Like, what the fuck is Bill Cosby gonna do to somebody right now? Well, you
I
need to do
said,
that much time.
wow.
Get the fuck out of here. That shit
So
was just
I
tear that image down. That's all that shit was.
because I hope that these millennials, the part that they were learning from is don't fall for the BS.
Oh shit.
You know, especially when it comes to your legacy and your lineage. Don't fall
I
for the BS. Oh, he said it was 2 years.
so I
Okay,
was right. I was right.
Shonda said it was 2018.
Yeah, I thought it was about 2 years. So okay. Thank you,
I'm
Shonda.
like, I'm like, what's going on, brother Rael?
Shonda don't have
Man,
her
today
troll
is a
today.
beautiful day, man. Today is a good day, bro.
Yeah, man.
We've been talking about this shit, man.
Yeah, that's crazy, huh? We just talked this shit up, and it just popped up on Tuesday.
You gotta throw it into the universe sometime. You
Man,
gotta
I'm
throw it.
telling you, yo, because they tried to get. I don't know if y'all remember, like maybe a few months ago, they tried to offer him a plea deal,
Mm-hmm.
or I think it was like something like sexual harassment. So I already knew. I was like, oh, because I had said it before. I said, man, on appeal, man, this is going to get thrown out. One of the main reasons why I knew it was going to get thrown out because it was bullshit, number one, from a legal perspective. But also, two, white men had a vested interest in this shit getting thrown out. Because there are so many white males who have entered into these types of agreements on jobs and companies with females. And if this would have went to the Supreme Court and it would have, if it would have been, if it would have stood at the Supreme Court, you would have had a floodgate of women who would have came back to them same white dudes and did the same thing and got this stuff undone, and you would have seen a whole lot more Me Too stuff happening to a lot of these dudes, and they would have got locked up just like Bill Cosby. So they had a vested interest in making sure this shit just got overturned. I think they locked Bill Cosby up specifically because they wanted him to die in jail. It was not about this
Yeah.
case. I think they wanted him to die in jail. That's what it was. They wanted to make an example out of him. And it was a
Yeah.
political hit. I remember when all the black people, man, when I was on Facebook, they were supporting. I was just like, yo, like, why is there so many black people out here hating Bill Cosby? I'm like,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it was because of the pound cake speech. That's why I was like, man, you better be lucky I'm not a coon. Like
but
that
see,
that moment was
but see, but see, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's see what this case really showed really who is the race traders.
yeah.
We've seen who the race traders are. All the
Yeah.
people that were supporting this, they're the actual race traders because they use something that I've been saying for a long time. Even my grandmother said that this was something, and my dad's mom, she said this was something that they experienced when they were coming up. There were
Yeah.
black people who called our family uppity because my great grandfather was a patriarch. He wasn't about his kids running the streets, especially his daughters being out there on some thought stuff. He didn't play that type of stuff. So because there was a family standard that they had to adhere to, and anybody that tried to come around them in terms of seeking my great grandfather's children, in terms of being with, they had a standard that they had to meet. So even back then, even though we hear this talk about like back in the old days, it was better. Even back then, you have black people who believe that black families with a standard were uppity, which means when you use the word uppity, you basically saying they're trying to be white. So they use that uppity definition to attack Bill Cosby by saying, "Oh man, he just out here now he got some money now he think he
You
white."
think he better than us?
Yeah, and it was
Yeah.
like
I've heard that shit too.
yeah, this man
I've
has
heard that
spent his
shit too. I'm like, what the fuck?
he spent his whole entire career trying to give black people a positive public image. His whole career. His whole career.
Whole career.
I
If you
mean,
let if you let these fools tell it, they want him to empty his bank account and give it all to the hood and then have him leave with nothing, just to say that he gave back.
Right.
I'm
It'd be
like,
like that
bruh,
OJ shit, huh? They want
yeah,
OJ to sell everything, even his Heisman trophies, like he never
and
played
give
football.
everything. That's when we know you down, Bill. To give forget about your family, forget about your legacy and how you trying to take care of your life, even though you gave millions of dollars in college education and all kinds of other philanthropy endeavors. Forget
Uh-huh.
about that. We want you to give more than that to show that you down for it. Even though he gave more than anyone else in his field.
As far as
Mhm.
philanthropy, yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm
I mean,
like, bruh.
he did exactly what black people claim black people supposed to do. When you make it, you're supposed to come back to the black community. You're
Help
supposed to
you.
help the downtrodden. You got to give back to us. All of that stuff that they claim that you're supposed to do as a black person. When you make it, he did it, and he still got stabbed in the back by black people.
And man, I
That's
would
why.
do the same thing. I'm like,
See, that's,
dude, I
that's
would. Oh, go
that
ahead,
makes
go ahead.
that shit that Kanye West was saying, that Angry Man pointed out that Kanye West was saying, sound fucking prophetic, don't he? He's like, look, they hate you when you do it this way, they hate you when you do it the other way. So fuck them.
I
Forget
would do
about
the
it.
same
I'm
thing. I
doing
would
me.
give. Well, if I had money to give out, it would be in scholarship money.
Yep, me too. Yep.
Yeah, it wouldn't be no damn, like just straight out cash. It'd be scholarship money. That kind of thing. Or even transportation to the schools. I pay for your plane ticket. All that. I do all of that.
I'll get you a tutor, motherfucker. Look,
Yeah, I pay for your
anything to keep you in
tutors.
there. Yeah, anything to keep you in there and get you through.
My money would go. I mean, dude, if I had Bill Cosby money, I would build the biggest. Well, actually, I would build a chain of African centered education schools and they can go for free. And they already know African centered schools kick ass. Because they're always like maybe 4 or 5 grade levels ahead when they're
Shit,
teaching. So I'm like, man, come on.
shit. I'd be sponsoring kids in science and technology. Like,
Thank you.
your
That's
ride is paid for. The ride is paid for. Get in here and do this damn work. We
so
expect
there'd be
something out
no
of
excuses.
you. Yeah.
No excuses.
All you got to do
Hold
is
on,
focus on
listen to this, y'all. This just goes to show you how black people, man, black people are so backwards. They're talking about. I'm reading this article where they're talking about his gift to Spelman in 1988. It said that their donation to Spelman College will catapult it into the pantheon of HBCU endowments and put it on a path to become what is now the second largest HBCU endowment behind Howard University. Their $20 million donation in 1988, equivalent to roughly a $40 million adjusted for inflation in today's dollars, still stands as the largest donation by African Americans to a college or university. An amazing feat. Well, that was before Robert F. Smith. An amazing feat. Well, I don't know if he donated the money. He paid the debt off, so I don't think that was a donation. An amazing feat for Spelman College. Amazing feat for Spelman College, who at the time only had a $42 million endowment and is now in a viable position to become the first African American college to reach the $1 billion endowment mark.
Damn. And didn't Fizz throw him under the bus too? Or excuse me, Spellman? Didn't they take
All the HBCUs that gave Bill Cosby honorary degrees, they stripped them. All of them.
Wow.
Yeah, you know what that is? They covering their ass for them white folks that give money to them. That's all that. It's like, oh, you got to
Because you
walk
know
away
what's
from Bill
crazy?
too.
Because think about this. When Bill Cosby was going in jail, Meek Mills was going out. And he wind up being kind of featured or highlighted at the 76ers game.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's crazy, man. I mean, it's symbolic to me.
In Philly.
In Philly, yeah, exactly, because that's both of their their
I think
what
it
do you
was
call it?
who was it, Green Gorilla or Dennis Sperling, who brought up the connection between those two things. That Philly was looking stupid in the face because they had to let Meek out, and so that's why Bill Cosby went to jail on that shit. Because they had all this outpouring of money and shit like that, and they had to convict somebody. So that's why
Yeah,
Bill went and Meek went free.
So now moving forward, okay, what did Bill? I mean, I don't think Bill is going to just go away in the sunset. You think he's going to make an example out of somebody that put him in this situation?
I was thinking that like 2 minutes ago. I was like, I wonder if he could go after some people. I don't know. I don't think he will.
Somebody has to pay for this. I know that's in
unless
his
he
mind
really
right
got
now.
an axe grind. Unless he really
Like
got
Gloria
an axe
Allred. I would destroy Gloria Allred. I put her out of business.
Oh yes, her for sure.
Only thing that's gonna put her out the pasture is a protection rune or some shit like that. That motherfucker backed by not the Almighty. He who walks behind the rose.
I pull all the scandals out and everything. She'll be so exposed. Man,
her daughter, when that Harvey Weinstein, all that stuff she was talking about, man, helping women who've been wronged by men and all that BS. Her daughter, man, was initially on Harvey Weinstein's defense team at first, until all those stories started coming out, and then she got off the team. But it was like I thought y'all was all about helping women and this and that and the fourth. Man, it was just some money hungry old white hoes. Period.
Yeah. So Bill, if you listening, Bill, take down Gloria Allred. If you can't do anything else, just do that. And then when she gets convicted, when on her way to the prison, just go hey. And I think
make sure you got your pudding pop.
Man, because them other women. Because I think that machine, obviously those 60 so-called 60 evicted, that was a machine. So I don't think you'd be able to catch the guy with the big chair with the gold watch, rubbing the cat, looking at the big window. That's gonna be a hard one.
Yeah, you're not catching.
We ain't gonna know. Yeah, we ain't gonna know who put those women up to that. But as far as Gloria,
it don't matter. It could have been Gloria Allred's ass. Because the number of 60 women. That's just to make sure somebody got it. That's it. That's like a dog pile. That's all that shit is. That was like a class action, lawsuit. Like they just made sure.
Honestly, I think the actual putting up all those women was just for show. They already knew what case they wanted to use to go against him. That was just if it was just one female, then people would be like, nah, this is Bill Cosby. We can't roll with that. But then when you say 60, in most people's minds, because most people just don't damn think, they're really going to believe that a black man in America is going to be capable of getting away with of such a public magnitude is going to really be able to get away with sexually assaulting 60 women. They really don't believe that shit.
And roughly out of them 60, we're going to say bona fide, it was white women. 50 white women, dude, going all the way back to what they say was 69 or something like that.
Come on.
And then they said, well, back then he was real powerful and intimidating.
That's what I said.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I said, what? In the 60s? Bruh.
A heavy breath the wrong way would have got his ass snatched up. Come on, man.
Thank you, man. Now, like in the 84, I don't even, when he did the Cosby show, I mean, they didn't have too many people talking about him messing around with them around that time. But they were really going, because I guess he was a wild dude or whatever, but at the same time, if
Felicia Rashad defends him, man, that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
If Felicia Rashad defends him, I'm good.
Yeah. I'm just sitting there like, it just like I said, when you're talking about the traders or what have you, it just makes me look at people sideways half the time. Like and then they try to sell it to you. Yeah, man, he's guilty, man.
Well, that's one of the things I think is the problem with black folks, that we're too willing to believe that the negative, most horrific bullshit about each other so quickly without actually engaging our own conscious thought process. Like, does this even make fucking sense?
Exactly.
Does it make some kind of sense? And under what context does it make sense? 60 women, Bill Cosby?
A black man in America?
Yeah. He's still
So
black in America back in the
Like
early
they never heard of Emmett Till. They never heard of Emmett Till. Are you serious?
Like you never heard of that shit.
Like for whistling, according to the story, for whistling.
And here's a super chat by the Sneak 2008. I'm sorry, I almost missed it. It says DJ Vlad is going to have a field day uploading all his old videos of mainly black celebrities throwing Bill under the bus.
No shit.
Yeah.
Somebody should do that shit. We need that compilation.
Yeah. And shout out to Nicole's views, because I know she can probably do like a 5-hour stream on this one, because she was the main one going hard in the paint on his behalf. Because she had his lawyers. His lawyers were she was what do you call it? Interviewing his lawyers. What happened to the sister? Remember the sister that was on his team? She was kicking ass at first. What happened to her?
She got paid off because she was on some BS. I seen her on MSNBC and a lot of other stuff, talking a lot of crazy stuff. I was like, oh, nah.
Oh, she turned on?
I was like, no wonder he lost.
Was that Tupac song, Why You Turn On Me?
Oh, wow. Yeah, because when she first came out, I was like, oh, shit, okay, he's getting off. All of a sudden.
Because she was going ham in the paint at first, boy. But, man, she started getting up there, man, talking about a lot of that goofy, stuff that, we be, up against in these spaces. I was like, nah. I was like, no. Nope.
Well,
if he was really smart, what he should have did, he should have hired a white woman lawyer. That's what he should have did. So
let me ask you guys this. Even though we frown on this guy, do you think that we should utilize, or not we, you think he should utilize Ben Crumb's services since he's a civil attorney?
Hell no.
Oh, okay. No. Because he'll make him apologize or something?
No, because that dude, first of all, he don't win nothing.
Jay Moss, hold on a second. Jay Moss and Kareem Moss, y'all dumb as hell.
Picking this dude for a lawyer, he lose every damn case he on.
Yeah, because the thing is, I know he gets the bag, but for some reason, the way he gets the bag, you gotta forgive somebody. Yeah, that's the thing I'm looking at. I'm like, dude, you gotta forgive. Yeah. I mean, except for wait a minute, did George Floyd's family do any kind of forgives?
I don't know.
Do you remember? We would have known about it, huh? Yeah, he's probably the only one. I mean, that's probably the only case that he didn't get no forgiveness plea. But I'm trying to figure out, in my mind, somebody got to pay. He lost a lot of money.
He lost a lot of money.
They took his shows off of like syndication, all type of stuff.
Yeah,
it wasn't just him losing money. It was people who was on these shows too. They wasn't getting paid either.
But at least you know what? He's not going to die in jail, and you can't. I mean, you can't tarnish his legacy now.
Man, if
his legacy is already tarnished, though.
I disagree on that.
Because they can't take that shit back. They can't take it back. It's already done. They've already done it. They've already tarnished his legacy.
I look at it. I look at it since, hey, if the court came out and said it's the same way they found a black man guilty and he served 20 years in jail, and then they said, oh, we messed up. Yeah. He was innocent. That's the way I look at it. So I was like, the court messed up.
Yeah, my reaction, I knew the court case was going to get overturned because it was BS. But my reaction was more so for the black people, because now there's a whole bunch of black people, especially in the political establishment. They got a lot of egg on their face. But I'm really interested to see what is their response going to be right now, because there were a lot of those types of people who were basically making the argument that, well, it was justified, and basically how he turned on black people because having a standard that you always had. Yeah. This is how I know there are a lot of black people who just don't really believe in having a standard, because this dude, his standard didn't change. He what he did through entertainment, he taught through entertainment. It wasn't just entertainment; he was teaching. And so when he was off camera and he was talking, if anybody has ever grown up around older black people, if you ever had great grandparents or great grandparents like I did when I was young, if you ever been around them, they talk just like Bill Cosby.
Yep.
They talk just like him. They don't care about how you feel. Because see, the media and all this feeling crap, the grandparents they didn't care about that. They cared about teaching you effectively so you be intelligent, so you can make good decisions as you became an adult. So if you did something stupid, guess what they would say? You stupid.
Yeah.
They didn't care about your ego as a child, because as far as they was concerned, you didn't have a damn ego as a child. You gonna listen to what we say, you gonna do what we say, and that's just the end of it. Bottom line. And so many of these people don't come from those type of backgrounds where they know their grandparents and great grandparents, because they have seen the whole gamut of life like that. Like, think about how like BGS, when he's in these spaces, like he just say the shit. He's just gonna say, man, you stupid, because he done seen a lot of shit. He ain't got time to be trying to assuage your ego and all that type of shit.
Massage your feelings and shit like that. Yeah, no.
But here's the thing.
That's why I always respect older people, because they've already lived through a bunch of this shit.
Right.
So if they're telling you something, it's not like they pulling it out their ass. They're telling you from experience. Now, does it graft onto your experience perfectly? No. But it is experience that you should be learning from. Because I don't see why every other culture on this planet can revere and listen to their elders, and the black community in America is the only ones that say, "Oh, fuck them, they don't know shit." Then how did they get that old?
But
how did they get that far? How did they get that far?
Cosby and the pound cake speech. If you go listen to the speech, nobody's booing. People actually
were clapping.
It's the media that came and got people the next day riled up, like, oh, you know, what he's saying is wrong, this, and that. That's where that comes, and that's where you started to see the outrage. You didn't hear people really getting mad during the speech.
No.
Yeah,
they got mad.
And it was
trying to
media
move that stuff up.
It was media driven. It was liberal. It was liberal media that was driving the narrative. They was putting black people. They was featuring black people on the shows. That was elevating their career. Because what a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of these media people, reporters, they're trying to make a name for themselves as far as like social media presence and all that type of stuff. They're trying to be celebrities. They're not trying to give you actual information.
I'll give you a prime example of that. Who did it? Michael Eric Dyson.
Yep.
Oh God!
Michael Eric Dyson, Angela Rye. Yeah, them types. Yep.
Oh my God!
He was one of the main ones that got on and talking bad about Cosby after that speech.
Let me give a shout out to. Let me give a shout out to Zaki to Dunya. Assalamu alaikum, fam. Said Bill stood strong and his prayers were answered. This is unprecedented. May Allah reward him. And shout out to Justin March for the super sticker. Appreciate you, fam. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, I'm about to get out of here. I got to get back to it, but yeah, I'm happy Bill is gonna get to go free and not die in prison, because it was some BS. Anyway, like BGS was saying in the chat, it was some political hit for him. They just went in and full bore. So it's getting reversed and thrown out. Good. Bill should, if he feel he up to it, you know, get his vengeance.
Yeah, because he got to have a list. You know, sitting here, he had time in prison making a list. He made a list.
And like Kareem Austin said, the diss track is coming. It's gonna be called
because Bill Clinton, the Clintons are his friends, right? I think he still got friends in powerful positions, but they just didn't say nothing. So I'm telling you, there's gonna be some leveraging, but I think he's gonna be behind the scenes making this stuff happen.
I wonder if they're gonna put his shows back on TV.
Well, the only channel that I knew that was on was TV One. I don't know about any other channels that were showing it.
I thought.
Remember the white dude from what was that show? Seventh Heaven. He got caught out there, man. Man, they kept them shows up.
Yep, they sure did. They still on.
It's still on.
And the other thing with Cosby too is the way this whole thing got started. You got to remember, it was a comedian, Hannibal Buress, that literally told a joke.
That's what I was going to say earlier. What do you think happened to him? So what do you think?
Man, you could be looking at defamation, or at least you could be looking at a suit yourself if he really wanted to, probably. Just because you lost all that, spent time in jail, and I mean, that could be considered slandering his name at this point.
Nobody knew this dude's name until he put Bill Cosby's name in it.
Yeah, and matter of fact, when he
He
was
was
being
nobody.
recorded, wasn't that like a little small hole in the wall
Yeah,
comedy
yeah.
club? It wasn't no
That's how
big
you know it was
time.
intentional.
Yeah, I was like, wait a
Why did he just
minute.
randomly just started talking about Bill Cosby? Because the
Yeah,
setup was already coming.
and he wound up on Saturday Night Live like less than a year after that.
Yeah, like he was really funny like that. He wasn't funny.
I said, bruh. So I mean, I hope he lives beyond these years so he can at least get some,
How
follow
old
through
is
with
he?
his purpose. He got to be 80. I think what 83, y'all, or is he 84?
Yeah,
Do y'all
he's
know?
up there. I mean, I was honestly surprised he made it this long because you talking about being like in prison, not the best health care, you kind of old.
Yeah, I think his birthday is around this time. Around either just passed or it might be early July. I know he's cancer, so
Yeah,
I'm
nah,
still.
like I said, like when I saw that, I was like, oh wow, I knew they were on appeal, but like I said, I hadn't been keeping up with it.
I felt real bad because remember it got denied before, and I
Oh,
was
did
like,
it?
denied? Yeah, the
Yeah,
one
because
when
this
he
went to
got.
this. Yeah, because this went to the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. So yeah, he'd been trying it up through the other courts as well.
Now, what about the guy that actually, put him in? What's going to happen to him? Anything will happen to him?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
or is he? Or
Shonda said he'll be 84 on July 12th.
yeah, that's how I figured that. So I mean, the guy that put him in, that what do you call it? That released the what do you call it? That gag order, or whatever. So so for him, it's gonna be like, oh my bad, oops. Is he gonna get away with that?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a matter of how much. I mean, how many heads and who do you want to go after? Because, like you said, the reason why this basically he had a deal with the prosecutor before that said, hey, he can't be brought up on charges, and the fact that it went this long and it took like to go through this, you went through trial and that evidence was there and it made its way through the courts, and it took this long just to say, hey, we had an outstanding agreement that you have to honor.
Something's in the sauce though, because I think
Yeah,
it was designed for him to stay in there and die.
yeah, it
Right?
was.
So something happened to where either somebody made a mistake, or because even though people are saying they overturned it, I'm not seeing that they're not exposing the smoking gun.
Right.
That's what I'm looking for, because somebody had usually the way you get people is like hard evidence. Like I got you here, roll the tape. So I want to know where is that? Just out of curiosity,
I mean, you
because
really don't. I mean, what
yeah.
you have some women testifying and him essentially admitting that, hey, yeah, when they said Quaaludes, they were talking about like Advil or something.
Right.
They would, yeah.
And if I was
It
Bill
was
Cosby,
flimsy as
man,
hell.
I'll take my money and I'd get the hell up out of here. I ain't gonna even front. I would go to Saudi Arabia. I would change my religion. I would become a sultan, and I'm chilling, bro. I ain't coming back here.
You know that he ain't gonna do no OJ, like try
You
to
know
hang
what I'm
out,
saying?
go clubbing with the white folks and play golf, and he ain't gonna do that. So
Nah,
that's
I will be out. Man, a lot of times, man, these cats, man, because it was like that with Michael Jackson. Like, you got a chance to get up out, man, get out. Look, he did his job. He wasn't required to do no more than what he did for black people. When he got that response, because I remember, man, when he used to, when that pound cake speech came out and he was doing the circuit, he was going on Meet the Press, and he had this black dude with him that came out with a book or something.
yeah,
Yeah,
Pusan or something. That's his name.
Yeah,
that
it
was
was,
his
man,
son.
it was,
Yeah,
it was, because I was in college then. Man, it was fierce pushback. I mean, fierce pushback. Even back then, being on the pro-black stuff I was on, and more liberal, like I pushed back against it at first. So, but when I got away from that type of stuff and looked back, I was like, well, Bill Cosby sounded like my great grandparents, man. The black people that, I was around when I was going to church when I was young. Like the type of people, man, who got up in your ass, boy, when you got out of line. And they did it, man, to protect you because they knew what was in the world more than you did. You know, all you knew was what your understanding was as a kid of the world. They had an adult understanding of the world. And there was a lot of stuff that wasn't pretty. They would tell you, hey, don't go over this particular person's house. Don't go inside their house. And you'd be like, man, why? And they'd be like, man, just listen to what we say. Then years later, when you're much more old enough to take in the information, you find out that that particular family, you know, the dad could be having sex with the kids, or the mama could have been. And now
Right.
you like, damn, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, these types of people, man, you know, because they've lived the gamut of life, they have such an extensive period, you know, because back then, I had great grandparents who were born in the early 1900s. So they seen the Jim Crow. They saw the lynching stuff. They saw all these different things that was happening. You didn't have to read about the stuff in books. They lived it. They could tell you. So they had a different, much more wiser approach and perspective to things. And so they was about, you know, keeping you protected and safe. Whereas now it's just a free for all. It's like do whatever you want to, but then when you get the poor results, you want the black community, the same community that you don't even operate under, you don't even live your life based on a community standard. Now you want that same community to help you. You want a Bill Cosby to come in and really not even help you. You want him to run cover for you. Like, you know, you want his good work. You want your bad work to be able to live up under his good work. But then when he pushes back and say, well, nah, this is not what I've been selling. You know, Bill Cosby specifically wasn't about even using vulgar language in his comedy. That's how serious he was about a positive public image. Not saying there's anything wrong with it. You know, comedy, satire, and all that type of stuff in art is very nuanced. But for him particularly, he was very adamant about showing black people in a positive public light. And so for him to come and say the things he said in the pound cake speech was very much in line with what he had already been doing in his life. It wasn't like he changed and he flipped the script. Like, no, that's what he was always about. It wasn't like when he came out with the Cosby Show, because I think he shot that show to, I think CBS, they turned him down, and NBC gave him a chance. But he was on that from the beginning. If you see the Cosby Show from the beginning to end, it was the same structure of the show. It was very family oriented. So it wasn't like he changed. It's just that from his, when he was not in his entertainment role and when he was just in a father role and a man role, he spoke much more aggressively, because he's a man. He spoke much more aggressively about these serious issues. When he was asking women like, how you don't know your son got a pistol in a drawer? That's a real question. Why your son got a pistol and he out here shooting people and robbing people and things like that? That's a very serious question, because that same son more than likely is going to be robbing another black person and shooting another black person. So he was showing that he actually cared. But the people, because they think, because so much of the art from black people has been criminal based, has been thottish based, and a lot of people emulated that stuff that they saw on TV. They would felt like he was personally attacking them, and he was not attacking them personally. It was the culture, the degraded culture, which is what he was going after. Not the people, but the culture.
But that's why you
and plus all that work he put in.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I've always thought that Bill Cosby, you know, post 60s was like the most pro-black person out there. I mean, the guy donated money to Spelman, like gave like $20 million to double their endowment. I know he had all the shows, the positive images he was trying to put out. I know he tried to buy NBC. I know one of the NASCAR drivers was a black NASCAR driver. He was saying to get on the circuit, you know, you basically had to have $250,000 and you as a sponsor, and then you had to find your team. Like Bill Cosby put up the money for him to go and do that. So I mean, there's so many things he just did that people didn't know about. And then I feel like when he made that one speech trying to hold people accountable for some things, you know, you had people who got mad about it, and the media basically inflamed it. And then on top of that, when he got jammed up with the situation, you had all these people celebrating because they felt like, oh, well, what he's saying is irrelevant because he got caught doing this. So he has no credibility anymore, and I don't have to be accountable.
Right. And I'm gonna highlight Shonda's statement. Says they're not going to expose a smoking gun while Cosby is still alive or still living. She probably said it may come out after he passes. Also, Cosby owes millions of legal fees. He's legally blind. Let Cosby live his days in peace. You know he ain't
Wait,
gonna do
I don't see how he owes any legal fees.
that.
He should definitely get he should get that reimbursed. Like if you were falsely accused, don't you get that? Can't you file to get reimbursed on those fees?
I don't know.
I believe
I'm
so.
not
I could
sure,
be
man.
wrong.
If it's about women, I doubt it. If it's about women, I don't think you get
Because
compensation,
you
fam.
What
gotta
you can get is the other side to
restitution.
pay your legal fees. When it comes to your bail, like if you found not guilty, you get that money back.
Yeah, I think it's restitution
So
because you
Yeah.
can't
the
go
other
make an
side is what?
accusation.
The prosecution?
Pretty much the
Is the
state would
other
have to
side?
pay him out
Oh, okay.
because I would
The
imagine
state, okay.
because you can't just go and accuse Art of a crime and then he's got to pay all this money in legal fees to prove himself innocent and then he's just out of that money.
Right. Basically, they
Okay.
make people pay legal fees to prevent people from bringing frivolous lawsuits. That's the reason why.
Ooh, and that's frivolous.
Yes.
But like
That's
I said,
hella frivolous.
he'll get it back because the state did this.
Wow,
The VA will be writing him a check.
Yeah. So either the people that was a part of it or the state is going to have to pay legal fees if the lawyers push for it.
Yeah, because I'm looking at people sideways. Because I thought about the whole thing because they kind of rehashed the stuff between him, Eddie Murphy, and Richard Pryor, as far as how how Bill was kind of like critical on how Eddie Murphy represent himself. And the thing is that my whole thing is okay. Well, why are people fighting for someone to be, I guess, quote unquote, ratchet or vulgar, rather than fight for someone to be a little bit more clean and more reserved as far as representing us? I mean, why is that so much? Why is that so important?
I think some people
Ask that again, Art. What you say?
I said, why is that so important to fight for someone being ratchet or even vulgar more than fighting for someone to be more reserved and clean and what's
make
the other
money.
word I'm using?
No, I
I'm
know.
talking
I know
about us though. Us as a people. Us as a people though.
I know. I feel like it's a lot of the BS that you see. I feel like it's a lot of these celebrities, comedians who push it because it's an avenue to make money versus, if you got to keep it a little bit cleaner and have some standards around it, they feel like that's an impediment on them making money. Or you got people who do the bidding for them in the sense of, hey, that's what they want to push on the community, and if you want to get paid to go do this is what you got to push. Because I mean, like I said, Bill called out those people. I know he's called out people about using the N-word, so you get that
And then
pushback
wait a
on
minute.
standards.
Did Sharpton throw him under the bus too? Did Al Sharpton throw him under the bus too?
I'm
Because
not
I don't remember.
sure.
I don't remember that. I could be wrong though. I mean, there's no telling. I mean, if they had it out for him, I'm sure they pulled several people's coat pockets and said, "Hey, you need to comment on this and say, hey, Bill was in the wrong."
Most likely he would have thrown him under the bus if Angela Rye was doing it, right?
Oh no, I got it. Yes, he did. 2014. Boy, this is what he said.
Yep.
He said the Reverend Al
Sharpton
Sharpton said this is Washington Times. The Reverend Al Sharpton said Thursday, this is November 2020 of 2014, that he does not think rape allegations against Bill Cosby are racially motivated, and that the comedian must, quote unquote, answer to someone instead of staying silent. Mr. Sharpton, who knows Mr. Cosby personally, told entertainment reporter Bill McCuddy he needs to talk to somebody. He needs to talk. He has to answer to someone. And this was just off allegations.
But what are you going to answer to? If you're not answering
here's the key now. The MSNBC host, so this is when he had a show on there. I don't know if he still does.
Yeah.
An activist added that he was very disappointed in Mr. Cosby and that he would be happy to conduct an interview covering the resurfaced allegations.
That's what he's doing. He was pivoting for an interview right here.
Here's the kicker, though. At the same time he said this, Mr. Sharpton has also made headlines this week. The New York Times reported Tuesday that he owes the federal government $4.5 million in taxes.
Wow.
I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all, man.
Make this up, huh?
Come on, man.
Wow.
That's why I keep saying, man, it's these people, man, they're using blackness, man, to advance themselves. Depending on which way the public sentiment is, they swing, they swerve. You know, one year they cool with Bill Cosby, the next minute, he needs to answer to someone. Dude, they're just allegations. What are you talking about?
I got another big name to throw out. Oprah Winfrey.
Yep.
Remember, she said that he taught her everything she knew. He was hers. Every time she had a problem, she called him in the middle of the night, and he gives her the best advice, and then she threw him under the bus.
Sure did.
So since she's on this, I'm going to redeem black men and blah blah blah, whatever she's doing now. Would this fit into her agenda, or is she not touching it?
She ain't gonna touch it.
She got too much white money. Too much zaddy dollars.
The only way
not that. Yeah.
The only way that Oprah Winfrey actually connects with black males is if it advances her interest. That's the only way she does. That's why when she came out with this Father's Day crap, it was just to advance her.
Yeah,
because they see a lot of the conversation. They see a lot of the conversation that's happening in these spaces, and they can't hide it anymore. You know what I'm saying? They can't hide it. Like with the Kobe situation, that was a prime example. You know, she was all in support of Gayle King trying to come at Kobe in his death. In that interview with Lisa Leslie, and it was a whole bunch of pushback, and it wasn't just a whole bunch of pushback from black people. Based off the fact that Kobe was married to that Latina, man, if you're a black person and go to LA and you go out there talking that Kobe Bryant ain't shit crap, man, them Hispanics will whoop your ass. You ain't got to worry about the black people.
Yeah, Kobe's royalty out here.
Man, that visual when they had for him at the arena, man, it was nothing but, man, Hispanics out there remember Kobe jerseys on.
Yep. I still see them.
They don't play about Kobe, man. Kobe got respected from all groups, man, in LA. All groups.
Yeah,
the black folks, the Hispanics.
Yeah, you were part of 5 championships coming to LA? Heck yeah.
Yeah, bro. You can't say nothing. You cannot say anything bad about Kobe in no LA, man. You trying to get knocked off, man. For real. For real. And that's why there was so much
I'm telling you.
And they was looking stupid, like, uh-oh. You know what I'm saying? Like, wait a minute. Because even though it was the same type of case with Bill Cosby, the case was settled. So once the case is settled, as far as I'm concerned, that's it. Because if it really did happen, and a woman says she would rather take the money than go to court, then hey, that's it. We don't know. We don't know what it is or what not. She settled. That's what it is. So it didn't happen as far as I'm concerned because it didn't go to court. So
and in some instances too, if you're a big enough star, some of these endorsement companies or your record label or whoever is behind you making a lot of money, they will push you to settle it just to make it go away. Because it's like it's not worth the long drag up, having our name dragged through the mud, and we could lose money if we can just pay some money and say, hey, it's settled out of court.
Yeah, because I think he lost his Nike endorsement at that time. He got it back, but I think they had dropped him for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that happened to Tiger Woods too. I think they had dropped him for a minute. But I know but Tiger Woods had lost a whole lot more endorsements though besides Nike. It might not have been Nike, but I know other endorsements he actually lost.
What was it, Waffle House? No, I'm joking. But he had some skanks, man. I'm like, Tiger? Bro, you're a billionaire.
Hey man, it be like that sometimes.
But
you can be clean cut, man. You like that trash, bro.
He want that gutter stuff. I was like, bro, you from Cyprus too? Like, fam, Cyprus is clean as hell. But if y'all drive around there, it's like everybody's playing soccer in the park. It's clean. But the thing also that I'm looking at as well is who is going to come out and support him.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Like, is it gonna be like Tyler Perry, that kind of thing? Tavis got his back. I'm quite sure.
Snoop was saying free Bill Cosby with the whole Gale situation.
Okay.
Yeah. Because Keisha Knight pull him. I think did she turn on him or did she maintain her position?
I don't think she turned on him. I know Raven Simone supported him. He defended him. I think most of the people on the show defended him except the dude, the dark skinned dude that was married to Vanessa.
Oh, the conservative dude?
Yeah, that was in the military. The one that was in the military.
Yeah, he was in the Navy.
Yeah, he's been on Fox. Then he's on Fox a lot. I believe he's on Fox.
No, I've never seen him on Fox. Not to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, he basically came out.
He's big on that.
He was against him, so like he felt like he did it. So who knows? It might could have been some stuff like he got removed from the show years ago. He still got an axe to grind. So who knows?
And Lisa Bonet, she man, I hope she got to see him again.
Oh, she was against him too?
BS. Dude, bruh, she's the main one. I saw a dark energy about him, so I'm not surprised. And I'm like, get out of here, man. Come on. Because
he removed her from the Cosby Show. I think he removed her from Different World too for something she did. I don't remember what it was, but he removed her from the show.
And brought her back. And I'm sitting there like, okay, because you got to remember, he's building a brand. Matter of fact, he got her own show with A Different World. That was her show. Different World. It was based on her.
Right.
It wasn't based on Whitley. Right. And all of a sudden she was like, she did Angel Heart and she had a baby. What more? What more? What more did he supposed to do?
Yeah, it was his brand. You're right. But see, that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, I really believe that a lot of this stuff that all the pushback I think that we get, man, when we making the points that we make in these spaces is really centered around, man, people, including a lot of black males who just do not respect black male authority, period. They just don't. It really is this gynocracy crap. You don't have when you try to enforce authority, one of the first things that people will say is, who do you think you are? Imagine somebody telling a billionaire black man, who do you think you are? I'm a billionaire. That's what I am. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
And they made him out to be a monster. They tried to make him out to be a monster just because he had that. Because the thing is, you got to remember, Lenny Kravitz, not to say that people should be like all into people's personal lives, but when she was with Lenny Kravitz, they were doing some reckless shit. They were doing some crazy stuff. And so that was the thing, is that I know he wanted, and I know that was a show, but he was teaching them how to maintain your image away from the show. Even though we're hearing about that whole reckless stuff that was happening at the Playboy Mansion, we didn't know about this stuff till like way later. As far as that part. Right. But at the same time, while the show was going on,
right, exactly.
You're supposed to be part of the team.
Exactly.
You built something that no one else did.
Right.
That tripped me out, man. And people sitting there co-signing, oh yeah, he was a monster. She can have her baby whenever she want, blah blah blah. She should have did any kind of movie she wanted. That's why we don't have nothing.
But Art, even in Hollywood, Man, these people sign contracts all the time. They have stipulations in contracts all the time that if you violate this contract is void for breach of contract. We ain't got to pay you this. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it was some white people that said it to her, man, she would have had no problem with it. She'd have had no problem with it. These people sign contracts with these white folks all the time in entertainment, and either they live up to it or they in breach of that contract, and they'll possibly get sued too. So it's like it's not like we heard so many people from the comments say, man, he was a tyrant, man. He treated us like crap, man. He didn't give us nothing. He didn't do it. Man, he was all about, man, paying it forward, man. Like, he wasn't just about, like, you didn't see Bill Cosby out there, like, man, in Bentleys and big gold platinum chains around his neck and all that. He wasn't about none of that stuff, man. He was very laid back dude. He wanted to see black people be respected across the board. Every group of people has their damn trash class. Every group has that. But the problem with Black America is that the trash class has become the definitive class of black people. That's the problem. It's become the actual talking, the voice of Black America. This is why you got goofy rappers thinking they can speak on black people's behalf. Or you can have people like LeBron James, no disrespect to his story and what he's gone through, because he's my favorite player, but you don't know anything. You can't be out here saying you're speaking on behalf of black people when you're not really you're really intelligent enough to really be speaking on the behalf of like that. Even Malcolm X said this years ago. He said black celebrities should not be should be speaking on behalf of black people. Bill Cosby could speak because specifically his entertainment was geared toward showing black people in a positive light. So that's what he was always.
He had a doctorate degree too. He had a doctorate degree, so he wasn't just an entertainer. He'd actually been to school. And I actually just got a notification. They're saying he's been released. Prison, yeah. Man, prison officials saying he's free.
So we love Bill Cosby all of a sudden, y'all. I missed the memo. I thought he was a traitor, and when he was telling Negroes to get it right and walk right and act right, he was a coon. And now we love.
I don't know where you been.
Burn it all down, arsonist. Burn it all down.
Hey man, Bill Cosby told the truth. He told the damn truth, and I'm glad people are seeing that now. That man didn't mean any harm. He's giving millions of dollars to black causes. I don't see a coon bone in that man's body at all.
Look, you are a black man who is 40 years old and older.
Hey,
and you don't love Bill Cosby. For Fat Albert alone. Fat Albert was a love song to black boys, black men. It's one of the greatest productions that have ever been on TV, and it's one of the sole productions that particularly focused on encouraging, supporting, and celebrating black boys.
I think that everybody
if you watch Fat Albert, he was all about the brother. He was all about black boys.
Yep. I got to address
in 1969. Go ahead, fam.
That's funny. Number one, I think it's hilarious. We have somebody named Cop Killer in the chat, but some of the names people come up with, I just be like laughing, like, you must not know.
Really?
Yeah. Some of the names that come up in the chat, Cop Killer, I'm like, really? Do you really?
Laugh it out, brother. Laugh
He's
it out.
He's an Ice-T fan.
I'm hoping.
He's an Ice-T fan.
And it's kind of funny how it's kind of
Ice-T been playing a cop for 25 years on TV.
Yeah. And that's the part that gets me crazy. He's been a cop for how long on TV? I was like, ain't that some
shit? He cut that ponytail off.
Ain't that some shit?
Ain't that some shit? But it's so funny. And well, that was funny too, but it's so funny that all these people who turned their back on Cosby, I said, if you really didn't like Cosby, why you didn't give that scholarship money back, you bunch of whores?
Yep, you said that. You said that on this panel.
Why don't you give the scholarship money back?
Spellman gave back what was left of the endowment, but they didn't reimburse all the recipients. They didn't reimburse.
So I'm just like this. Spellman's a bunch of full of shit.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of, and so is Morehouse.
Spellman, Morehouse, Temple.
Well, the Spellman thing was particularly bad because not only did he give more money to Spellman than he did any other schools, but I believe all his daughters attended Spellman.
Yeah.
So that's a particular. I believe that's true as well. So there's a particular betrayal there. But when you consider what we talk about this environment, that was to be predicted.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the loyalty, the nerve, and the audacity to a guy who gave black people so much. We allow everybody to kill our heroes, man. We allow
Brothers was doing this bullshit. That's what got me. Brothers.
Me too, Art. Same here, man.
If a black man was Superman, some of us would be stabbing them in the back with a kryptonite knife.
Yep.
I have a serious question for the panel in the chat. I have a serious question. Who's going to be the next victim that the white women go after? They already persecuted Bill, and they own R. Kelly's ass. Who is our next victim that these white Anglo-Saxon Cruella de Vil's are coming after? They keep lying. They just keep lying.
But you got to think about it, AL. A lot of this stuff came out because there was so much heat coming against white men. See, these dudes
so much heat coming after Donald Trump, and we was the reflectors.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that so many when this Me Too stuff, man, first started hitting, it was a whole bunch of white dudes falling left and right. Boom, boom, boom. So they were starting to become the face of the shit for real. So
and these men target number one, they never could get to.
These men like Cosby and R. Kelly, they were used conveniently to try to take the life off of these dudes.
Yeah, they tried
because they couldn't get to Don Cheeto, man. Don Cheeto was target number one. Mr. Grab him by the pussy. You couldn't grab him by the pussy, so they went after everybody else.
No, it wasn't. It wouldn't have been if he would have never ran. It would have still been the case. You know what I'm saying? If he would have never ran, it still would have been the case, man. Because when this stuff hit, a lot of white women use this to get on. A lot of these white women use this. You got women who was old actresses, man, who got ran through. They were promised roles by people like Weinstein. They didn't get it. They use this as a way. Notice how many of the Hollywood the female actresses, they use this shit. Specifically them. They used it because it was a way for them to get a payday that they didn't get in their career. The problem is that it was hitting so many white dudes. I mean, think about it, man. When you knock out Weinstein, man, you knocking down a powerful motherfucker.
Did anybody ever Google him? Google his credits?
I mean, this dude
is long.
Man, back to the 90s. All the movies he was responsible for.
Before the 90s, there is no Hollywood over the last quarter century without Harvey Weinstein.
Thank you.
There is no Hollywood. He's all over.
That Jew made Hollywood.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think he's going down. I think the fact that this Cosby thing is coming out like the way it is, they're gonna use this for an excuse to let him go too.
Yeah, it's his bounce back. It's his bounce back tour off of Cosby's back. Trust me, watch.
Because his stuff is obvious. You know what I'm saying?
Weinstein's doing a jig right now. He's doing a fucking jig.
Because his stuff is obvious. I mean, they got some slammed up. I mean, they got recordings, all kinds of shit on him.
Yeah.
You know, he's supposed to go on. He's supposed to go down, but the way that this system operates, I don't think it's gonna happen.
And then you got to go back to Epstein too. When he got that sweet deal, man, back in Florida, like, yo, people were looking at like, yo, what? Like,
right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, them cats was getting away. That's why I said, like, yo, because I said it when they first hit Bill Cosby. I said, hey, all you white dudes, y'all celebrating, y'all think this shit funny. I said, when this thing swings y'all way, we gonna see who really start laughing. And when that shit swung, it was ugly.
That pendulum swung and they got quiet like some church house
Right.
masses in church on Sunday looking for
They
some
could
rat.
not make black men the face of this shit. Even though a black female came with this Me Too crap, they could not make black men the face of this. This is why Gail was trying to go so hard at Kobe, even in his death, because they wanted to try to make black men the face of it, and they can't. They could not. It backfired.
Do you think that, okay, we already know about KRS-Two, right? The Burt chick.
Y'all stop insulting Chris like that, man.
I think very deeply. No, I'm joking. What if she was fine as hell? What if she was like a Nicole Murphy or something? You think that would change the energy in that?
Who, Tarana Burke?
Yeah, as far as her that whole so-called movement.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Oh, you right. KRS-Two. Yeah, shit. It would change it because, like you say, beauty sells a lot and ugly don't. And it's been hard for her to get this shit accomplished being ugly. I'm the person in the room who's gonna call us.
I think her being homely though kind of helped her standing with women. I think part of the reason why white women in particular rallied behind her was because she was so homely.
Ugly.
I think if she had been as pretty as or prettier than they are, I think they would have viewed her more from a competitive standpoint because they used her to reinvigorate their own profiles. I think that's more difficult to do if she's so pretty that she's still drawing attention away from them. So I think her being homely helped her with white women.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She resonated more because she was so hideous.
You too modest, Black Uru. She's not homely. She's just flat out ugly.
Yeah. Yeah.
See,
but when you think about it, think about it from a strategic standpoint. If this hideous woman can be sexually predated upon, then any woman can be sexually predated upon. That's a credibility enhancement. That lends credibility.
From the neck down, she's standing. To most black men have been playing the butter rule for a long time. Everything fine.
But I'm not talking about the perspective. I'm not talking about the perspective of black men. I'm talking about the perspective of women. And women look at her from the neck up and say, "Damn, if she getting preyed on, then I know I've been harassed."
Oh my goodness, you're right.
That's how women look at her.
But you see how they snatched it away from her, though. I think, because some people try to say they snatched away because they're trying to make it more of a white woman thing. But I think it looks too. I think it looks as well.
Going back to Elizabeth Cady Stanton, when it came to voting, for example, many of these white women actually used the oppression that white men put on black women as a way to galvanize black women to support their causes. This was a prime example of that. They did this. She did the same thing, even though she didn't even want certain types of women back then getting voting rights. She didn't want black women getting voting rights. She wanted middle, upper class white women to be able to get the right to vote. Because remember, going back to black men getting the right to vote, white women were pissed off, especially middle class and well-to-do white women were pissed that black men got the right to vote over white women. So this has been a very strategic tactic that white women of this ilk have used to advance their own interests. The problem is black females tend to be too goddamn dumb to see them being used. That's the problem.
That's why I, people keep telling me I'm wrong, and I welcome it, but I have a feeling that these white women have something in store for Kamala for being the first woman in that position before a white woman. I'm telling you, it's coming down the pipe. You'll see. But yeah, that's the thing. They always want to be the first of everything, or they want to be in the spotlight, just as on the side of their man.
Mhm.
So anyone else to have a leg up on them, even if it's a black man, we paid. I mean, after all that happened, you know, uh, I think a little years down the line, our black boys paid for that in schools.
Well,
Because
this
remember,
Me Too shit has exposed that white women want power too. See, the veil has been lifted now.
yeah,
All this idea that white
yeah,
women are just so sweet and kind and all this other bullshit has been exposed across the board. They're willing to even sabotage their own men to get the power. So now we've already experienced that as black men, with the women in our group. But we have already seen, we got 50 years of seeing what that creates. So this is a fight that's really, really going to take place between white men and white women, which black women need to get out their damn business and focus on bettering themselves. Because a situation like this really shows that at the end of the day, like, what this man was really talking about was something that was in your best interest. Nothing Cosby ever said was against the best interest of black people. Nothing he said.
yeah. Because
None of his
I'm trying to
criticism.
figure out.
None of his criticism was against black people doing better. It was for
I'm
black
trying
people.
to figure. I'm trying to figure out where did people get this ideal that feminist white women don't work with white dudes. I'm wondering where's their source. Where are they getting that information?
I
I don't
actually
get
think
it.
it's even much more than that. They don't just work with them; they use them to work for them. That's that because see that's what a lot of the if you look at the midterms, that's what the pushback is against. They realize that they got played, but the problem is that when these white boys gave these white women the right to vote, they did it to stem the political power of black men, thinking that was going to keep them in power. Fast forward to now, they realizing, damn, we might have made the wrong move back then. We might have made the wrong move. You know what I'm saying? So, because it wasn't like when black men was getting power, it wasn't like black men was trying to come and fight. Black men was just trying to get a position just to take care of their family and just be cool. But they were so scared because black men was starting to get political power in the South after slavery. They started getting scared. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, she actually used that as a pretext to scare black women into supporting white women's causes as far as getting the right to vote. She said that if these black men basically get power, they're going to treat you just like the slave owner treated you. Now, clearly, that's some stupid shit. I mean, clearly that's stupid. But it was something that was used to galvanize female support from black females to actually help them actually get the right to vote, which was ironic because people like Frederick Douglass, he supported the suffragists getting the right to vote. Now, I think he was wrong, but he did, as a black man, he did support them getting the right to vote. But
and they still treat him like crap too.
Right.
Remember, they had a big old speech, and they were like, "No, he's not welcome because he's a man." And Ida B. Wells spoke on his behalf. They don't know that history.
I think we underestimate the latent misandry that exists across all women.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I believe all women, to some degree, fear, dread, resent, and begrudge men, and I think it's purely because we're bigger, stronger, faster, and smarter. I think they resent just that. I think for those reasons, in certain situations, they're going to act in very misandrous ways. And it's going to make total sense to them. It makes total sense to them to betray men when it's their advantage to do so. And that's why you see how how men will be so surprised at how they're being treated by their wife in divorce court or by the mother of their children. They'll be aghast at not only that they're being betrayed, but the belligerence that women will typically exhibit in those kind of situations is often very surprising to men. You know, we saw some of it somewhat publicly with Dr. Dre and his wife. You know, where suddenly it's not just that we're severing our relationship. We saw some of it with the way Larsa Pippen has treated Scottie Pippen. You know, not just leaving, but like making a point of degradation in the process of leaving. I mean, there's always this undercurrent of misandry, of hatred amongst many women towards men, and very often they're the men that they're the most dependent on. They are their husbands and their fathers and their the fathers of their children and brothers. Very often the men they hate the most are the men they're most dependent on.
Black Guru, I like to call that Adam's rib syndrome. Adam's rib syndrome, because they come from the rib cage and they weren't created in the image of the Most High. That's why they hold the grudges that they hold. Simple explanations come up with simple answers. Man, we try to overcomplicate this shit. Think about it. Who defied the Lord in man, in Adam? Who defied the Lord in Adam? And the Lord told Adam and her at the same time, you can partake in anything in this garden, but what? The apple. And what did she do?
Say this.
What did she do?
He went right for it.
She shared it with him.
No, she didn't share it. She went in and listened to the damn snake, ate it, defied who first? The Lord, then Adam. She didn't defy one man, she defied two.
I was going to say the difference between that from back then and today is that she wouldn't share the apple today.
Oh, hell no.
Because remember, it's supposed to give you grape. She wouldn't share that apple.
Yeah.
But I have a serious question for Rael. I have a serious question for Rael, Uru, and you. Or do you think, since we've seen the exoneration of our beloved hey, is cancel culture going to be officially dead and gone? That's my question.
Hell no. No, not at all.
No.
They gonna be more strategic about it.
Yeah.
Because this is embarrassing for them.
Okay. I had to get some wise answers.
Hold on, okay, so in the context of, like, you know, the working environment, it's already a backlash against this. So I mean, I've seen plenty of white dudes who say their companies are not even hiring women anymore. I mean, they don't make it an official policy, obviously, because of discrimination. But they already said, like, they're not hiring women. So I think it's going to go away just because there's going to be less female employees across the board. It's literally, it's too much of a liability at this point. And so the problem is that even when you look at a case like Cosby, this was a male prosecutor, man, who did this shit. This wasn't a woman. And see, it's gonna take, man, a lot of ass whooping, man, on these white boys for them to just wake their ass up, man. See, we've already had our wake up call. We already know what it is. That's why we ain't all bent out of shape out here like that. I mean, you got some dudes out here that are. But a lot of us, we're in the know of, like, okay, this is what the environment is. This is how you got to move accordingly. A lot of these white dudes, man, we be thinking, man, black dudes is the biggest simps. Shit.
Oh, no.
No. Ain't nobody no bigger simp out here.
Ryan, we've been on them white boys, the biggest simps in the world. Come on,
bro. Look,
but we have to be fair. It has been safer in many cases for them to be simps until just recently than it has been for us. Right. You know, so there was much more infrastructure supporting their symptom. Right. You know, it's only until recently that they've really been made to pay the price for it.
Right.
And their red pill wage is more deadlier.
Right. Look at the response Kevin got when he checked that white chick on Fresh and Fit from the white boys. Look at the response.
Yeah.
But didn't Kevin hold his own against those white boys when they tried to shoot?
Yeah, but the response was when the women got mad and did the thing and got up and left, and then them chicks came back, that was when the pimping was there right there. That's when you knew he had them. And if I was a white guy looking at that, because if they had did the whole white girl thing, I'm leaving, forget, whatever this Negro or nigger or whatever and whatever, but they came back. They came back smiling, and they came back cooing, and it was a whole different kind of energy at that point.
Yeah, that was one of the smoothest, most powerful things that has ever been visually seen by the world. When Kevin checked that motherfucker, let me tell you something. That showed a lot of them white boys how weak they are. Because that means we got to check your bitch.
Mm-hmm. In your face.
That's a problem.
In your face.
In your face.
He put a classic Moorish move.
I think it shows one more thing too, Rael and Black Guru. It shows that the white man knows for a fact. He knew for a fact that night on live television, what do you call it, social media, because this is the new wave, new energy, new type of TV that people watching.
Right.
That a black man has total control over your women and you don't.
Right.
That's what it basically showed.
Right. Dude, man, look, hold on. I have had white women tell me they feel safer around black men than white men.
Well, you've always heard that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you take away the money, many of these chicks would choose a brother. They would. You just take away the money. And see, now what's happening is these chicks is they on some pimp shit themselves. They like, man, I can hit this dude with this Me Too shit. I can get this money, and then I can go over there and get that black dude I really want.
Yep. That's the game they can play. I mean, probably the ultimate example of that, although it's not Me Too related, but the ultimate example of that are the Kardashians.
Yep.
They got their dad. They got Rob Senior money. They got Bruce Jenner's money.
Yep.
And then they use that to manipulate things a certain way. And now it's black men all day, every day, including even their mom.
Yep.
So they the ultimate example of that.
Yep. And that's
these black men walk away with the bag too.
What'd you say, Art? I'm sorry.
I said these black men walk away with the bag too. They get something out of it as well.
Right.
I haven't seen nothing like it.
Hold up. People talk about Kim Kardashian. Kanye went to that woman $30 million in debt. He came away from that woman with $2 billion.
Come on, bro.
$2 billion. That was the greatest marital decision any black ADOS man has ever made.
Period.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Black Guru. I was about to say that's a black reversal come up. God damn it.
That ain't supposed to happen in America. A black man was supposed to go from having $2 billion, getting with a white woman, and then being broke. That's what's supposed to happen.
So what is that, a reverse Pookie?
He's richer than Jay-Z.
Never.
Come on, bro.
And
so to be honest with you, I don't want to hear too much negative talk about Kim Kardashian.
Nah, I don't even talk about it. I don't.
And he didn't really come out that many products when he
was with Kim Kardashian. He didn't really have that many products, did he?
No, he was in debt. He was struggling.
He was making shoes and shirts and shit and clothing line.
That's all he was
doing. But see, y'all forget though, he did an internship with Fendi though. See, Kanye had a plan. He wanted to get in the fashion industry. I said it. I said, all y'all dudes that's talking this shit about, man, he would have hoped. Like, first of all, many of the chicks y'all done dealt with, that has been your girl who you love so much has been a hoe, and you ain't get no money. I said, this dude made a power play. He wanted to get into that industry. And because they had all them boutiques and shit in California, and they were in that, they had a entertain that profile in terms of their show and stuff like that. as far as I'm concerned, I always said, he made a strategic move. And
yeah, Kanye was crazy like a fox.
Yeah, he made
don't have the answer, Sway.
He wanted to get into that clothing. Oh, he wanted to get in that clothing industry, man, because he know, man, when it comes to women, man, women pay a lot of money in this shit. Makeup, clothes,
but you know the clothing industry. You already know that the clothing industry is the Little Nas X's. I'm just going to say that. I would say about 85% is that industry. So I'm just trying to figure out, what will Cayenne walk away from in that clothing industry? Would it be like FUBU or Cross Color or something, or is he?
Well, he got the Yeezy shit. I mean, he got all type of stuff, man. At the end of the day, he's sitting at $2 billion. He in a position, man, to really have his effect on this industry well beyond his effect in hip hop, man. Like for real.
Okay. So most likely it's going to. He's trying to change the game to like Fruit of the Loom, Calvin Klein, that kind of stuff, right?
Man, Kanye put his name on stuff, man. There's a lot of people gonna buy it. I mean, that's just evident where his money is right
shoes.
Yes.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Kanye be on Shark Tank soon, some shit like that. Investing, institutional investor, boom, he got the money. Kanye got about I think Mark Cuban is up like maybe at 4 billion, maybe 5. He almost, he right there at Mark Cuban level. And
so he's 10 years,
in less time.
In 10 years, Kanye would be the richest black man in the country.
Yeah.
Easy,
yeah.
And he's only what, 44, 43,
yeah,
something
somewhere
like that?
around there.
Yeah.
Because he just had a birthday. So this is where we at. So maybe they go after him.
Kanye has created this, and this is actually helpful to him. And I think it's why in part why he became a billionaire. He's crafted this eccentric artist thing that has worked for him. That you don't typically, or is usually difficult for black men to pull off, because usually we pay for being if we are a certain extent. But the whole he created this sort of crazy, sort of genius persona about himself, and I think that's really helped him, particularly in that industry where eccentricity and sort of flighty kind of any sort of artistic kind of environment, any sort of mystery associated with someone being somewhat quixotic in their behavior and thoughts. I think that has helped him, ironically. The more people say he's crazy, he's eccentric, he does strange things, I think it's actually helped him.
Yeah, I have to figure out the whole science behind the Kardashians, because it's something about black men that gives them there's some kind of power or something going on with that. Because I don't think it's just I just like black man, I got to be with him. There's something behind that, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
Hey, I think I think they are empowered by the phallus. Frankly.
Okay. Because, I heard about Paris Hilton, but at the same time, she don't do what Kim does.
Because they put some stipulations on her ass, like they reeled her back.
Yeah, she's got that aristocratic.
Yeah, she couldn't do it. She tried to do it.
Yeah, she keep it on the low.
Yeah, she had to pull back for real.
I heard too many stories about her and brothers, but you ain't gonna see them in pictures.
Oh yeah. I mean,
they're making the Kardashians. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I think there's stuff going on with all them brothers in the industry running through all them women. It's kind of a deal.
They carefully select these dudes, and it's something about them trying to get something. It's something, man. It's hard to explain, but I think they really they strategically pick these guys out rather than just saying, "Oh, he look good. He must be good in bed." I think it's more than that.
No, I mean, I think though there's a different kind of energy that comes with black men,
Mm-hmm.
and I think
Mm-hmm.
it empowers them. I don't think that they
Mm-hmm.
can do. I don't think that they can achieve that sort of energetic inspiration with white men. It seems quite apparent.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Tristan Thompson and all them guys. I mean, I think they come with a different kind of energy. those
Yeah,
guys
bro.
come with a different kind of energy than white guys. I mean, they just are.
Yeah, Trishan is low. He's low key Teddy Pendergrass in the face.
Right. He's
He's
very
like
good
Teddy.
looking. 7 foot tall. I mean, running through everything. I mean, that's a different kind of energy.
Yeah. The
That's
vibrations
not
or whatever you
easy
call
to
it.
replicate outside of black men. It's just not. It's not easy to replicate outside of black
Because now she's on Van Jones. I don't know if
men.
that's I
Exactly.
don't know if that's like a
No,
relationship.
well, she's using Van Jones
Kim.
probably in addition to sex. She's using him to move in the political arena.
Yeah, because she
I
went to
made
law
that
school.
prediction.
She went to law school and got her degree too. So.
Yeah. She probably be running for office.
Yeah, her dad was a lawyer.
I made that prediction. I'm just waiting on the Cardi B thing. That's gonna be a long one, but I made that prediction that these chicks gonna dump the hip hop dudes and get with some kind of political type person to give them a certain type of look,
They have
And
to.
we got Brother Complex in the building.
Complex, what's good, bro?
Hey,
Good, man. Royal, hey, what's going on, Black Crew?
Good, man. Long time.
What's going on, man? No, they have to,
It's
man.
going.
Yeah, they know you got. Well, first, let me tell you this, man. It's not as magical as people think. I'm born and raised in LA, man. It's just really what it is that people who are born and raised here, we're a little bit cultured, a little bit. Oh, there's an echo. Okay. We're cultured a little bit different. So the whole sort of IR dating thing, it's, let's just say we have more of a sophisticated view of it. Yeah. So it's like no one, like, it's not magical and shit. Like all my brothers are married to women of other races, dude. It's just some real regular ass shit. Just some regular ass dating stuff, dude. That's really what it is. Like I hate
a question, Complex?
Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to ask you a question relevant to what you're talking about, if you don't mind. I mean, they exclusively date black men. Exclusively date black men. So it's not like, well, I'm dating Javier, and now I'm dating,
They date exclusively black men, like sisters will exclusively date thugs. Why? It's because it's what they were imprinted with. Kim used to, like, dude, Kim, we're like around the same age, right? We're around the same age.
She's in her 40s now?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
She should be.
Yeah,
time has flown by since that sex tape, bro.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was like, we should be. Okay. And it's like, dude, I'm saying way back in the day, Kim was fucking with niggas back in the day. Okay, so the reality is that in SoCal and shit in Cali, you got chicks of other races who've been like messing with like brothers maybe since like high school, junior high. Yeah. Okay,
I think
that's what it is, dude. I went to chicks with. I remember I had a homie. I'm not gonna say his name, but he was drafted by the Dodgers. Okay, this was in high school. I had a homie that was drafted by the Dodgers right out of high school. Okay, look, the chick that he was with in high school was white. Okay, and this was 94 or 95. So I'm just saying, like, California has a culture where people really ain't tripping on it like that, and it's not some old magical mandingo shit. It really ain't.
Well, have you heard of Kris Jenner? Kris Jenner. What's your take on Kris Jenner? How she operates? I'm curious on that.
Wait, are you asking me?
Well, anyone.
Oh, okay. I have no opinion.
Well, I mean, she went from Kardashian Senior white guy or Persian or whatever. Then the Bruce Jenner, and now she's
in
got
between
the
was
black.
OJ.
Well, yeah, of course, Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah, of
just
course.
keeping it real.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
So even take that one. Her
I thought that
mother.
was just like some swinger type stuff or whatever.
Well, it doesn't matter. Even her mother's messed with black men before. So I mean, come on.
Okay. Okay.
See, what a lot of people don't realize is that when these black females like make threats, like I'm gonna go get me a white guy. What the white males should
We're
see,
like
they should see that one of the main reasons why a lot of these black females say that is because they see how weak white dudes are for white women. They run from black men because they can't get away with that shit. That's one of their biggest frustrations is that we know how the dark side of female nature enough to understand that we had dudes like Tupac who had songs like don't lie to kick it. You ain't got a lot to kick it to these tricks and these bitches out to get a nigga riches. This is what we was getting groomed up under. To not let females play you for the okie doke. You know what I'm saying? Whereas these dudes been trying to treat their women like the Virgin Mary for years. Now they just getting that Delilah treatment from a lot of their women, and it's like, oh shit, we been knew the shit was there. So when these females are coming to these dudes, what they're really saying is that you're weaker than black men because they won't let me get away with this shit. But shit, I see your women, they're getting away with this all the time with you. And so that's really where a lot of it is really where it's coming from. They looking for a mark. You know what I'm saying? Because in the South, this is a lot of this interracial dating bullshit is really some Southern shit. It's really coming from the South. Like if you
mean like interracial dating?
Interracial. Because I've seen black females who went to Cali.
Okay.
I've seen black females from the South who've gone to Cali and were utterly shocked at how they saw so many black dudes with non-black females, and they ran back to the South because they couldn't take it. Like, oh shit! Because now you in LA, now you got to compete.
Rael, did they notice all the black women that were with white men out here too?
No, they didn't care about that.
Oh, they didn't see that part, huh? They didn't see that. Okay.
No. Okay. Because it's just the South is just a different beast. It's just a completely different beast. Whereas even when I was in college and my first black college I went to, man, the coolest people that I met was from fucking Cali, was from LA. They were just so laid back, cool. Even the black chicks. The black chicks was not your typical black chicks that you see in these hoods and shit like that. They were just cool. Most of them came from, middle upper class families too. So they just had a different mindset. They just was just on some laid back, chill type shit. Whereas in the South, for example, you got a lot of the racialization of, relationships. And so, but even in the South, many of them Southern white chicks on a low still was dealing with brothers too. You know what I'm saying? Like I've dealt with chicks who were white, went to white private institutions, family had money. They had no interest in white dudes whatsoever. I mean, absolutely none. So for me, looking at this Me Too stuff, to me, in a lot of ways, could be white women's salvo in separating themselves to a certain degree from white men, like saying like, okay, these dudes is on this, man, let me go over here and check for a black dude. When the reality is they might not really believe that the dudes are really on that type of stuff, but it gives them a convenient excuse to, quote unquote, explore their options.
That's interesting, bro. That's interesting you say that. Because Cali we do have more of a laid back, more of approach to things. Well, number one, we don't. Our black community was largely tore down in the 90s and the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. Okay, when 2010 hit, that's when gentrification just came through. All right, and so now that we're in 2021, it's pretty much a wrap. So now what you have is just basically a mixed demographic.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you have here. See, so when you have a mixed demographic, you're not going to get away from commingling of peoples. Okay, so culturally speaking here, things are different. That's why I wanted to kind of highlight, like, I was like, nah, man, it ain't no Mandingo shit. It really ain't. It's like dudes and chicks out here, they approach each other like they're all the same. They really do.
And that's kind of hard for a lot of black people to conceptualize, because when you look at California to me is like, I would look at California as like a South American country before I would look at it as a United States state.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just because of that, you know what I'm saying? Like you just have a whole different breed of mentality. Like Cali is that type of place. Like it will be like, to me, like an Ecuador or Brazil. Like it just has that kind of flavor to it. And it's just happened to be in the United States. You know what I'm saying?
Ryle, it's sort of like California was the only place that probably thought that Kanye and Kim is a normal thing, right? Like they didn't like, everybody else is like,
right,
and everybody here is like, what?
Exactly. Yeah, because it was shocking to me, man. When I went to my black college, meeting the Cali chicks, the black Cali chicks. Man, they were so fucking cool, man. They were cool. Comparing them to like Southern chicks, the Southern chicks had the looks, but the mentality with the Cali chicks, they had both. They had the looks, and they just had the cool, laid back, chill. Come to your room, man. I'm about to come to your room, just give you a massage, just off the rip. Y'all ain't even together. They just give you a massage.
Now that's where you brothers from the South win, because they don't do that for us.
Man, look, they was on some chill stuff. The thing is that a lot of times, man, when people speak about black people don't understand. Like there are black people who live in different types of environments. It's the environment. The environment in Cali, you got beaches everywhere. You mother go to the beaches and shit, chilling out, having a good time. All
weed spots on every corner.
Yeah, weed spots, sporting venues. You got the Lakers and shit. Man, you're talking about a whole different caliber of a state. You know what I'm saying? Whereas you in Mississippi, man, it's not even a comparison like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't even have that type of infrastructure like that. Black people just think, oh, black people, because they think, well, if you're a black person, you like me. A black person, man, from Atlanta, Georgia, is not the same as a black person from LA, California. It's just not.
It's not.
Very different.
It's not. Yeah, it's very different. Cultures are different.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't, when I hear these kind of conversations, dude, I find it to be, like I said, more nuanced, because out of all my brothers, I was the only one to marry a black woman. All my brothers, dude, they married out, and all my nieces and nephews, dude. I got one nephew whose mother's black, but the rest of my nieces and nephews, they're biracial, bro. And even with me, my wife was from Chicago. She wasn't even from here. You get what I'm saying? So like that right there even tells you that even for me, somebody who prefers I like dark chocolate skin. That's just me, right? But that's not the easiest shit to find here, given like what it is that sisters like here.
Right.
The biracial, the interracial shit ain't one-sided in California, fam. And I'm not talking to you, Ryle. I mean, you know this. I'm just saying generally, it's not one-sided. It's not the men doing all this, dude. It's a whole bunch of sisters out here with every other race of dude except brothers.
Mm.
It goes both ways out here, dude. It's just what it is.
Yeah. That's why I didn't. When Kanye made his move, to me, I saw he was just making a power move, man. That's just really what it was. Like, it wasn't a power move. The optics to me wasn't. I mean, it wasn't no major thing.
If you were to ask any brother out here, right? Like, yo, who do you think Kanye should link up with? If you were to ask 100, and I'm going to give you a very realistic number. If you were to ask 100 brothers, who should Kanye link up with? Like, if he was like a chick in the industry or in the media, who should he link up with? I bet you 48 to 55 out of those 100 brothers would have probably said Kim K.
Yeah.
If you were to ask 100 brothers from Cali, I'm not even bullshitting. You see, so it's almost like even a general consensus type of thing. Like, duh, nigga, Kim.
Well, the circles that I were in at the time, it was a surprise. We were like, huh? We couldn't really make the connection because what I'm commenting on is not the interracial part, it's
Mm-hmm.
the intention of what kind of people that you're trying to choose to make your match. And now, in the entertainment industry and people in high income circles, they tend to do that, which I don't know
Yeah.
why we don't do that enough.
Right.
But that's what I was going by. Like, I don't think it was some, I'm obsessed with black men. I think it was some other type of something of black men that other people don't see that they are valuing. And the
What, that
thing
they're
is,
available?
we can't. No, I mean, I can't give like a what do you call it? I can't give like a full analysis on it because they didn't really speak on it. I'm going by
Mm-hmm.
actions. So
Okay.
I'm looking at that like Huru said. There's something about it besides the whole, like you said, Mendigo thing, on why they specifically choosing a particular caliber of brothers.
A
But I don't
particular
know. I don't know
caliber.
what it is. And the thing is, I can't satisfy somebody else's imagination on it, but it's something that I do see.
Well, no,
But
when
the
you say
thing is,
caliber,
that's their business.
I
Yeah,
was
like
just say
athletes, entertainers, or a certain type of athlete or entertainer too, because like Kanye West, um, it's something about him that they figured out that there's a value in him that other people didn't see,
well, the value
and
is in
therefore,
the
hey, we can't speak on it. I mean, we can speculate,
well, no, I'm saying
but
the
it's
Well,
something.
value
It's
the
something that
value
they.
is the value is in what it is that he does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, there's, I mean,
That's on
look,
the surface.
I guess I get what it's on the surface, but like when you're talking about entertainment people, that's what they deal with, the surface. They deal with the image,
Yeah,
they deal with how the public perceives them. And I'm saying that if
yeah,
Kanye
because you can't.
was a, if because you got to remember, there was a brother by the name of Chris Humphreys. That was the first dude that she married. Do you
Mm-hmm.
remember this guy? He played for the New Jersey Nets.
Mm-hmm.
He was an
Was
okay
that before or
basketball
after Ray
player.
J?
That was after Ray J.
No,
He was an okay basketball player, right?
but they never
And
got with the best.
well, what
But they
I'm
did
saying is,
something to pull
what
out the
I'm saying
best.
is that in the realm of music production, as it relates to like hip hop and shit, Kanye
Oh, we
is
go.
one of the best. He is one of the best, right? See, so he's
Or
actually
was.
well, I mean, no, I would say that he's still musically talented, musically inclined. I'm
Oh,
pretty sure
yeah.
he can still crank out bangers, no problem, right? I mean,
Yeah,
his
yeah.
value's at $2 billion right now, so people obviously think that his creativity has some value. But what I'm saying is that he was more of a match for Kim K than Chris Humphreys was. So if we're talking about, well, there must be something, yeah, his value.
No, but you
He was
answered
more
for him.
valuable.
Just
He was
think,
more
I'm not gonna
valuable
have
than
it.
the other dudes.
but I think it was more than just like I said earlier. Kanye has an eclectic artist or eccentric artist quality about him that I
Okay.
that
That's what I was
believe
saying.
would be attractive to certain women. I think that's the kind of thing that would actually trigger certain hypergamous criteria in women to his benefit. I mean, you always have some women who are going to be into the strange guy a little bit, and Kanye has whether it's intentional or just the way he is, he definitely gives you this strange, eclectic, somewhat eccentric.
Yeah, he's an artist. He's an artist. There's some mystery to it, but I mean, if you're gonna bring up hypergamy, well, that wouldn't make any sense. Who filed for divorce?
Who what?
Who filed for divorce?
And that's another thing too. I don't think we don't give enough
So that would
credit.
mean that based on hypergamy or hypergamous principles, what? There's somebody out there higher value than Kanye?
I think Kim appears to be transitioning into the political realm.
Thank you.
And I think that I think there's still obviously value being associated with marriage to Kanye, but I think she's just going in a different direction. I mean,
she's old. She's old. So the odd stuff, remember her dad was a lawyer, very respected, man. She might be looking back at her dad, looking at what his legacy was, might be like, you know what, I need to start taking things much more seriously. Remember, she was the one that helped that black woman get out of jail, that was in jail for all them years. People change, people have to evolve. So, maybe they just, for the time that they was together, it worked. Now they might be moving on. It's okay.
I mean, she's also got 4 children. So,
right.
Yeah.
I mean, what
Very
kind of
young.
environment, what kind of environment is she providing, or will she be able to provide with her children? Maybe that changes her perspective in terms of what sort of environment she needs to operate in.
Right, and she worth $1 billion too. So it ain't like it's about money. I mean, she worth $1 billion herself. So, you know what I mean? It ain't about that. You know what I mean? It might have been like that when she was younger, but she got money. She has a brand. You know what I'm saying? So again, like when you talk about people in this type of arena, see the problem.
Standpoint, like we're regular people. You saying they're coming from that?
When people in this arena marry, they marry for money and power too. Like it might be some love there, but they are about increasing. It's not like the lower level people tend to marry. They tend to marry, plug. A lot of times, this is why you'll see a lot of black people, especially a lot of, I would say on both sides, because I've seen this on both sides with the females and the males. You'll see a lot of black males and females say, well, marriage ain't nothing but a contract. Okay, well, y'all act like a contract is a bad thing. Contracts are about getting something.
Now, let me ask you this: could divorce be a contract as well?
Well, no, that's severing the contract.
That's the disillusion of a contract.
Yeah, it's yes. The ending
Well,
of it.
what I mean by that is because usually contracts are what, agreements, pretty much. So, is there some kind of way where people can leverage their divorces by parting ways? I mean, I guess probably a better way to ask is, can couples get value out of divorces just as much as marriages?
Well, depending
I guess
on
if they
what the
can get
circumstances
value,
are.
they can. I was going to say they can get value out of it if it means peace of mind, meaning that they're better off in a divorce situation than in a marriage one. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
If it means more peace of mind, better health, things of that sort. Because the fact of the matter is that typically in any divorce, you're going to take some sort of financial loss. Typically. Yeah. Okay, see, so we'll take finances off the table, but we'll talk more about your own personal health, wealth, well-being, and peace of mind. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, Michael Douglas, when he divorced, when that chick that was on Dancing with the Stars, she used to be, I think, best friends with his wife.
Catherine, was it Catherine Zeta-Jones?
No, not her. Not Michael.
Yeah,
Douglas.
it was her, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't her. It was Paul McCartney. And he divorced. Clearly, he lost some money out of it, but for a peace of mind, he was happy to get rid of that chick because she basically used the death of his wife to get him. And
so all divorces are like pretty much nasty and
no,
rather than just parting ways.
Not necessarily. They don't have to be. Usually, it's usually when it's like that is because one person doesn't want to let go. I mean, if both people want to let go, then it doesn't have to be acrimonious. You know what I'm saying? So, but again,
or if the person who's leaving is being particularly demanding in what is usually her departure.
Right. So yeah, these people, like, they, first of all, they can't afford a lot of times, bad publicity. There's a penalty to pay, man. You can be a CEO of a company, own a company. Look at Bill Gates, man. The board recommended him stepping down based off of his side chick that he had for years, even though the wife knew about it. But again, it can affect your brand and your company and your money. So there's an incentive, like if you have things like that on the line, to be more amicable if it comes to a divorce. Whereas lower level people who tend not to have those type of assets like that, they'll just, they'll do all types of crazy type stuff over silly stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because, they ain't really nothing really to fight over. They ain't really got no money. So, and a lot of times,
the people who fight the worst, the people who fight the worst are not the richest people and not the poorest people. It's usually the people who in between who do have something to lose,
like both incomes.
but not. See, if you're so rich that even if you lose half of everything, you can still live, an affluent life. Then, other than just gritting your teeth through just the whole aspect of having to give up $100 million, right? So be it. Like Michael Jordan gave Juanita Jordan $200 million. Yeah. Then a couple of years later, he was worth $2 billion. So it was like the best decision he ever made. And I believe, actually, ironically, looking back on it, I think he kept her on the string long enough to set things up such that when he got rid of her, then he could do what he wanted to do. Yeah. So sometimes keeping the woman on the string long enough to set things up a certain way will work to your advantage if you can do that. And then you get $200 million is supposedly
that's a contingency. That's contingency. That's what that is. That's contingency. Okay. See, so we're talking about what happens when things start to not go well, and then you got to talk with your lawyer buddies and other people to figure out what's the best method to salvage, or let's just say prevent chaos in your situation. Okay. So that was a contingency. The issue that we're having here is that it's viewed that anytime you're in some sort of high value status, right, that you have to willingly engage in this type of shit. Mm-hmm. Right? And this is my fundamental fucking problem. Right? As if it's ordained for men who do something to create some sort of fucking value for themselves to actually capitulate themselves to this type of situation and do these types of things. Because you got to be, look, to be honest with you, there's a lot of guys in the tech space that have very valuable startups. And guess what they never done? Got a fucking female involved with the shit. And so as a result of that, they don't deal with this.
So Zuckerberg is next?
Huh?
Zuckerberg isn't, is he still with his wife?
No. Zuckerberg. I was going to say, Zuckerberg got the right chick on his team. She ain't going nowhere.
Okay, the Asian chick.
Yeah,
now I think after they got married, she actually went to medical school after.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this goes back full circle. This goes back full circle with Bill and Camille. I like when he said Camille, but
my wife Camille.
There were talks that they were supposed to get a divorce to protect his assets.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Huh?
Break that down for me.
Basically, what happens is that if you split it up and divorce, there's less for people to get because they won't go after.
Especially if you give her a generous settlement.
I was going to say if it goes to her, because that's what's happening to Bill right now. So if it goes to her, they can only go after him.
Yeah.
Well, ain't no settlements now to be had because the case is overturned.
Yeah.
Wait, say that again, bro.
Well, but you still have the potential of civil suits pending, and given the fact, because unfortunately he was convicted, even though it was overturned, then the whole burden of proof in the civil suit is still a precarious situation that he's in legally.
That's why he need to put his
no. From what I read, right, even with the civil suits. Because the thing was that the original decision was to never have been overturned in the first place to allow for the second trial, which then put him in jail. You see, so after the first one, there should have been no suits anymore. No, nothing. So there is not going to be any civil, any goddamn thing. If anything, he might be filing some shit.
Right. Because now the onus is on the people, on the accused.
Boom. Thank you. All of them. Every last one of them.
And if you don't have any money, do you really want to take the chance of going into court and this man pays $10 million for his lawyers Your lawyer is hoping to come up, and you lose that case, and you got to pay his lawyer fees. And
yeah, you got restitution. Now let's just look at this because this literally just happened with Tristan Thomas, right? Thompson. Okay, there was some, I guess, some side chick bitch, okay, who claimed pregnancy, right? Drug him through the mug in the media and all that kind of shit. And then guess what he did? When it came out that all of it was false and he sued her ass, guess what she's got to do? Pay restitution. But guess who ain't got the money?
She don't.
Yeah. So we might be on a payment plan here.
Yep. She gonna get them checks garnished, man.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a lien like a motherfucker on her shit.
Let's bring back Gloria Allred. Remember, she told Bill, or she made a press conference and said, if Bill Cosby come up with $100 million, this will all go away. This is on the record. So for her to put that out there, and now things have been overturned, it's like, I mean, what will go away? As far, and at the same time, will somebody kind of investigate why she made that kind of amount in the first place?
Well, the thing,
hold on, it's a tactic. It's a negotiating tactic. They want you to pay the money, which I think is actually, I said this from the beginning. Whatever, I don't care what anybody says, whatever lawyer counseled him to admit to the shit he did in the first case they settled, I believe they set him up for this. Because the whole point of entering into these agreements is to not admit shit. That's the whole point of doing it.
Yeah.
They're willing to settle out of
So what's going to happen to her with Stern? I'm joking.
Hold on. They're willing to settle
the other chick that So what's going to happen? What do you think is going to happen to Howard? I mean, she looked like Howard Stern. I'm sorry. The one that he was on trial for to get him through this. What do you think that's going to happen to her or him or whatever it is?
It's not just her. It's every last one of them. It's every last one of them that made a false allegation, not just that one.
Because she was the main one.
But she was the only one that had an agreement, though. She's the only one. She had an agreement. So because he entered into an agreement with her, she was cool. She was covered because they settled. But the other people, he didn't have an agreement with them. Now they was hoping he would settle because they wanted the money. They was hoping he would settle because they were gonna try to kill two birds with one stone. Get him to settle and get him to shut the fuck up.
Because she broke the agreement and put it through court. Now all of a sudden it's been overturned. So
she didn't break the agreement.
Away and say, my bad.
No. The prosecutor broke the agreement.
Prosecutor did.
Prosecutor broke the agreement, and that's what I said at the time.
But it wasn't the same prosecutor.
Hold on, it was another prosecutor. I know it wasn't the same prosecutor. What I'm saying is, if you can't go to court, this is why they had to overturn it. If you can't go to court and settle out of court, because when you settle out of court, basically it is two private parties coming to terms. That's constitutional. The Constitution says.
But it wasn't just the settlement, Rael.
Let me say this.
Wait.
Let me just say this point. They don't have the right to impair the obligation of contracts.
Boom.
So they can't do it. That's why I knew this shit was gonna get overturned, because it was a contract.
And there's the reason why also, Rael, you can't try them again.
Nope.
But also what happened was the actual prosecutor during the time in which this event occurred made a deal with Cosby that they would not pursue the case. He was succeeded by another prosecutor who chose to use Bill Cosby for political reasons, to get elected or get reelected or promoted in political office. So they had broke the procedure of the prosecutorial discretion of the prior prosecutor.
Well, no, Black Guru. Okay. Not when you have multiple cases filed against you. See, if you have an agreement with one prosecutor, that don't stop somebody else from filing another suit against your ass for the same.
But we're talking about the same.
By the way,
we're talking about the same. It involved the same woman.
Exactly. This is
woman.
no. It was a different no. But see, there were things that were done, right, that were not in the agreement, which allowed for another case to be brought to court. This is why they overturned all the shit. It was like, well, wait a minute. If it was done, it was done. You don't agree, right? You don't agree to a settlement and then say, oh, wait a minute, we didn't address this right here. Or for whatever reason, whatever technicality you find. So you agree to one thing, but then you say, oops, wait a minute. I think we need to revisit this case. So you got the agreement, but then think that you found something else to go on, and that's exactly what happened. That's why they overturned all of it and said, we will not take any more new cases, because you know what? You'll keep doing this. You'll keep doing it.
Right. And like I said before, if that would have happened, black men would not have been the ones to suffer from this. This would have been white dudes. And white dudes across the board have been the main ones entering, because they've been doing a lot of this Al Franken shit on jobs for years. You had Mark Halpern for Bloomberg that he had a meeting with one of his subordinates, female subordinates, and that nigga took out his penis and started beating it. You had a whole bunch of these dudes doing a lot of frat boy type of shit, because a lot of this shit is frat boy behavior. And they took a lot of this frat boy behavior from their fraternities into the corporate world. And so they have been getting away with this stuff for a long time. So a lot of them, because remember, many of these people, even in Congress, they were using public money to pay off these damn settlements. John Conyers did it. That's why he had to retire. Yeah. Because he did the same thing. And that's why people were saying, like, no, if you get caught doing something, you got to pay restitution on your own. So this stuff was coming. See, a lot of this stuff, like they tried to throw Bill Cosby under the bus, but this was one issue that was going to affect a whole lot of men, and it was going to be a whole lot of white men. And so the last thing they wanted was that shit to get to the Supreme Court and it become precedent. Because if it would have became precedent, it'd have been a whole bunch of white women, man, coming after these white dudes who entered into some of these agreements trying to get more money.
Well, shout out to Jeffrey Toobin. He only harassed himself. But
yeah, I think that Cosby not had the money to keep this thing going up to the, because I think they were hoping he would die before it would ever get to the Supreme Court level, and unfortunately for them, he did not.
Right. They thought he was going to capitulate it because he was old. Because that's what they use against you in court. They use the fact that they know you want to be free to get you to plea. That's the key to a plea deal. They use the fact that you want to get out so bad that you will even plead to something you're not guilty of just to get out. So what that does is, what people have to understand is that once you make that plea, though, you can't come back and sue. But see, because he didn't plead, he can come back and sue.
And not only that, but if you do plead, you can't, once you're free after the plea, plead your case for innocence.
Nope.
You can't. Even if you are.
Right.
Even if you are innocent, you can't. Because you know what everybody's going to say? Well, you pled guilty.
Right.
Yeah, because that's what they're waiting to put that on the record, even though, it's innocent.
Right.
Because, and then people get this notion that the entertainment industry is when you can just walk in the office and have a disagreement and walk away and they'll never mess with you. People in la la land, dude.
Yeah, I signed a contract, but as soon as I'm not happy, I just say, hey, fuck you. Right? And they're just going to be like, they're just going to be like, oh, okay.
See you later, Bill.
Fine.
Nice seeing you.
Get out of here, bro.
Hold on. Listen to what this says. It says the Constitution of the United States, Article 1, Section 10, declares that no state shall pass a law impairing the obligations of contract. This must be equivalent to saying no state shall pass a law revoking, invalidating, or altering a contract. That's the Constitution, G.
Yeah, because all contracts are legally binding if you sign
Period. And that's and that's even under international Hague Convention law.
Yeah, it's more
it's international.
Yeah, it don't work. It's all the same, bro. It works all the same, Ryle. You got it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm white and I say so. That's all it is.
That's why I knew he was gonna beat this case. I said it from the beginning. I said he gonna beat it. As long as he don't plea, he gonna beat this case.
He's gonna beat it. Yeah. Yep. And everybody was like, "Well, why doesn't he just plead guilty?" Now you know why.
Now you know why.
So okay, after this, because I think some people in the chat were saying that he might as well just live peacefully for the rest of his life and just get away from everything. What? You think he's going to get back in the game and try to do some things?
He's going out with a blaze of glory. No, he's going out with a fucking blaze of glory.
Yeah,
bet on it.
Well, you heard what he said. Maybe like a year ago, he said that he wanted to do something to help men avoid these types of situations. I can't remember fully, but he said something to that effect.
He's not. Look, he didn't go through all this. Look, Bill was the type of dude who got up here, told black culture about itself. Everybody threw it back in his face. Then this bullshit happened, and then everybody said, "Bill, you full of shit." And then shit gets overturned. You think he's just gonna walk off into the sunset, nigga? If I was Bill, I wouldn't.
So it was up to me. And I scandal on Gloria Allred and make her get out of business. That's just me though.
Wait,
because all the other ladies, like you were saying about that IG model.
Wait, Art, you were bargaining. Can you say that again?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. I said that if it was up to me, like I said in the beginning, I would go after Gloria Allred, make sure she's out of practice, because I know for sure that those ladies are accusers. I think it'd be just like Tristan Thompson on collecting, because they ain't gonna have no money. But other than that, Gloria Allred. No, they said Gloria Allred should be out of practice.
I think I don't think he has enough time on the planet to go after her. I think what Bill has.
No, he don't have to do it, but he can put somebody else to it.
Well, no, but I think if we're talking about what Bill is to do,
is anyone speaking? I don't hear anything.
Yeah, you don't hear us, Black Uru? You don't hear us.
Complex was speaking. Uru, can you hear me?
No, I don't know if Uru can hear. He don't hear anybody. Yo, Black Uru.
He needs to go out and come back in.
Wait, where did Art go? I think he dropped the wrong. Art might have dropped the wrong person.
Damn.
Because Black Guru can't hear. Yeah, he just he dropped himself, and Black Guru can't hear us. So yeah. Okay. Village Art of this art. Okay, Village Art that says he should shut this shit down. Well, I think what's gonna happen here, and I swear the move for Bill is basically take a page out of Kwame Brown, right? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, there's no.
He might need to link up with him.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
You might need to link up with him. Shit.
Well, think about it. Who has Kwame linked up with so far? Let's go down the list of dudes. Judge Joe Brown, Faison. These are all dudes that have been highly critical of how American culture has treated particularly black men. And that was just a couple that I could think right off the top of my head. But what I'm saying is that there's no traditional media outlets that's going to support Bill Cosby at this point. He may as well go straight to social media and talk to the young brothers. He may as well. At 84, I mean, what, dude? They overturned it and basically said there will be no more cases filed against this guy. He's been vindicated.
What did somebody? I thought I heard somebody say he should just be quiet, just go to sleep, and just live out his life. Fuck that shit. No.
I said
Bill Cosby should shut this shit down because all this Me Too shit. And let me say this: I'm shout out to all of these coons that have been going along with these white boys because I've been sitting back just scoping it, how they've been very strategic in how they keep trying to make Cosby the face of sexual assault. They're very strategic in how they move. And you notice how you got niggas going along with the shit, not realizing the game. This is a chess move.
Well, the niggas were the ones who buried him.
Yes.
Right?
What?
Like it was Godfrey? It was Godfrey. There was
Okay.
Hannibal, what was it? Hannibal Buress. He was one of the first. He was one of the first black comedians to throw him under the bus, and he did that to get a leg up in the industry. There's I'm trying to think who else who kind of spoke negatively.
It's just like with Michael Jackson, though. It's just like with Michael Jackson, how you got a lot of black people that just go along with the flow. Like they don't sit back and just look at the evidence. They keep going along with the white narrative, with the white supremacy, and they don't understand how the white American community is playing chess. They're making black faces the face of degeneracy. This is a chess move, and niggas are going along with it. They can't see it, and that's crazy to me.
And a lot of times they be pro-black people who the first person they want to throw up in your face is Emmett Till, rest in peace to him and what he went through.
Right.
That'd be the first person they use, but then they'll turn around and this was my problem with Cosby. Historically, this was something that was used against black men as a pretext to lynch black men.
Yep.
This was something that was used as justification under the auspices of black men just have some secret desire to rape white women. When
we suspect you did something, you did something, you're dead.
Thank you. So something that was used so heinously against black men, I don't care what your issue with black men was, especially as a female. You should be like, oh no, this right here, no, this is off limits. No, we cannot do this unless we know for sure that this dude did this. We cannot hang this dude out to dry like this off of something like this, because that just fit the narrative that even the most clean cut, most polished black man you could put out there, even he is going to be secretly trying to rape some white women.
Right.
And think of the only way that doesn't happen is if you take the Van Jones route and you show that you're willing to drop tears at the drop of a hat over anything that is viewed as something being negative or subjugative. There you go. Subjugative to women. Okay, right. You'll get a pass because you know what? Van Jones being a hetero guy, that's how he gets by. Okay, but other than that, you need to be either full L Gibbet, right? Yeah. Or you need to be a hetero dude who is pro female future, let's just say. But as soon as you try to stand on your own as a man within the face of this shit, oh man, you're
remember when
here's what I'm gonna hammer on right as soon as possible, because this is a point that nobody's touching on and it's pissing me off. And I'm not just talking about this panel, I'm talking about manosphere wide. Because nobody's talking about how everybody wants to push this brotherhood narrative. Certain people want to push this, it's all men united, right? We got our white brothers from another mother on the red pill and all this other kind of shit. Well, here's my question to everybody. Where were our white brothers when it comes to Bill Cosby? Because from what I saw, they were pushing the line in regard to him being guilty with no evidence.
Yeah.
So all of you Negroes that were out here crying for Kavanaugh, crying for your white zaddy, crying for these white boys, trying to be on this male brotherhood bullshit, when it's your black ass, it's crickets. And not only that, it's not really crickets. They were pushing that line. They were the ones out here pushing. They were helping push the line that he was guilty. They were making jokes. I don't remember that many white boys on the red pill manosphere side making videos defending Cosby. Do you guys?
I don't remember either.
Okay, that's what I'm just okay. So I'm just niggas can miss me with this brotherhood bullshit. And I'm gonna hit on this if nobody else does. I'll make 1,000 videos about this shit because this is one of my main problems with this red pill manosphere shit. MGTOW. No, we need to separate. And I'll shout out to BGS for emphasizing this, and certain others within the manosphere will emphasize this. We need to separate. We have different problems. We have different issues. We can't sit up here and align with these. Niggas like that. I'm
It's just
passing
a
on this.
distraction, man.
Niggas like that want black men to make the same mistake that black women made back in the 70s. You want us
Let's do this.
to side with these white boys that don't give a fuck about us and really just want to use our voices and our numbers.
Well, let's do this. Let's make sure that what we're not doing is overlapping or conflating concepts, right? Look, I don't know where MGTOW and red pill and all that stuff has largely to do with legal injustices. Okay.
Because wait, hold on. Let me finish.
Wait. But let me
like to talk about how we're pushing men's issues, right? Men's rights.
Okay.
But when it comes to black men's rights, we're quiet.
Okay, but wait. Okay, yeah. Let me get this out though, right? Because I don't think that those things that you brought up have anything to do with legal misrepresentation. Okay, if you listen to people talk about red pill, MGTOW, and all that shit has very little to do with what it was that Bill Cosby as a man went through. Okay, so we want to make sure that we stay on the topic of injustice for a black man who was actually innocent versus some, a lot of these social meme based concepts that have to do with dealing with women. Go ahead, Ryle.
Yeah, I was going to say also too. Hold on, let me say this: when the mistrial first happened, when he beat it, basically. Remember, he came out and said he wants to get back to work teaching young people about the threat of being accused of sexual violence. Cosby, based on what his representatives had said. It said Andrew Wine, Cosby's publicist, and Ebony Benson, a spokeswoman for Camille Cosby, told Good Day Alabama host Janice Rogers that Cosby was planning town halls for youth starting this.
So y'all think Cosby's innocent?
Hold on. This
go
issue,
ahead,
Ryan said, can affect any young person, especially young athletes of today. And they need to know what they're facing when they're hanging out and partying.
Not white ones. Ben Roethlisberger.
Wait. Let Rob finish, please. Hold on. Let Rob finish. Let him finish, please.
Let me finish my point. We fail to realize where many of this shit has come from. It has come through college experiences by men. Many of this, much of this stuff has taken.
Wait, hold on. Whoever's got sound in the background, can y'all please mute?
Mute up, man.
Go ahead, Rob.
Much of the cases that has really sparked this. Remember the Vanity Fair, I think, article that basically said that this one particular school, I think it was Virginia Tech or one of those schools, was basically a breeding ground for rape culture. And the reporter got a female side. Now, what reporters are supposed to do, if an accusation is made against somebody, they're supposed to go to the other party and get their side of the story. They're not just supposed to get one side and then just go write an article, because you haven't verified it. You haven't even given the other side a chance to give their side of the story. And what ended up happening.
So you think he's innocent?
Hold on, man. Can you please be quiet, man?
Hold on, man. Please. Go ahead, bro.
You've been making your point for 20 minutes, bro. So let everybody else talk.
Yo. He was just talking.
Bro.
I was quiet.
Bro.
Come on, man.
There's 7 other people on the panel.
Hold on. I know.
There's 7 other people on the panel.
I know, but you're new to the conversation, dude. Come on, bro. You're new to the conversation, so fall in line. Go ahead, Ryle.
Now, they had what happened was the fraternities on that campus immediately, all the male fraternities got suspended off of one accusation against one particular dude. Come to find out, the chick was fucking lying. The chick was lying. They had to pay a settlement, all type of stuff. You saw the Duke Lacrosse case, the same thing. This is not just affecting grown men. This is affecting college age men across the board. So when it comes to an issue like this, I'm not with the race shit, because if they can do this,
so you think it affects black men the same as white men?
Hey, let me finish my point. Y'all hear
Bro, you've been going for 20 minutes.
Yo.
Damn. I was one of the main
because
people when this shit happened that was in support of Cosby from the beginning, man. Don't question me, man. Now,
bro, let people reply to you, man.
When it comes to something like this, this is a dangerous situation, because if they can do it to a white boy running for the Supreme Court, they can do it to anybody.
He didn't go to jail. He didn't go to jail. What the fuck are you talking about? He's on the Supreme Court. He didn't go to prison. It's not the same.
Okay. You didn't hear the point. You didn't hear the point.
You missed the fucking point I just said.
Wow, you missed the point.
You making it about you making it about race. I'm making it about men.
Hold up. Hold on for a second. So, y'all don't think Bill Cosby used his white lawyers to get off of this shit? You don't think he used white men in his power and the power structure to get off of this case?
That's irrelevant.
But it's not irrelevant. Hold on. Let me finish my point.
That's money.
Let me finish my point. Can I finish my point?
Yeah, a black female.
The fact is, bro, hold on. All seven of us.
Let him finish, bro. Let him finish.
Let me finish. If it was all seven of us, you think we beat this appeal? Just ask yourself that question.
Wait.
You was in Bill Cosby's shoes right now.
Wait. See, you're asking a stupid question, because the reality is that he had already beat it. Why do you think they overturned the shit and said they can't fucking try him again, bro? Try it again.
Bro, he didn't beat it. He went into civil court. Listen, no, you wasn't paying attention. This is the facts of the case. He went into civil court and he admitted to it. So in turn for his admission, he got immunity from prosecution. Yes, what do you mean, bro? It's public record. What are you talking about?
Wait, no. And you missed the part. Where there was already a settlement done. So how did they open up another case?
Okay, all right.
That's why it was overturned. And they didn't charge him again.
Okay, hold up. Let me reply to you, bro. He beat it on a loophole. He didn't beat it because of his innocence. He beat it on a loophole.
That's not a loophole. That's court procedure, bro. You don't understand.
Exactly. It's a loophole of the law.
It's not.
That's how, bro. Have you ever been to court? Have y'all niggas got cases before? Okay, so how does the appeal process work? How does you find a loophole in your case? Hold up, let me finish. Let me finish, bro. So when you file your appeal, right? When you file your appeal, your appellate lawyer is looking for a loophole to get you off of the case. Okay, but if you want to be specific about it,
in America off loopholes, we're in that fantasy land now. Really?
Wait.
Black men are getting away with rape on loopholes.
Yo, if you've never been in the system, I can't have a conversation.
Ryle, let him get this one off. Let him get it off, and we're gonna address it. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'm waiting for y'all.
No. No, you didn't get it all. I'm
gonna get cut off every 5 seconds. So go ahead.
No. I said go ahead. I said go ahead. Get it out.
Yo, y'all are using Uncle Tom's as a fucking example of the regular black men.
You mentioned Brett Kavanaugh. Who brought up Brett Kavanaugh? How the fuck is Brett Kavanaugh the same as Cosby? How? He's on the Supreme Court. Cosby's in prison. How the fuck are they the same, dude? How?
Wait, no. See, what y'all didn't do was you didn't catch the point.
How are they the same? How?
Because they both have
white boy gets accused with no evidence. He's on the Supreme Court. Cosby gets accused with no evidence.
You're talking about Cosby like he's a freedom fighter, like he's an activist, man.
No, I'm gonna answer your question.
Come on, man.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I'm gonna answer it. The reason why
sitting with fucking rich billionaire white men.
The reason why they were in similar situations, because there is a side to this argument that is trying to use sexual assault as a weapon to take down their enemies.
Sure, but the white boy ends up on the Supreme Court. The black man ends up in prison.
Well, wait a minute. Well, wait a minute. You want to know why? You want to know why?
I didn't bring up Kavanaugh. You guys
I know.
did. I didn't bring him into it.
No. Listen. Rael brought it up.
No. I'm going to spank you with your own example because that was some cool ass shit.
No, it wasn't.
Kavanaugh?
No.
All the same, dude.
Rael, let me get this one. Rael. Yeah. We no. First of all, we ain't doing
for real, dog. Now you got no critical skill. The reason why I used Kavanaugh was to show that on both sides of the aisle. Think about it. Stop thinking about the black man and the white man shit. And
both sides. So what? White men and black men on the same side?
Can you please let me finish?
It's not the same, bro.
Can you please let me finish my point?
Like for real, dude. Like we can't. Yeah, if we gonna have intelligent discourse, man, y'all gotta hey, man, look, there you go.
I think everybody is making this much more complicated. I think everybody's making this much more complicated.
No, because Black Guru, look, Rael had a succinct.
I know how to say what the fuck I'm gonna say. I don't need.
That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying before I even finish saying.
Yo, Rael, there's something called a rebuttal, man. People can rebuttal your points. Rael.
Wait, hold on.
Hey, yo, Rael.
Hey, okay, Rael, hold on one second, bro. Hold on. Hey, Black Guru, hold on a second. Art. I don't know if you there, man, but yo, if we're trying to have intelligent discourse, man, you got to check your panel. Because look, the thing about it is that he's trying to get. Wait a minute, I'm not dumb, bro. I'm not fucking. If you would let us fucking finish, bro. That's what I'm saying. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I'm trying to get back on topic.
Bro. Oh
my you won't even let me answer the question you asked, bro. How you let somebody get back on topic?
Okay, so
shut up. You keep going on.
So VA, let him finish.
Can I say I haven't said anything in a while. I haven't said anything in a while. I think I can.
But wait a minute. But Black Rule, Rael has not finished his fucking point. And that's what I'm saying. Can y'all shut the fuck up for just a minute so he can get it out? Goddamn.
Yeah, let him finish.
Just shut up. Go ahead, Rael. You got it, bro.
Already got rid of the other dude. So let him finish.
Thank you. Now, the reason why I put the situations together is because this is not a matter of law like that. If it was just cut and dry law like that, I wouldn't compare the two. But this is a political thing. They're using this shit politically to take down their opponents when they are trying to get some shit politically. They sat here and They sat here and said that this dude was sitting here and he was participating.
Can somebody mute? Can somebody, whoever's got background noise, can you mute?
Oh, that's me.
Okay.
They were sitting here talking about how this dude Kavanaugh was sitting here at these rape parties and he was just sitting there. But when the woman who made the accusation was really called to task, because we have seen how it played out, this shit wasn't what it was.
She couldn't prove it.
The reason why they did that was specifically because they didn't want this dude to get on the Supreme Court. Because if you go back to Clarence Thomas, now the same motherfuckers who niggas voted for Biden was on the goddamn commission when Clarence Thomas had that fucking bullshit ass charge.
But Anita Hill.
By Anita Hill, and what did Clarence Thomas say at the fucking proceedings? He said this is a high-tech lynching. Thank you. Y'all niggas need to fucking know this.
Ben Roethlisberger, Charlie Sheen. I can give you lots of white boys that.
We ain't talking about Charlie Sheen, nigga. We ain't talking about that.
They don't go to prison.
No. Wait, Rael, let me get this one. Because
you're pushing this bullshit that it's all men equally, and that's a lie, dude. That's a lie.
The difference here is that there weren't charges brought up against Kavanaugh. The fact of the matter was there were accusations brought up against him because he was running for the fucking Supreme Court. Every time there's a man trying to do something and they don't want you to do something, guess what they do? They bring up a bitch. And this is Rael's whole point.
Here's what I'm saying, though.
I did it with Clarence Thomas, too.
I do not agree with the notion that it's the same across the board for all men. That's
okay.
Bullshit.
So when you don't want a man in a position, guess what you do? You bring up a chick who says, "Well, he did something to me."
Thank you.
What the fuck are you missing?
Who is beating that type of accusation?
What are you missing here?
And you are suggesting that this works across the board for all men.
Okay,
no
wait.
race,
Let's do it again. Clarence Thomas, Supreme Court. Clarence Thomas, Supreme Court. Brett Kavanaugh, Supreme Court. Bill Cosby, entertainer. You know what? Throw other motherfuckers in there that had some bullshit happen to them over the false accusations of a woman. It is across the board.
Clarence Thomas is a vetted coon, okay? So they had much reason to let him off, okay? But bottom line is, the notion that it's
he's a man. He's a man who faced false accusations. That's
okay. So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. You guys been talking about great culture. I'm gonna say great.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Get your shit right.
Are you
man who faced false accusations? Get your shit right.
You guys are really catchy.
Get your shit right.
Okay.
He faced false accusations.
Are you suggesting?
Hold on, you guys.
Shit, Ryle.
So hold on, you guys. So VA, are you when you saying that when you expressing your views about and a disagreement about things going across the board, are you talking about court cases or convictions?
I mean, yeah, lots of white men are accused, but at the end of the day, when we look at conviction rates, when we look at how many white boys we get accused out here, and it's plastered all over the media, but they somehow get away with it. Meanwhile, black man, there's no evidence whatsoever, but he ends up in prison. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm not a hotep at all, but I disagree with the notion that it's just men across the board.
Can we talk about men? We're talking about the application. We're not talking about
what happened with Bill Cosby.
I was answering Art's question, and they started henpecking. So I'm trying to answer Art's question. I was trying to let me finish answering Art's question.
Agreed to not prosecute him.
I reject the notion that this is a men-wide problem.
A district attorney had agreed to not prosecute Cosby.
I reject
this is an important. Let me make this point.
Wait. Black Guru trying to speak, bro.
Let me make this point. Let me make this point, bro, and I will back off.
Well, no,
let's talk some facts. Let's talk some facts about
bro. Go ahead.
Can we talk some facts about the case instead of all this stuff? This is the fact. Can I talk about the facts of the actual case?
My face, man, nigga. It's on.
Let me talk about the facts. Let me talk about the facts of the actual case.
One at a time, please.
The actual
case. I don't even
get
down like that, my nigga. I was one of the main people on fucking chats,
man. The district attorney, Rael, I'm going to ask you for a moment. Rael, give me a moment. Give me a moment,
Black
please.
Get Black
the fact, beyond all the conjecture, Cosby had a deal with a district attorney there was a settlement. He shared some information about what happened. The prosecutor looked at the facts and the details, said, well, I can't really try him on this shit. And so they put it aside. What happened was there was a new district attorney that came in that had high political aspirations and chose to use the whole rising tide of all the accusations and the burgeoning uproar of this Me Too thing. It was a perfect storm of circumstances. It wasn't just let's witch hunt the nearest black man. That's not what happened. There were some specific details about what happened, when it happened, the circumstances in which it happened that caused this to happen.
Let him finish.
Let him finish. The event in which this had occurred, it had occurred years. It had occurred years before it even got to that point. It had occurred 5 years or whatever prior to even getting to that point, which means that there was no interest at all in 5 years prior to arresting and convicting Bill Cosby. It was the change in the political environment that he just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay, Black Uru, can I ask you a quick question? Who made, directed, produced, created the first film called Birth of a Nation. Who made that?
What the fuck does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Can you answer? I was talking
These
to
niggas always
Black
trying to come with these
Uru.
fucking.
I'm talking to Black
Then talk
Uru.
about the fucking legal case, not a goddamn movie, man. What the fuck?
Y'all niggas are dumb as fuck.
Get out of here.
Y'all niggas piss me off, dog.
What kind of shit is this?
My point is, dude, okay, Art, I don't know what's up with these dudes.
You fuck ass motherfucker, nigga. You weak
Bottom line
as a
is,
what the fuck? That has nothing to do with Bill Cosby.
Bottom line is,
there's no bottom line. It has nothing to do with Bill Cosby.
Ended up in prison, right? Bill Cosby is a black man
over the birth of a nation.
He was falsely accused of sexual assault, right? Right? This is okay. So is there not a history in this country of painting black men in that light?
What, bro? Get to it.
Is there not a history in this country of painting black men in that light? Painting black men as sexual assault.
We're dealing with a court case that was overturned. Get to it.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, let's debate the same issue.
Okay.
Let's not debate different issues.
We're dealing with an overturned court case. Get to it.
Okay. I can't talk with this complex, dude.
I know, because you're not making any fucking sense. The court case was overturned. What is your point?
I can make my point.
You're not making any fucking sense. You can make a point. That point won't even make any sense.
My nigga, like, what is wrong with you,
I ain't your nigga because the goddamn court case was overturned.
I mean, damn, you sitting up here holding
fuck are you sitting here talking about?
Every 5 seconds, speaking for this man. Shut the fuck up, bro. Goddamn, what is wrong with you?
How you doing?
All I'm saying is there is a racial aspect to this Cosby situation.
No shit.
Fucking line. If you guys want to deny that, that's fine. Okay.
Who the fuck denied that?
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Why, for instance, did they have these women showing up in blackface?
I don't think we disagree that there are some racial elements to what happened.
Doing these interviews. Why?
Wait, did you hear what Black Guru said? Did you hear what Black Guru just said?
I don't think anyone is disagreeing that there are no racial. I mean, look, anytime a black man is on trial for any major crime or minor one for that matter, there's going to be some racial elements. But that's not necessarily the specifics of what happened here. What happened here was a district attorney.
So you're saying race had nothing to do with Bill Cosby being targeted?
A district attorney has decided to not try him. That district attorney didn't say, "Oh, he's black, I gotta try him." He said, "No." Look at the details of this.
Because there was no evidence. There was no evidence for a conviction. That's why it was overturned. There was no fucking evidence.
Well, if you listen to what I said,
here's why I'm saying that. Because in order for you to disagree with me, you would basically be trying to tell me that a black man got away with that in America.
But wait. Wait. He didn't disagree with you. He was just trying to get his point out.
Can we just have a
conversation? I know, and this is what I'm trying to say. Black Guru was not disagreeing. He's trying to get his entire point out, bro. So let him get it out. Go ahead, Black Guru.
I mean, look. If we're gonna talk let's talk about the facts of what happened. The facts of what happened the facts of what happened is this happened in a perfect time. Because of this movement, this gynocentric feminist movement. Cosby was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's what happened. Because like I said, initially they did not want to try him. They didn't want to try him, but another district attorney came and said, "This is a great opportunity for me to boost my career." He probably would under the same circumstances, did the same thing to a white man.
You know how that's true.
You know how that's true. Let me make this statement. You know it's true because of Weinstein. You know it's true because of Weinstein. It wasn't just about race. It was about power. It was about feminism. It was about taking over. And Cosby was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Hold on, Black Guru, back to that statement. In the Duke lacrosse case, hold on. In the Duke lacrosse case, the white prosecutor did the same thing to those white boys.
The same damn thing.
When it was a
They
black
didn't go to
female,
jail though. They
it
didn't
was
go
a
to
black
prison.
female.
They
Hold
didn't go
on.
to
It
prison.
was a black female who was a stripper who lied about it.
Right. Those
They
white
almost
boys
got
didn't go to
locked up.
prison.
They almost got convicted over that. And then she later went on to kill her black boyfriend.
Right. None of them went to prison. How many
They
of those
got
white boys
locked
ended
up,
up in
bro.
prison like Cosby?
So can I?
Dude, they got arrested. What are you talking about?
They were
How
arrested.
many of them ended up in prison like Cosby did?
Okay.
Because the case fell apart.
Oh, okay, gotcha. None of them did. Okay, thank you.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. Who the
This
fuck
nigga
is debating that shit? What the fuck?
This nigga's stupid as fuck.
You didn't make a point, bro. What the fuck is that?
This nigga's
Here's another fact of the case. The first trial, it was a hung jury. It was a hung jury, the first trial.
So you guys
So
are going to
obviously it
acknowledge
wasn't
the racial
totally about
imbalance
taking
of
down the
how-
black
of how
man, because if it had
black
been
men- of how
totally
black
about
men
taking down
end
the
up
black man,
convicted of
the
these
first
false
trial would have been
allegations.
hung.
Wait.
In relation to white men, we're not going to acknowledge that.
Nah, nigga, you just love white men. You keep talking about them niggas like that. We talking about the law. We talking about the application of the law and how it's used politically to
Right.
silence enemies.
And I'm talking
They
about how
no
it's
white man
applied in an unequal way. That's
So,
my
so do
point.
you support white men getting unjustly accused of rape? Do you support
Complex design. Are you responding to me?
Yeah, I was gonna say let's get Meech in.
Okay, so
I didn't even get to talk. Okay, this is.
I think BMT had been here a little long.
Okay, hey Meech, let's do this. BMT was in, and then let's go BMT, and then let's go Meech.
Got it.
Okay. Respect to the brothers on the chat. I want to have a good dialogue about this. This was right. It was pretty much like testing out a bullet or a rail gun to see if it could hit its mark. It wasn't so much to say like, well, it's easier to try it out, because the thing about it was even Bill Cosby's attorney said if you were going to go after him with these allegations, you would have done it back then where you didn't have to have any proof. But it's now we're looking at it where after that had happened, you started noticing different business tycoons were getting hit with the same pattern of sex allegations, but no verifiable proof. It even started happening in the military where different sex allegations started showing up, and men started losing their rank, their position, their contracts, everything with no verifiable proof. And what happened? The Me Too movement has shot up to a multi-million-dollar empire where different men and women were making money off of false allegations but no verifiable proof. So it became into a weaponized weapon where whoever you pointed the gun at and shot at, you didn't have to hit them. It was going to still do the damage enough to where they could sit you down, they can remove you, or they could say, hey, this person is not of credential upstanding guidelines. Now, this is very hard for a lot of men, but they're like, yo, so you're saying if I had a dinner and I had, you remember, and mind you, there's a lot of stuff. Remember, they always say, like, well, he put his hand on my shoulder, so I felt threatened. Next thing you know, now this guy has to defend himself. And after a while, what happened to a lot of men? They began to become afraid to have any type of interaction with women because they feared that their 20-year tenure could be jeopardized. That by itself was a political weapon in itself.
Well, that's the reason why Mike Pence had a third person policy. So anytime there was going to be a woman in the room, guess what? There was also going to be a third person there.
Right. And it's like that now because you're like, yo, like, it's like now they started making it to where, yo, men did not trust. Remember, this happened, Complex. Men did not trust having certain women in room. Why was that? Because they feared what could happen if the woman just said anything. So that right there is a goddamn, it's like a random bullet being shot into the room. It could hit anybody. So I don't want to just say this is based off of race. This was based off of this was a genderized weapon that no matter what you said, you were going to be
Listen, if it was a
contract, to protect me, to make sure nothing is said or done. Then it doesn't. So you gotta understand that right there, Bill Cosby was just a testing ground to just show that it don't matter how old or how long ago it had happened, you got to watch your back.
Well, no, I mean, look, to follow up on Ryo's point,
you don't acknowledge that there's a racial imbalance in regards to how this affects people's lives. You don't see the racial imbalance, BMG?
I was supposed to be
That's
next.
all I'm asking.
I was supposed to be next.
Meech is up next. Go ahead.
First, Ryo didn't get to finish his point. He was actually going somewhere with it, and I was very interested in hearing that. Right. So here's where this got off the wheels here. This back and forth is that the disagreement. Y'all are pretty much disagreeing. It's just the angle of how y'all talking about it. So of course we understand. Bill Cosby was in this because it's like they said, it's gender based. They're trying to come at men. They're trying to put policies in a way for this feminism bullshit. That's what this was. Now, him being black, that made the country more accepting of him getting convicted. So, of course, race plays a role in every damn thing we do in this country. He's a black male. So him being able to get it convicted, he knows you're going to have far more people that are fine and even want him to get convicted. But from a legal standpoint, it's not as though they had anything more on him, right? So I think this is where y'all are. This is where it's kind of all over the place. Where I think one guy was saying that race plays no part in it. Race plays a part in every damn.
So you agree that it affects us more, right?
Absolutely, it does. Hell yeah,
okay, so since that's the case, why don't we as black men emphasize that more?
Who on the panel has disagreed
with that? Hold on a second, though, Black.
Dude, no one. That's what I was gonna say. That wasn't okay.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Nobody did.
I don't think he.
That's not what I heard. That's not what I heard.
No, because you hear what the fuck you
wait. Hold up, Ryo. 10 seconds.
Ryo, chill, bro. Let me get it.
10 seconds and I'm gonna fall off. Nobody was saying you misheard. Nobody was saying that race wouldn't play have a factor in it. Nobody believes that. What they're saying is that there was, from a legal standpoint, they wanted somebody. They would have taken anybody to put their head in this sling. But Bill Cosby is going to be the biggest because he's the most popular.
Who better?
And he's black.
Yeah, who better?
Right? So who better?
And as I said, he was in Pennsylvania.
So was it random or not,
Pennsylvania, and there was a prosecutor that it was a very specific set of circumstances. You can't discount the fact that the first prosecutor declined prosecution. You can't
get away from that.
You can't skip that.
God damn.
You know, if it was just about race, the first prosecutor would have.
They would have made it about race.
And I literally said in the beginning.
So now you're denying.
Wait. Ryo is trying to speak. I said in the beginning that they were trying to use black men to be the face of this shit.
I.e. Clarence Thomas. Y'all did say that. Back and forth. You keep switching. Is it racial?
No, he brought up Clarence Thomas.
What I'm talking about?
He brought up Clarence Thomas. No. He brought up Clarence Thomas, and prior to Brett Kavanaugh, Clarence Thomas was the first test dummy in regards to this shit. Man, you ain't listening right, nigga. The fuck out of here.
I ain't listening at all. I literally brought up a black. They started this shit with Clarence Thomas.
Clarence Thomas is the first black man in American history to be falsely accused of sexual assault. Okay,
every time,
I didn't know that.
Hold on.
Here we go.
Every time there's a Supreme Court vacancy and a Republican has the opportunity to fill the court, they come with a sexual assault bullshit charge. This is what they
all the time.
That's what I'm trying to tell your ass.
Right.
It didn't matter if it was Clarence Thomas and he black or if it was Brett Kavanaugh, he white.
Well, okay, so race doesn't matter. Wait, so race doesn't matter.
God damn. That's the point I was saying in terms of.
So race did play a factor. Is that what you're saying?
I said when it comes to the application of this particular charge.
Ryo, let me answer this question. Ryo, let me answer his question. It's both, nigga. Because if it wasn't, then Clarence Thomas would have been the first fucking example.
doesn't make any sense.
Why was Clarence Thomas the first?
Yeah, it's not about race, and it's about race at the same time. Okay.
It's about
when it comes to the application, hold on. What we're saying is, when it comes to the application of the law, we don't need something as serious as rape to be racially motivated. Period.
Don't.
Period.
All you need is a fucking ruling. All you need is a ruling. Doesn't matter who the race of the man was.
Thank you.
You need a ruling.
But in the course of politics, it does not matter the race because they're trying to get power. It's about power.
If it's
a black man on the fucking
This
slab,
nigga ain't listening,
they'll
bro.
take his
Right, he
fucking
ain't
head.
listening.
If it's a
This nigga
white
ain't
man
listening.
on the damn slab, they'll take his fucking head too. That's the point. We're
How
talking
many
about the
white
politics
heads have they taken though?
What?
How many white heads have they taken though?
We just said Brett Kavanaugh, man. Like, what the
fuck? Lost their jobs? Are you serious?
Okay, I can't hear both of you at once.
Have you not seen all these white men who have lost positions?
Can you
based
name
off
one?
this
How
Me
many?
Too shit?
How many?
Are you serious?
No, we ain't named. We ain't naming shit. Go look it up. We ain't naming shit. Go look it up, nigga. Go look it up, nigga. We ain't naming shit. Fuck out. We just said Brett Kavanaugh. Brett Kavanaugh. No, Brett Kavanaugh is the most notable.
on the Supreme Court. Brett Kavanaugh's on the Supreme Court right now.
Okay, so Ryle, this dude is completely self-unaware. If I'm telling you a white dude who was trying to run, wait, hold up. We had a black dude and a white dude who both went for the Supreme Court and both were subject.
The white boy's head was cut off, but he ended up on the Supreme Court. That's such a.
So did Clarence Thomas.
His life was
so did
destroyed.
So did Clarence Thomas. So did Clarence Thomas. So did Clarence Thomas.
And you're missing. No, you got one example. Okay,
dude, you're
nigga,
missing
that's
the
the
fucking
only
point.
example you need.
He's missing the fucking point. So wait. So wait, hold on.
Let me ask you this: do you not have a history in America of falsely accusing black men of this, dude? What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait. Say that again. Wait. No.
Of doing this to black men. You got whole race riots that were started over that, dude. What are you talking about?
And I said,
wait, Ryle. Ryle, did you ever
brought that shit up? Go back into the conversation and you'll hear me saying that shit, dog.
Ryle, did we ever debate that point?
No.
Did we ever debate? Then don't bring it up. What the fuck, dude? Nobody ever said that shit.
Okay, so
see what you try to do is what you try to do.
Decide if race was involved or not, though. Y'all
I'm
consistent.
Oh my God. Are you wait? Are you?
That's how we know you stupid as fuck. Because if you go back in this damn show long enough, you will see that I said the same shit you're talking about.
Right. You don't have an argument right about now, bro. You sounded real dumb. You don't have an argument right now.
You're contradicting yourself.
You don't have an argument right now. You haven't been listening.
Multiple fucking viewpoints at one time.
You don't have.
You don't have an argument. No. Hey, bro. Check it out. You don't have a fucking argument. It's okay, but you don't have an argument. No, it's okay, but you don't have a fucking argument, dude. And what you need to do is go back and listen.
Somebody get this.
You over here. No. Hey, bro. Address what I'm saying. What you need to do is go back and listen, and then come talk, because you sounded real dumb right now, bro.
Okay, you can't fault me for not having for having not heard the whole stream. If
I can. Yes, I can. Because you came in here under a veil of ignorance because you hadn't fucking listened. So yes, I can.
You're contradicting what you're saying. You stated earlier.
Nah, bro, get up out of here, man. You being argumentative just to be argumentative, dude. Like you can't come in. You can't come in. Wait, hold on, Ryle. You can't come in. Hey, check it. Yeah, they do. And you can't come in here and tell me, well, I didn't listen to everything, and then come in here and argue and shit. Go take your ass back. Listen to every fucking thing, and then come back and say something.
Sir.
Now, just
if we agree now, absolutely. If we agree now,
I'm gonna help you. Brother. Now, listen. Just think about this. Imagine, look at this. Every time a football player or a basketball player gets in trouble, is it not interesting that always sex allegations start popping up on them with no proof?
Who you mean, like Deshaun Watson?
You don't notice how black players seem to be actually punished more often for this?
No.
While the white players like Ben Roethlisberger get away with it, and Johnny Manziel, they get away with it.
All of them.
Careers aren't ruined.
I'm just showing you. Notice whenever players get in trouble, right, or they step out of line, of their
Sexual
franchise, all of a sudden, sexual allegations just start popping up. Like, yo, where the hell did this random chick or all these things just start happening? And then all of a sudden, they're under they're not covered by the veil of protection of their franchise, and they have to defend themselves.
certain ones are protected. Shout out to Brock. What's his name? Brock Turner. Shout out to Brock Turner. Certain ones are protected.
If they fall
literally got caught sexually assaulting a young lady. Got 3 months in prison. So please tell me again how this is equal across the board for all men.
Hold on. But hold on. If that's the case, who was the NFL player that got caught hitting his woman? And mind you, his team still paid him.
Ray Rice.
His team still paid him.
But did the white dude just get caught doing that too? And his career wasn't ruined? Nobody was talking about it? Can you tell me his name? You can't, because nobody was talking about it. But it literally just happened. See, that's what I'm talking about. So you can't deny the racial imbalance, brother. So either you're gonna acknowledge it or not. You're denying it?
Nobody said. What the fuck are you talking about?
So then why are we arguing? What are we arguing about then? Then what are we arguing about, sir? I don't get it.
Because you made the assumption that we didn't take race into a consideration.
But you keep arguing against my point. So make up your mind.
Dude, I literally just broke it down to you. Why, on both angles, I said there's a legal application of the argument that we're making, and there's a political one.
Okay, but then you turn around and say, well, what about the Duke Lacrosse boys? And what about? So are you arguing against me or not?
So hold on. So you're saying that was the point that
How are you using the Duke Lacrosse boys when they never went to prison?
Hold on, sir.
They never went to. They make my point, not yours.
What did I say in regards to the Duke Lacrosse situation? I want you to repeat what I said.
I did not bring up the Duke Lacrosse guys. One of you did.
Well, so I know. I'm saying you're not even listening to what I'm saying. I said, what did I say in reference to the Duke Lacrosse situation? You guys brought up the Duke Lacrosse guys to disprove my point that it was racial. By saying, oh, the Duke Lacrosse boys were accused too by the black. Hold on, sir.
Yes, you did. That's why you brought them up, bro. Look, dude.
Because this is what's pissing me off.
Look, dude. You didn't bring them up to agree with me.
Putting words in my mouth.
That's why I brought guys to argue against my point, brother.
I'm telling you.
Don't fucking play with me.
I'm telling you.
No. You playing with us, bro, because you're playing with us because this nigga came into the conversation late, right? I'm just saying.
I made it a point specifically when it came to the political side of the argument that I'm making.
How the fuck was the Duke Lacrosse?
Are you gonna let me?
Let him finish.
Are you gonna let me finish my point?
Let him finish.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Okay. I don't know how many fucking times I have to say this to you, that when it is a legal application to this argument, which is what I agree with you on when it came to the racial component, which is why I brought that point up before. And then I added the political component in which politicians have been using this to beat down their opponents. It didn't matter what their color was. It meant that their political affiliation was the key. That's the point.
But then one of you just admitted and acknowledged that him being black made him a better target. Which one? I think that was Uru that said that. Was that you? What? I think that was him that said that. So again, was race irrelevant or not?
Wait. Are you arguing black dudes against Rael?
Of the law,
no.
My
are you arguing? Wait. Are you arguing if black dudes? Wait. Hold on, Rael. Hold on.
This way.
Hold on.
That's the point. If black, you're the one that's caught up on the race.
That's what I mean.
Issue.
Oh, now I'm caught up on the race.
This is a gender issue.
Now I'm caught up on the race. Okay.
Look, I literally said I think you was actually on the panel when I said that they have been using this when I made my argument for Cosby. I said this was an argument that was very dangerous for black people, especially because this raping of these white women that he was accused of, which he did not do, was used as a pretext to lynch black men under the guise of protecting white women. I literally said that.
Is race relevant or not?
What?
Is race relevant are not in the case.
Man, you
We're
know
agreeing.
what?
We agree. Okay,
Ryle,
we agree.
don't.
We
Ryle,
agree. We agree. Okay, let's be done with
I
it. We
literally
agree.
just said
This
that
nigga
in the
stupid.
point that I just
Okay,
made.
we agree.
No, this nigga stupid, man. No.
Don't
even do
All
it.
right,
Don't
so
even
I
do it.
win. I win. We all agree. Let's go.
Okay,
All right.
okay. So since you win, drop the fuck off then, man.
I don't need.
You won. You
What the
won.
fuck are
With
you
this
up
dumb
here for,
shit.
dog?
Get up out of here. Get up out of here.
I'm listening.
You ain't bringing
The
nothing
fuck
to
you
the
here
conversation.
for?
Why are you
You
so
win.
emotional?
You ain't
No,
bringing
no,
nothing to
you
the
win.
conversation, bro. Why you here?
You won. You won.
Why
Drop
are
off.
You won. You won. Bye.
You won.
I
You
was
won.
just-
Drop
I was
off.
just joking,
You won.
man.
You won. Congratulations, bro.
Okay,
Drop off.
continue with your point, man.
No, drop off. You won. You're done.
That's what you wanted to do.
Continue with your
Yeah.
point. Go ahead.
Okay, so now
No, because you completed your rail shit. You won.
You beat us in an argument. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. You got it. You won.
I mean, y'all can call me all kinds of names and stuff.
We're calling you winner. We're calling you winner. We're calling you winner.
Man.
You're a winner.
Y'all
Yeah, but
calling me all kinds of names. I just made
we're calling you a winner. We're calling you a winner.
Okay, brother.
Yeah, you're a winner, bro.
Hey man, shout out
you're
to
a winner.
Bill
So you
Cosby.
didn't call nobody
Shout
no
out to
coon.
Bill Cosby. Salute to Bill
You ain't call
Cosby.
nobody
Bill
no
Cosby
coon?
told
Yeah.
the truth.
You ain't call nobody
And
no
again,
coon? Yeah,
I
just
want
like
to
a
call
bitch.
out all you Negroes
You doing
that are
just
just
like a
now
bitch.
jumping on the
Right.
Cosby
You
train.
Negroes.
Bitch, dog. You
Because
got
a
the
lot of
cadence
you
of a
Negroes
bitch.
were
Got the
against Bill
mindset.
A lot of
Cosby
you
when he first
Negroes.
said
So
what he
now
said.
we're doing that classic manosphere trope, right? A
A
lot of you guys, you
were against
Negroes,
Bill
you
Cosby
guys,
when he
you
first
niggas,
spoke that
right?
truth to
Right?
black
Right?
people. And I want to call niggas out that want to join on
You
the
ain't calling me out
bandwagon
on
now.
shit, nigga. You ain't
What
my
are you
goddamn
calling
father,
out?
On the
nigga. I don't owe
Cosby
you no
bandwagon
What the
now.
fuck are you calling out, bro?
You ain't my daddy,
I'm
dog.
not speaking to
What are
anybody
you
in
calling
particular.
out?
Hit dogs hollering.
You don't owe.
I
I
didn't
don't
say
owe you shit. I
anybody's
don't owe you no
name.
explanation on shit.
Dude, now, dude, chill the
Salute
gas
Purpose
tank.
Blackness.
Okay,
How you doing? I saw you jump on the panel. Did Purpose Blackness want to
You better
speak
call your
on?
bitch out.
I think the thing about it is that hopefully more men will start getting their stuff relooked at that have lost their name, their money, their position in a business or stuff like that. Like ever since the Bill Cosby thing, actually, since this thing started really kicking out, like Ron said, what Bill Cosby was just one of the bigger names that had got Russell Simmons. He had to step down. You remember that? Russell Simmons had to step down.
Russell Simmons left the fucking country.
Exactly. That was really bad. I'm like, wait. Russell stepping down from his own company that he built up. And I mean,
BMT. Do you know why he left the country?
Why he left, brother?
Technically, he's on the run right now.
Yeah.
And
technically, he's on the run right now.
That is true. That's true.
And that's
why.
And the thing about it is, it's like now they don't need now because again, it's like the goddamn Cerberus. You don't need no verifiable proof. Like these are men that have built their name up from the ground and did a lot of work, and to just be able to have a secretary that nobody knows who this person is. I'm not doing no shaming, but it's just he say, she say. And that's all it takes. No proof. This person would had a few drinks with them, probably sat on their lap. Like you gotta understand, these type of self-made men, they have people pass by them all the time trying to get close to them. And now you're telling me you have to remember a party from umpteen years back and recall every fucking thing you did. That is wild. Like parties, I done hug somebody, done kiss somebody on the cheek, and you're saying that anytime whatsoever, somebody can come back and say, "Hey,
I didn't feel comfortable."
Right? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So you just say all they gotta say is that. Well, damn. If they see that means, let's say you build the best goddamn motocross speedway. Now all of a sudden, somebody from college comes up and says, "You touched me at a party, at a disc jockey party, at an underground party where everybody was smoking pot, having a good time, and you touch a lady on the leg." Now you got to remember who the fuck this woman is and everything. But if that ain't a goddamn random bullet shot in the dark Like, I don't know how that is not a
BMT,
weapon.
you
That
know,
means
BMT,
nobody
I would get off on that one because I never went to college, right? But you know what? But your point is correct.
But
Your point is correct.
But that's how many stories we've been hearing where that's how many stories we've been hearing that fuck proof, fuck actually evidence, fuck the judicial process. It's their word versus your word, and you don't even know who the hell these rants. No, it's your word versus those who you don't even see. And the scary thing about it is that they're like, where are all these people coming from? Who are all these random
Which is
people?
unconstitutional because you have a right to face your accusers in court.
Well, but
hence Clarence Thomas's term or his that saying that he said, this is a high tech lynching.
Yep.
I do have a legal perspective on this. I do have a legal perspective on this.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, look now. You know, I'm not an attorney, but I did study law for a few years in internal law. So I do So I do know my way around the law. When I first heard it, when I first heard of this case, when this case first came out, when he was convicted, you know, I called a couple of lawyer friends that I have, even a former law professor of mine. I asked him about this because my thinking was at the time was that I can't see this standing on appeal because based on what was everything that was released about the case, he should have never been convicted in the first place. And reading and listening to some of the commentary, even that's I mean, as we speak right now about it, is going back to the same things that I was thinking that some of my thinking is that this sets a very, very bad precedent in terms of due process. That's basically what all this is turning on is due process. They for even convicting him, even trying him, they should have never even tried him.
Period.
Much less convicted him.
Thank you.
Because it violated his due process. Because there was an agreement on the table. However you think about that agreement, there was an agreement on the table, and the prosecutor had a duty to honor that agreement. They chose not to, and they went ahead with a conviction, knowing that they probably would get one given the political atmosphere, the social atmosphere, Me Too thing, and all that. Any man, especially a black man, there's the racial component, especially a black man being accused of something like this, even with
no one denied the racial component.
I'm not. Oh, no. I'm not.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you.
I'm not saying one or the other.
He's still holding on to this shit. Nobody.
Yeah, he is. Oh, yeah, he is, Raw. Yeah, he is. Go ahead, brother.
Right. So, given the whole circumstance, the social the political atmosphere that was going on at that time, there was no man that could have been accused of anything like this and not be convicted.
Wait. You said no man, none whatsoever, none, regardless of his race. Even though race did play a part, you're saying no man.
Maybe I don't know, but I can tell
you.
No.
I mean, I'm just saying you have a bit of a legal based. You have a bit of a legal based opinion on this. So do I. I handle the majority of my legal affairs for my own businesses, and I only get a lawyer when I absolutely need one. So I'm just saying what you're understanding. So what you're saying is how you see this. Yes, there was a black man who was used in this, right? So that race does play a part, but you're saying ultimately, this is a due process issue, which would be
this
what?
is a due process. This is due process.
Thank you.
Okay.
It will be race agnostic. It would be race agnostic.
Right? Complex.
So race didn't matter. So race didn't matter.
Let me finish. It will be considered something called estoppel by misrepresentation. Basically, it claims that the person made a representation intending another to reasonably rely on it, and out of fairness, it should be upheld. So, because Bill Cosby gave up something of consideration, which was money. So once he said, "I'm willing to part with this money and agree to this," that's it. Because the reality of the situation is that the person who had made the claim, they didn't want to go to criminal court. They didn't want to press the charges. They were willing to say, you know what, I'll settle for this.
I'll settle.
Yeah, I'll settle. So at that point, it's moot. Once the person gives up that consideration, something of value like money, that's it. The contract is.
But what if you just said the prosecution pushed ahead anyway without ever? You just said they pushed ahead.
Settle
anyway.
if you agree to settle. That's it. It's a rule.
It.
That's it.
That's it. That's what it doesn't matter.
That's why it was a due process issue, because they tried to impair the obligation of the contract.
And see, this is something that I haven't heard anybody say anything, any commentary on. The dangerous precedence that this case set would have set.
It could have said, I said it.
Okay, well, I didn't hear it, so I do apologize.
Yeah,
but I don't think people really appreciate the dangerous precedent this case would have set had it not gotten overturned. They had to
that's a very, very valid point.
They had to overturn it.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Prosecutors around the nation would have had a real problem getting.
Hold on, if it would have went to the Supreme Court.
Oh yeah. Oh, they would have.
If it would have went to the Supreme Court and became the law of the land, that would have meant all those secret agreements.
Yep, would have been
out. They would have been unraveled. They would have been unraveled. Again, see, and that's what I said in the beginning. Like, that's why I keep saying, like, again, black people. See, most of you black people, you don't know shit about the law. You don't know anything. All y'all know is emotion. But there's a reason why there is legal precedent for shit, because there are certain things that happen in the environment when it becomes a part of the society and things like that. Certain things become certain precedent based on shit like tradition and things like that. So you have to understand. Society. Yeah, you have to understand where this particular law come from. What was the precedent for? If it made it to the Supreme Court, it got struck down. It got affirmed. You have to understand these things so you can understand the nuances in a lot of this shit. Because when these people are using this shit as a political tool, you know what I'm saying? And many of these people are willing to use some of the most heinous shit politically to get power. They don't give a shit what you look like. You just in the way. You're
going to be an example. You're an example.
That is a very dangerous place to be.
The president of CBS basically saved the entire damn Columbia Broadcasting Station. What's his name? Munez or whatever?
Munez, yeah, that's Munez.
Perhaps the most respected executive in all of broadcast television. You think those bitches gave a damn?
Wait, Black Rule.
Because he increased the ratings, all that shit. What was that? That all of the ratings of the CBS was roundly beating NBC and ABC. What's that? Big Bang Theory, all that shit. Two boys and two men and a boy, all that shit for decades, right? Or for a better part of a couple of decades. You think those bitches gave a damn about any of that when they took him down? And he had his little, Asian wife on the side waving bye-bye.
He lost $120 million.
There's definitely a racial.
He retired with $1 million golden parachute, dude.
Wait, say that again.
Please do the research. Please do that. That man made a lot of. He retired with a lot of money.
Bruh, at that level, the money
he did not go to prison.
The money don't mean nothing when you're at that level.
Then why didn't he go to prison?
Okay, well, let's do this, Black.
Did anybody file any charges against him?
It's not about incarceration. It's
why
about.
Didn't he go to prison like Cosby did?
It's about legacy.
It's about legacy.
And it's about taking your place. Those women took his place. Look, they don't have. You guys are so hyped up on who go to prison. Exactly. It ain't just about who go to prison.
He lost his position.
It's about do I take your place? Do I get to take all your
position and powers?
Do I get to stand on the carcass, to stand over your carcass for the benefit and the glory of female power and womanhood.
Thank you. That's why I said it's a gender issue.
Power is
Yeah,
knowledge,
but
man. You're sitting over here talking about he got a golden parachute. What the fuck? You think I'm gonna be okay with a false accusation and then getting forced out of my fucking job after I turn a goddamn neck work around? They say, and then they say, hey, take this golden parachute or take jail. Which one? And I'm supposed to be happy with it.
They said, take this golden parachute and shove it up your ass. That's what
He wasn't destroyed. He wasn't. So another case of a white boy not going to prison and getting paid instead. So give me more examples.
Okay, so
give me more examples. Give me more examples of how white men are just as affected by this bullshit as black men. Because I see niggas going to prison while white dudes are retiring with millions of dollars. That's what I see.
You ask questions that you never allow people to answer. Let me answer the question. The very people who was talking the bullshit against the Republicans was hiding and covering for a lot of these type of motherfuckers. Okay? People have been saying at NBC for years, Matt Lauer, he was on some bullshit, and they used to laugh about it. They used
Matt Lauer was also not destroyed.
They used to laugh about it.
Matt Lauer also didn't go to prison.
Let me finish.
Dude, let him finish.
Because that's why I keep saying it's been used as a political tool. I'm not sitting here saying that I want any man to be unjustly accused of some shit like that across the board. I got a man. Before all that race shit, I'm a man. And at the end of the day, no man should be subjected to no shit like that. Because anytime we live in an environment where men support men getting accused of some shit like that, just because you might not rock with them, that's a fucking problem, people. That is a problem.
Right.
That's great.
But y'all just seem to keep giving me examples of white boys that get accused but don't end up locked
Man,
up.
you ain't giving examples of shit. You just over here arguing, man.
We were talking about one.
Hold on. Okay, let's go through the gambit here. Tavis Smiley was accused. Is he in prison?
He was accused.
Who?
No.
Tavis Smiley. Ain't no who, nigga. You ain't no Al.
Tavis Smiley. Hold on. Let's do this. Tavis Smiley. Is he in prison?
Nope.
Who is Kevin Smiley?
Anthony Anderson was accused of several incidents. That actually one of them, as best I can tell, was. Let me finish. You have been talking. I haven't been talking.
Let me finish.
Anthony Anderson has been accused of several things. One of them was basically a gang. You know what? Is he in prison?
Or what now?
A gang, you know what?
A gang great.
Okay, I have to look into that. I have to look into that because I haven't.
It's there. It's there.
Okay.
Is he in there? You know, I mean,
wait, Black Rule.
Let's stop pretending. Let's stop pretending like this is all just some witch hunt against Black Rule.
Nate Parker. Hold on, Nate Parker.
Nate Parker had a sexual encounter with a white girl in college and beat the rap. How does that happen in America? How does that happen in America? A 20-year-old black guy is accused of rape at Penn State University and beats the rap. How does that happen?
Deshaun Watson?
Cuban Gooding Jr. was literally on camera talking to a woman with his girlfriend, and the girl accused him of that he sexually assaulted her. And he said, "How is that possible?" And my girlfriend right beside me. And literally, he left out with his girlfriend drunk. He left with his girlfriend, and that was on camera at the restaurant, and he still got accused.
Hey, BMT, we got another one. We got Deshaun Watson, QB of the Houston Texans, who has like what? I think up to like 10 or 11 supposed accusations against them. Wait a minute. Without a single police report?
He's still going through his case.
Without a single police report. Without a single
police report. His case, though, isn't he not?
Without a single police report,
he's still dealing with these accusations.
I know. With literally none of his accusers have provided any proof.
So what's your point? So this is a black man that's going through this, even though he was accused without a police report.
He's not in jail.
What's your point?
He's not in jail. He's not in jail.
He's not in jail.
He's in jail.
Right, and all the other brothers we just mentioned ain't in jail either. And all the other brothers we just mentioned ain't in jail either.
Who's the guy on the New England Patriots that went that left with Tom Brady down there to Tampa?
You talking about Antonio Brown? He got charged. Yep, he got accused.
And he got a new contract too. I don't think
and he got a new
charged with
contract.
sexual assault. I don't think he got charged with sexual
No,
assault.
he was accused. He was accused. He was accused.
And he got
I have to look at
no charges, but he was accused.
You guys just gave me an example of Cuba Gooding, bro.
This topic, though, my dude. I thought you.
I don't understand what
like.
And I don't understand what
what's your point?
I thought we were in agreements. I don't know why we're still arguing. I thought we were all agreed. I thought we all agreed.
What the fuck, nigga? You came up here arguing with us. We were in agreement. We were in agreement. You came up arguing with us. I'm not sure. You tell me.
Race played a part. Okay, so then let's move on.
But wait, we never said that. We never said that it didn't. That's why we trying to figure you out right about now, bro.
Why are we arguing then? You guys
I'm not
keep
sure.
giving examples trying to disprove that point. So I'm confused.
No, we're confused. You pulled up.
No, man. Look at this white boy. Look at this black dude. See. So what's your point for bringing up all these examples?
So here's what you should do. Here's what you should do, bro. Here's what you should do. Here's what you should do. You should just drop. You should just drop off and go check
for
again.
You guys bringing up all the examples that you just brought? What were you trying to prove?
Why don't you do this? Why don't you drop off and check the beginning?
Then what were you trying to prove with all of these examples?
Check the beginning of. What
the very point that I was making
that
you just cannot seem to understand that there is a difference between the application of the law when it comes to these types of charges that are very serious, and then the political aspect of these types of accusations that are used to beat your political opponents into submission.
How was the Cosby case used? What politician was beat down by his case? What do you?
Bro, it's two separate scenarios under the same guys. What the fuck? That's why I said go back to the beginning and listen, man.
This dude,
you came in halfway through the conversation and you arguing shit.
What was the political side to the Cosby case?
Y'all niggas cannot.
What was the political side to the Cosby case?
Hold on. First of all, your black ass came in here coming into the space.
I'm asking a simple question. What was the political side to the Cosby case?
Hey, man, let Rob finish.
How you came with the energy you came when you first came. You came with the energy talking about the manosphere this and the manosphere
to the Cosby case.
And manosphere this and this and that and the fourth. Nigga, you came to this space.
What was the
if you don't like
side
the
to the Cosby case?
Nigga, get your black ass up.
Come on, man. Fall back. Fall back, bro.
I think one of the things
this
about
space don't owe your ass shit, my nigga.
Come on, man. Fall back.
One of the things about it that me and Art had to talk about one time was the first thing you do to destroy a man is you do what? You destroy his name.
Thank you.
Once you destroy his name, his credibility starts going down the toilet. So anything else from there, it's hard for him to protect because you already
was dumb shit.
So you already destroyed it, and that's the thing about it.
In the court of public opinion.
Right, and so you gotta understand the implications of damage for a man to know I put 5 years, 10 years, 20 years into something, and it's all gone off of just he say, she say. That mentally right there can break you because listen, I would not know. I don't think I could rebound back if somebody had a he say, she say moment on me and the whole Johnson empire and over the weekend just crumbled.
Over some dumb shit.
I would probably just go out there in the woods with a 45 and a glass of whiskey and say goodbye. Because I'm not playing this game anymore. And that's the thing about it for a lot of men, that they started realizing that, this is scary, that our livelihood is now being jeopardized. That it doesn't, there's no verifiable proof. That can kill a man when you know that I worked hard to build this up, and now somebody else just took my shit. They didn't do it the legal way. They didn't beat me. They cheated me and took everything from me.
Right.
And that right there can break a man, but you put everything and your craft into doing something, and it was done on a political stage. So once it was done politically, then that means that was the sounding gong for all men. I mean, every news network was talking about, wow, every man that had a trade or a business or a skill or literally was in a Fortune 500 CEO knew, oh shit, they can get away with that shit with him. It's hunting season for every. Remember when they say it's hunting season for men? It's the men witch trials now. You don't need to prove shit. You just got to just say that guy did me wrong. Even I remember Clive Owen, the man who plays Superman. He said that he did not even trust going out on a date with women because
you mean Henry Cavill?
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. He said that. Mind you, he's an actor. This is a man that literally has nothing but contracts for playing Mission Impossible, all the shit. But he said he feared going out on a date with women.
And that's just a sad thing. That's sad.
Can I say something real quick, please, guys? Go. All right. If you want this conversation to be productive and stuff like that, you might want to not take village arsonists that serious. He did this the same thing on my. He did the
personal shots. I don't understand.
No, he did the same thing on my panel, starting trouble.
Who are you? Who are you?
Art of Idmore.
Oh, I started trouble because I told the truth about what someone else actually said, and it's been recorded, bro.
No,
and you can go back and listen to that stream, Art. Blah blah blah. You got blah blah blah. When I first got on your panel,
you were starting trouble. You came on my panel.
Don't make me. Okay,
you came on my panel.
What I said on your panel? Did I lie? Did I lie about what
no,
I said?
No, you was misinformed. That's what
I was misinformed, even though it's been recorded.
No, you were. Yes, you were.
He has a habit of being misinformed.
Well,
you were misinformed. You were misinformed.
You came up here with this bullshit.
Yeah, so I did, but I'm not talking. I'm talking to the brothers because this is what you do.
But you're not gonna come up here trying to make it seem like I come on people's panels starting trouble. That's bullshit, bro.
No, you do. That's exactly what you did today.
Everybody in this
very respectful when I came on your panel, brother.
No, you wasn't.
No, you wasn't. Did I lie about what I said?
You were well misinformed about what you said.
But you can't call me a liar. You're telling me I'm misinformed. And out of respect for Art Newstall, I'm not going to delve into this unless you want to, bro. Don't go there, okay? Because
I go where I want to go.
If you really want to do that,
I go where I want to go.
I'm not misinformed, bro.
All I'm doing is telling these brothers up here that's trying to have a honest and great conversation.
There's a bigger picture here. That person is very wise.
That much information.
That person is very wise. They have lots of followers. They bring a lot.
I'm just letting you guys know.
So now, if you let go.
You know, village arsonist. You quarrel with almost everyone who has appeared on.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Yes, you have.
I bring perspectives that people disagree with. People call me trolls. Like, what am I playing porn sounds or something?
No. You come in. First of all,
I'm coming with a different perspective. You come in. I'm called a troll. Like, how does that work, bro?
You don't be like a black female and just keep talking.
You niggas want echo chambers.
There has to be a
panels full of men that agree with you. That's what you want.
That has to be a period at the end of your sentence. Now, you came in here. First of all, you coming into these
spaces with a different perspective, bro.
You come into these spaces thinking that you know more than every fucking body.
No, I didn't. No,
yes,
I didn't.
You do. Because and the reason why we know this is
when did I say I know more than you?
The reason why we know this is because we got into it with you off of something you assumed that we didn't take into consideration that was already said.
Okay, but you keep arguing against it, so I'm confused. But we're done with that. We're done with that.
You clearly don't have critical thinking skills because I have laid out to you multiple times what was being said. One of the first things that I addressed about this Cosby situation was the racial component. And you came up here because you were uninformed or misread, misinformed or whatever. You came up here calling people coons because you had not even heard the actual topic of conversation in which this was already addressed. I had already addressed the racial
bottom
component.
line, we agree that there is a racial component to the Cosby case,
I had
right?
already
We agree.
addressed I had already addressed the racial component as it relates to Cosby case, and I specifically addressed it from the legal aspect of it. And then I took it to the political realm, because that is a realm too. And I said, this is a very dangerous precedent to be set, because if this shit it made it to the Supreme Court, it could be used. It could be used to unravel a whole bunch of agreements. There are black men who have not just Bill Cosby had agreements like that. They shit could have got unraveled too. It wasn't just about white men. It was about all the men who have been in situations like this, who have been advised by their lawyers, even when they didn't do anything wrong, that said, look, man, just go ahead and pay them that money so you can just go ahead and be done with it. So many of them took their counselor's advice and paid the money, entered into the agreement, only for years later for the possibility for that shit to be undone and they could possibly go to jail like Bill Cosby. So I showed it from the legal aspect in which his case was, and then I took it to the political arena, which is a very dangerous arena when you got politicians who have government powers, who have surveillance powers, who will use these types of situations to get their enemies caught up and possibly put in prison. Matter of fact, Tucker Carlson just said he feels that the Biden administration, a white dude on a white dude, has been surveilling them. Under Obama, what did we have? We had the metadata shit came out with Snowden, and he was black, and he was fucking spying on motherfuckers. So it's on both ends of the spectrum, bro. That's the point that I was making. You just so focused on the race because these white dudes getting away with shit. Nobody ever said up here, and I don't think anybody up here would ever agree that white men ain't never got away with no shit that they did. Ain't nobody said that shit. Nobody said that shit. And nobody up here has ever said that a white man that's guilty of these types of heinous charges should be able to go free. Did anybody up here say that shit? No, they didn't.
Okay. So since you acknowledge the racial, and I will acknowledge, now that you explain the political, you're talking about legal precedents. Okay, I can respect that. Okay, I can respect it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. However, you're acknowledging the racial aspect of it. Okay, that's all I'm trying to bring. That's all I'm saying is that at the end of the day, I understand that this is a problem, but historically in America, up until now, this particular problem in regards to the application of these sexual assault laws and stereotypes and arrests and convictions and whatnot, this has, bottom line, quantifiably affected black men more.
Agreed.
Historically, up until that's all I'm motherfucking saying. Really.
Nobody said it didn't. I specifically brought up.
But you guys keep coming with examples arguing against what I'm saying.
Bro, don't come in and do that. Don't do that shit.
I literally brought up lynching to make that same argument. I literally said that shit.
Brett Kavanaugh and this white guy.
Hold on. And then I segued into this because clearly from the political realm, on the political side of things, this has been used. This has been used by politicians, which is very dangerous. For them to use something like this to club their enemies into submission, because number one, it's a cheap win. It's a cheap win to put this label on your enemies. It's not true, and then they get power that they don't deserve. That they ain't really made the argument in public to make the public say, "Hey, we should go in that direction." It's a cheap win because you could just label anybody with this shit. And I also brought up the fact that Clarence Thomas was the first motherfucker who was black that they used this strategy politically against. I literally said that shit. How am I not taking race into consideration?
I can't understand. I can't understand where the argument is. I can't understand.
You was the one. Hold on. And when I made the argument, what was your response? You said he was a coon, and then that's when I went off because I said, "What difference does it make if you don't agree with him or not? Does that mean a black man should get hit with some false charges?" You acted like it didn't matter because you don't.
He was a black man. He was a black man who was accused of false sexual allegations. Coon or not, that's what happened to a black man. Dude, cut the cap.
Thank you.
Right. Granted. But overall, this affects black men more, and we agree on that. So then why are you guys, I don't understand what you guys are arguing against at this point.
So what did I miss? You didn't know what the hell you were talking about. And that's why we had to correct you.
I think this affects more than while there is a racial component. This particular case, it had it been allowed to stand, it was going to affect all the courts in a lot of ways. I really don't think people really appreciate just how far-reaching legally, how troubling legally this was going to be. Had this case, this Cosby case conviction stood, they had to overturn this. This is another thing another point I want to make, because I heard somebody say, I don't know who said it, that they said it was like a loophole. That he may have gotten it from. This was by no means a loophole.
This was
this was a blatant.
There was no fucking evidence.
Right. This was a blatant.
Miscarriage of justice.
Right. This was a blatant violation of due process. Blatant. I mean, it couldn't have been. This is the reason why the judges, they didn't even bother to even mention about whether or not he was guilty or innocent. They didn't even go to the women's accusations or anything like that. They were focusing in on the process itself. Yep. This couldn't have been more blatant. And had this been allowed to stand, it would have been reverberated all throughout the nation.
He got
agreements that prosecutors they go into these agreements all the time. If you say this, if you do this, we're going to give you immunity. Yep. People get that all the time. Had that been allowed to stand, prosecution wouldn't. How are you going to get immunity if you can just go back on your deal? Right. And they're going to point to the Cosby case for precedence.
Yep.
Yeah,
this goes beyond race.
The reason why he got off is because of that previous deal he had. Yes. They reneged on that deal. The new prosecutor did so that he can get Cosby because it was a political move.
Man, they're going to be hanging.
That's all this was. It was a political move for him to gain.
He got off because there was no fucking evidence at the end of the day.
No,
because if there were evidence, none of this shit would be relevant.
No,
if there were actual evidence of these accusations, none of this shit would be relevant. He would still be in prison.
That's not the
reason why he ultimately got off. No evidence of the charges.
You don't understand how the law works, bro.
That's not the reason.
Once they induced him to make his statement on the record and pay that money, the terms of the contract basically means that this matter is going away. I'm going to settle this matter financially. I'm not saying I did it. I'm not saying I didn't do it, because you don't have to. That's the whole point.
That's the whole point.
You settled the matter between two parties, and it's over with.
Do you recall when Michael Jackson did that?
Right.
Yeah.
The government, there is no judge in the land that has the power to undo a contract. Period.
If that's the case, then why did they go ahead with the trial anyway and convict him?
Because they could, given the environment at that time. And here's where the racial component comes in, because he's a black man and a very powerful black man.
So they just openly leave themselves open to litigation.
It was a political move.
Makes sense.
You don't understand.
How many times do we have to say that there was a new prosecutor that came in?
Yes.
There was a previous prosecutor. There was a previous prosecutor to this case, okay? Guess what? It was a wrap. This new motherfucker came in, and then all of this shit happened. So guess what they had to do? Overturn it, and then basically say, we will never go down this road again. What part of this are you not getting, bro?
And that's why I said it was
what part of this is not sinking in?
Yeah.
You just keep thinking it's just the law and it should be the right and wrong. Yeah,
if you guys
you guys have to excuse me. I'm listening to something and I'm listening to you guys at the same time.
We understand the right and wrong.
Look, guys, look. I already said my piece on the situation. Y'all want to keep arguing with them? Go ahead. already
Well,
said my piece.
look,
Bro,
as long
you
as he's
got
gonna
up,
be
you
on the
got up here
panel
and throw
doing this,
shots.
that's what's
You
gonna
got up here
happen.
and throw
So
shots.
somebody's gonna
I'm
have to
not
drop this
trolling.
nigga down
I
because what he
come
needs
with
to
a
do
different
is go
perspective.
listen to the
I
beginning
don't
of this
understand the
motherfucker
problem.
because he's over here sounding real dumb right
Niggas
about
are
now.
just getting so emotional because I have a different perspective. I mean, what's the problem?
Dude,
Your
you
We actually
perspective is
agree.
not
We
informed.
actually
Your
agree.
perspective
So I
is
don't
not
understand what
informed,
the
bro.
fucking problem is.
Your
I'm talking
you
about
don't
Bill
understand
Cosby.
because
is not
so
informed.
basically you get to call us coons, but we emotional.
When did I call you a coon? I never
You
called
said
you a
it in
called
coon.
the
us
first
coons.
beginning of the conversation.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
recall calling you a
and your
coon.
Yeah, nigga, because
perspective
you don't
ain't
know what the fuck
informed.
we talking
Okay,
about. You
Clarence,
That's what I
I'm
mean.
okay.
Like you coming in emotional, sans facts, and you
Brother,
don't know
I have
shit.
not been the one screaming and all that shit.
Nah,
That's
this
been
was
y'all.
before
Because
I
you
haven't
need to
been
go,
doing
you
that
need to
shit.
drop off this motherfucker
This
and
was
go
before
get
all
caught
of
up,
that
bruh.
shit. Don't
Real
even try
shit.
that shit. You doing that
Yeah,
same
go
shit
get
that
caught
black
up, man.
females do
Fall the
when they
fuck
get
off the
caught
panel, bro.
red-handed doing some bullshit,
Okay,
and they gonna
and
try
you
to put
guys
this
are
shit off
still
on
Fuck
you.
getting
out of
better
here, man.
emotional. I don't know why. I
Nigga,
don't
you
know
Hey,
a,
bro,
you
why.
a
go
gaslight.
get
You
informed, man.
gaslight
Why
just
don't you
like them
just
bitches
fall off
do.
the panel and go get informed, fam? Why don't you just do that for us?
Go
Because
listen
you
to
don't
the
know
stream
shit.
from the beginning, then you'll realize what the fuck we
That's
talking
what I'm
about.
saying. Why instead of arguing with us, why don't you just do
Instead
that
of here on
shit?
the goddamn panel arguing, you don't know what the fuck you talking
The
about.
fuck, and you don't even know what the fuck we talking about, man. You sound stupid. Why don't you drop off?
I'm stupid. We agree, but you've been
I
arguing me
said
for
you
the last
sound
Is
hour.
stupid. I didn't call you stupid, bro. I
is
don't know
is
you. But see, what you have
is
shown is that you came in here and started talking shit without being fully informed. That's a sign of stupidity to me. So why don't you go get caught up first and then come back, homie?
Right. You the one came on here calling
I
names. Now you
hadn't
complaining about
listened to
names.
the whole
Pulled up on some
screen
dumb
before
shit.
getting on
That's
the
why I said
panel.
you
My
on some
bad.
bullshit, nigga, because you can't take what you dishing, nigga.
can y'all hear me?
You ain't doing this ain't no
Look,
dumb
look,
motherfuckers
man.
over here.
Come
Black
on, man.
people is
Okay,
not
go
dumb.
ahead, because I'm
I don't
tired of all
think
this
design's
tough
not dumb.
talking, and because
I'm not
Can
dumb.
none
y'all
of
I
hear
don't
you
think
me?
black
niggas would
people is
talk
not
like
dumb.
this to my face, bro. So let's
Can
move forward.
Hey, wait,
Because this is
check it
getting on
out.
my
Are you in
nerves,
LA?
bro.
Are you in
I'm
LA,
tired of all this
nigga?
chat gangster
Are
shit.
you
Let's
in
move
LA,
forward,
nigga?
bro.
Are you in
Let's
LA,
move
nigga?
forward. Let's move
Are
forward,
you in
bro.
LA,
Now
nigga?
he
Because
want to
I'm
fight.
about to
Move
pull up
forward,
and talk
bro.
to you dead like
Hey,
this,
can y'all
nigga,
hear
and
me?
dare you to
Hey,
do
hold on a second.
something.
Now he want to
Hey,
fight.
so,
He
hold
lose
on,
the
hold on a second.
argument. Now he want to fight.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
hold on
what
a
I mean.
second.
Like,
Why the
don't
fuck
do
you
that,
here,
nigga,
bro?
because we'll pull up. Shit.
Okay,
Hello?
okay, all
Nobody
right,
asked.
cool.
Nobody asked your ass to come over here.
Don't do
All
that.
Your
right.
presence was
Don't
not
do
Go
here.
that.
ahead.
Hello?
Okay, Bill
Hello?
Don't
Cosby.
do
Bill
that.
Hello?
Cosby.
Fuck.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good, Meech? Go ahead, man.
Hey, so,
We'll pull up. Don't
hold on.
catch that
This
shit.
nigga like
We'll
gay
pull
bait
up on you,
2.0, man.
man.
Get the
Now
fuck
he
out
want
of
to
here,
fight.
bro. Just drop off.
Gangsters,
I can't win an
hey, hold on a
argument, nigga. I'm
second.
gonna fight you. I can't win an argument, nigga. I'm gonna fight you.
So,
Like, what the fuck? Get out of here. Go ahead, Meech. You got it, bro.
we still, Rael still never fully got out what he was saying, man. Look, the argument.
No, he
part,
did.
man,
He did. This
Art
nigga
still
keep
here?
arguing the basic points, bro. Rael got it out. He did.
Okay. Because
Yeah, I got it out. I
here's
finally
the
got it
thing,
out.
though,
He
is
still
that
don't comprehend them. So
here's the thing, though, is that even if he got it out, because me as a listener, right, it's coming in piece by piece because the conversation is turned into the argument itself. The argument itself is not a conversation. Nobody cares. Nobody that's listening cares about that shit, right? So, could y'all give a quick run back down, or 2 or 3 rundown real quick, all together, so that because it's hard to keep up, you know what I mean, when it's choppy like that. It's 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, let's do it.
Actual thing.
Well, Meech, let's do it like this, right? Okay. I would invite everybody to go listen back to the beginning before Village Arsonist came up, because the conversation was moving swimmingly until he came in uninformed. This is the reason why now. Okay. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. The only thing that's happened here is Village Arsonist came in here uninformed and started asking a bunch of questions that tripped up the entire conversation.
Oh, I heard it.
Prior to him coming in, everything was moving just fine. Everybody understood the flow of the conversation.
everybody understood.
Right. Everybody understood.
Yeah, I understood. It was clear.
Okay, so I just need everybody to understand. We were all on the same page until a certain person who was uninformed came here.
Okay, I'll be the bad guy. I'll be the bad guy.
Hold on, we even have
for asking a few questions.
Hold on,
we
we even had black women. Hold hold on. We even had black women in the chat that was in agreement with what we were saying.
Is Art still up here or what?
No, he dropped down.
He dropped down.
No,
Okay.
Art. Wait, you said Art?
No,
I'm derailing the conversation, but he just jumped up here to throw shots. Art jumped up here solely to throw shots at me.
Wait. Art,
he
wait. Art,
he told the truth.
No, he didn't do that. He didn't do that.
He didn't throw no shots. He told the truth.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, the fuck he didn't.
Okay. Bottom line. Here's where I'm coming from. Shout out to Bill Cosby for being vindicated. I believe that he was targeted also because of his race. I believe his race had a lot to do with how he was targeted. You're not going to tell me that in this system, a wealthy black male, an intelligent, educated, wealthy black male is not considered any kind of threat. So you're not going to tell me that race had nothing to do with it. That's all I was really trying to say. Because, but then after I said that, you had people fighting against it. So it's like, if we agree, then why is it that as soon as I got on the panel and said it, why did me saying that start an uproar? If we agree, then why did me saying that start so much shit?
You know, the biggest problem here is phrasing, because you say targeted because he was black. Now, hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah.
He wasn't targeted because he was black. Let's start going before you respond. He wasn't targeted because he was black. They didn't choose him because he was black, but because they needed somebody, period. They needed somebody for this. Go get where I'm following. When Black Uru said he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Wrong place at the wrong time.
Put it like this. It'll be like this, right? You got a white bully. White bullies bully white people too, right? They don't just bully black people, they bully white bullies too, right? And you catch this dude drunk and he just want to beat the shit out of somebody, right? And hey, it's a white dude that he usually beat up. He beat that motherfucker up every day. But guess what? It's a nigga walking there. Who do you think he gonna beat up?
The nigga.
He gonna beat up the black dude, right? So
and the black dude was just at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay, so when he beats him up, how stupid do people look telling me that race didn't play a part in it? Then?
But nobody said that though. Nobody.
Why you keep saying? Hold on, VA. Why do you keep saying that, man?
Because why did me saying that cause so much
Go
of an
back to
uproar
the beginning and listen, nigga. You came in late. Shut the fuck up.
I don't have time to goddamn listen to.
Well, then you know what? Hey, man.
Then why are you talking if you don't have all the information about what we just said?
Listen, like I said, I said my point. I said where I was coming from. We
Get
agree.
up out of here. Go, nigga, go.
You're a lazy ass.
I'm going to stay on just to make you
sweat. BA. Obviously, we've talked with you. We've talked with you for a while, which means that in spite of some of the energy that has manifested here, particularly from Rael and from Complex.
Okay, here's my concern.
You won't even let me finish. I have not talked. I have not talked for at least a half an hour. I have not talked for at least a half an hour, and you won't even allow me to talk, and I haven't talked for half an hour.
Let him finish.
So obviously, there's some motivation on the panel, in spite of our vehement disagreement. There has been some motivation on the panel.
Man, let him finish.
There have been some motivation on the panel to reach some kind of mutual understanding, even in spite of all of the very energetic disagreement. But much of the consternation here that I have observed, and pardon me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, but much of the consternation that I have observed has centered around the fact that you have accused most of the men here of having a disposition here that they simply do not have.
Thank you.
Because I sat here and heard several of you speak.
And
from
you
the
also
position
admitted you didn't hear the whole conversation, nigga. So fall back.
This is attacking all men. This is attacking all men.
It is.
And all men are being threatened by this and all
we live in a complex world. Several things can be true at the same time. Men can be under attack, and black men can be under attack. Those are not mutually exclusive issues. They're not.
Two truths can exist. Two truths can coexist at the same time, motherfucker.
Yes.
And you didn't hear the beginning of the conversation, so drop down.
Hold on. There are black male athletes in college. I specifically brought up the college aspect because much of this shit in the Me Too environment was born in the college environment with all the Title IX and all that other shit that's in college that these bitches be using to get over on motherfuckers. Black dudes been getting hemmed up in college, losing their college careers, going to fucking jail. White dudes been losing college career, going to jail. Like, dude,
How many white dudes is opposed to black men?
Don't start with that who shit, nigga. Go look it up.
I literally brought up the fact. I literally brought up the story of Duke lacrosse to make the point. These
they didn't go to prison, and they didn't go to prison.
They were accused.
Let me finish this. They got locked up, and they got railroaded by a white prosecutor.
Railroaded?
A white man prosecutor railroaded these dudes on behalf of a stripper black female. Of a black dude, do you not even know the fucking story?
They didn't lose their scholarship. They didn't get expelled. What the fuck? Like how?
They were in jail, nigga, over unsubstantiated.
They was accused of something they
were accused and had to go to jail over something that was unsubstantiated.
Yeah,
what is wrong with you, bro?
They get locked up over that shit.
Hold on, complex. The detective in the case, which was a white dude, he was holding evidence. He was holding evidence, bro.
More often than not, when we
I don't want to hear no more.
We actually get
talking about the actual shit.
Period, point blank, bro. That's quantifiable. More often than not, when it comes to false accusations, we actually get locked up. That's bottom line, bro. That's bottom line. These white boys are caught.
We just gave you a bunch of instances about 10, 15 minutes ago. We gave you a bunch of instances because I don't know Deshaun Watson or any of the brothers we was talking about to get locked up as of yet. But what I do know, they said come to the goddamn accusations. I do know that.
His case, bro. He's still fighting his case.
If you get charged with sexual assault, you gonna get locked up. Now the question is, are you gonna get sentenced for the crime? You're going to get locked up. They're going to come and arrest your ass. So there's a difference between being arrested for the shit and sentenced
being
for the
sentenced.
shit. You don't understand the fucking difference.
More often than not, we actually get sentenced.
Nigga, we ain't talking about that shit.
Oh my God.
Would you got an argument that you need to go take up with somebody else, nigga? The fuck?
So
what you mean?
Parker got charged with the shit. He beat the case. His homeboy got charged. He lost the case. On appeal, he won the case. His homeboy won the case on appeal.
Okay, I said in general. I think Art wanted to say something. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me say something that I've been listening to. I'm on and off because I got to go back to my class in 3 minutes, but I'm letting y'all rock. I think you guys are having two different conversations.
Thank you.
In my opinion,
we were having one, Art.
Yeah,
it was not one conversation.
It's like somebody's arguing. You know, somebody's arguing. Like for example, Complex is eating chicken, and VA is talking about how hamburgers taste. It's like they don't match. The reason why it's not a shot at all. But my thing is that because the thing is that I don't think anybody's wrong, because there's a racial component in there. But I think the part that's not being agreed upon is the order of it. What was first?
No, Art. That's not what. No, Art. That's not what it. No, Art.
I admittedly came in late. I didn't listen to the whole. Which who does?
Okay,
who goes back and listens to the whole stream before they join the panel?
But even after we explain to you what happened,
so we can understand you to the art.
Concrete topic about Cosby. I didn't know that. I thought it was just about the Cosby case. I had an opinion, and it just set fire. Like, I mean, that's basically what happened.
But the problem is there were details.
I mean, the title of the stream doesn't imply that there's a certain specific concrete topic about the Cosby case.
If you're going to talk about the Cosby case, it's only proper that you talk about the facts of what happened, right? And the
it's proper if you know the context of the conversation that's happening before you fucking come in on it.
Race played a matter, and we all agree. That's all. That's it.
Art, you still there? Are you still there, Art?
Yeah, I got one more minute.
All right, man.
I'll let you guys rock again.
One of the reasons why I brought up Duke lacrosse was because you know what those white boys said after that case, which was very powerful. You know what they said? They said. And you know what they did? They started working on helping people falsely accused of crimes to get out of jail. That's what they. That was them
The
giving
lacrosse
back.
players.
Because you know what they said? They said.
Bro, what's your point?
You know what they said?
Bro,
You know
let Ryle finish.
Hey,
hold on. You know what they said? They said that if this can happen to us from a privileged background with our family and our money, if this can happen to us, it can happen to anyone. They didn't say, "Oh, I'm just gonna only help white guys." They said, "We're gonna help men in these situations falsely accused of this." That's what they said. The same thing
There's
Bill
some
Cosby
nice
said
white men out there. What's your point? There's some nice white men out there.
When the
What's your
mistrial
point?
happened, when the mistrial happened, Bill Cosby did not specifically say black men. He said athletes, specifically to help them, because you can be a prime target, whether you in college or whether you in the pros. You keep making it just all about race. We never said it was all about race.
I didn't say all about. I didn't say all about either. I didn't say
Man,
that
get the
either.
fuck out
That's
of
what
here,
he said.
man.
Man, shut the fuck up, nigga.
Art, like for real, dude. It's like, hey, I don't know if Art's still around, but for real, it's like niggas like this derail panels, dude. They derail panels.
Beasley is new to the panel.
I didn't know there was a
Brother Beasley is new to the panel. Maybe
Can one of you guys talk at a time so I could understand it, so the audience can understand?
Yeah, well, Beasley, we had a flowing conversation, right? And then somebody came in misinformed, dude, and it's been like this ever since. They're technically
Let me say something. So Art is gonna have to go soon, right? Can somebody else start up a panel, please? And
I'll start one. I'll start one up because I just did a show on this, and it devolved into a conversation about drugs. You know, it devolved into. So that's what happens with these conversations. Hold on a second. On another note, I got breaking news.
I thought Art was allowing us to continue.
He was.
I think you
on
just
another note, I got some breaking news that you guys might not be aware of. It's unrelated, but I'm sure you're going to be interested in it.
What's that?
Angry Man's been up on for an hour. His title is BGS Igmore is a lying POS piece of shit, and he's going in hard because you're not interested. Well, some are, and it's pertinent as hell.
Okay.
Because a lot of you guys want to take those. That's between them. I hope they can work it out, or they act like nothing's going on. This is way out in the open because it shows what an uncouth, out of control, rabid animal Angry Man is. You know?
Okay. Well, I'll say this. Beasley. The conversation we were having.
No. I just wanted to mention that. Okay, all right. Okay. No, keep on going. Okay. Keep going. Okay. Keep on going about what you're talking about. You guys might not have known that.
No, we're good. We're good. I mean, well,
I'm glad Bill Cosby's free. I wanted to start a free Bill Cosby movement. I believe he drugged some of those women. I believe some of them participated in consensual sex and did drugs with them. I believe some of them had sex with them for whatever reason. He had a combination of everything. The case that he got convicted for was bullshit.
So if you think he drugged some of them, why would you want him free?
No, what Beasley is saying here is that, it's much like when a chick comes over and you guys hit a blunt before you fuck. It's consensual.
Or you take down a half a pint of
There's something called statute. Let me tell you why. Hold on a second.
Beasley, let Black Guru get it.
What?
There's something called a statute of limitations. There's something called a statute.
There's that too. But let Black Guru follow up.
I'm 60 fucking years old, right? Now let's stop pretending that a lot of times we weren't having sex with women with some drugs involved or some alcohol involved or some drugs and alcohol involved.
Hell yeah.
And the women were taking the drugs or were taking the alcohol to do what they already wanted to do before they got to it.
Bingo.
That's right.
Bingo.
But because we're in this this fantasy bullshit ass world where we want to give women all options to deny their actual ability to think for their fucking selves. We got to pretend and obfuscate and dance around that reality. You know,
Hey, wait. Who's that?
go
Whose
out,
background is that?
Vacuum cleaner or some shit.
you go out, you have a chick in your dorm room in the 70s. You got some.
You ain't gotta explain. I agree with you 100%.
You got some pure grain alcohol, right?
Oh shit.
She know it and you know it. She know once she consumes a certain percentage of that alcohol, everything is all out and open. She know that. She know that when she do it. That's what she's there for. We've entered in this bizarre world, but we just don't want to have women to be responsible for any damn thing they do.
You want to know something?
And we can't even have an honest conversation. Do you
You're
actually
absolutely
think?
right.
Hold on.
You know
Do
what?
you actually think most of the women who visited Cosby did not already know that the chick who had been there before were taking some fucking drugs? Are we actually going to believe that?
Some of them that were accusing him. Some of them that were accused. Some of them that were
going to
accusing.
believe that. We're going to believe that in the 1960s. We're going to believe that in the 1970s. That's what we're going to believe.
No, come on, man. No, you're absolutely right. And some of these women were just looking for a payday. You know,
they look for a payday.
A lot of them were on the casting couch, looking to get a deal or further their career.
This is the other thing y'all got to remember about Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby was a bad motherfucker. Bill Cosby was a bad motherfucker. That doesn't mean it.
I gotta tell you, that doesn't mean anything in the eyes of law. That doesn't mean shit.
Bill Cosby was a black man winning Emmys in the 60s. Bill Cosby had several television shows. There was no other black man who was doing what Bill Cosby was doing, even before the Cosby Show. Well before Bill Cosby was a bad motherfucker even before the Cosby Show. You actually think all those women, those trail of women, they knew who Bill Cosby was. He was a super Negro. He was a super Negro going back to the 60s, and they all were trying to get with him.
That does not negate.
That's true.
Stop pretending.
But Arsonist asked me if I think he's guilty of some of them. Why is he in jail? Let me finish.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me finish. I believe that it's likely. I don't know what happened in any of these situations. I'm just looking on. Hold on, but I'm just looking on it with all these accusations that all of the situations aren't the same. And I'm saying that some agreed to take drugs with him, some he drugged, some he just fucked, and for some reason they're trying to come tap into whatever close to $1 billion that he had. People try to get paid.
All right. No, we get that, bro. But here's the thing: if you are a successful man,
it's dangerous. This shit's dangerous. But hold on a second. You didn't let me finish.
Go ahead.
There's a thing called that's always existed except for murder, which is called a statute of limitations.
Yes.
Okay. The statute of limitation, which is part of due process, which is part of the legal system that protects all of us. And when you have these people coming with 30-year-old allegations, that's some bullshit.
Right.
Some shit that happened 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I understand the dynamics behind the case that he had. He had a situation with. Let me finish. Let me finish real quick. Let me finish. Come on, man, real quick.
Go ahead. No, you got it, brother. Go ahead.
He had a situation with this, Howard Stern looking broad who was at Temple University. She came to his house. Something happened. She sued him. He had an out-of-court settlement with a non-disclosure agreement. That means I pay you to shut the fuck up, just like Trump paid the fucking stripper. Okay? It should be over. And what you were saying about a judge overturning that and ignoring that contract and invalidating that contract, also, This shit was political. There was a prosecutor there in Montgomery County. There was a prosecutor in Montgomery County that refused to process the case. So I don't see a crime here because he understood that you can't violate this contract. That there's nothing there. It's a dumb thing.
Ain't that what I said?
So, and the other dude, the other guy who was the prosecutor ran on a platform in this small county that's probably 98% white. Ran on his platform that he's going to prosecute Bill Cosby.
That was Lyle's point.
Right. So they railroaded his ass, and he did 3 years in jail. So arsonist for any of the shit that he probably did was foul because he probably drugged some bitches. Okay, not all of them, but he probably put some drugs in some bitches' drinks and got them fucked up and fucked them when they were half fucking coherent and shit.
Beasley,
I figured he did.
But here's my problem.
Wait, just one thing. There was another brother.
Thanks for letting me talk, though.
No, you're good. Stick around. There was another brother who came up here, and guess what he said? He said, you got to look at this as an attack on what? Due process.
Yeah, man, these laws protect us. These laws protect us. I believe in the Constitution.
Don't get us fucked up. We're pretty clear and succinct on what we've been talking about this whole time. That's why this whole fucking argument has been nothing but a massive fucking derailment.
Yep.
Are you serious?
For about an hour and a half or two.
Bruh.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I could add.
I'm glad you pulled up.
You came up here in a short period of time and you said exactly what I
clarified it all.
Yeah, well, there's due process, and that protects us. And that protects us. This is a political prosecution at the end of the day. And if he is guilty of doing some shit, the motherfucking old man just spent 3 years in fucking prison.
Yeah.
And the parole board just a few weeks ago didn't let him out because he's not showing contrition for some shit that he didn't really hardly do.
And his daughter died. And his daughter died while he was being prosecuted.
While he was in.
Yeah. I think I heard that, and he had previously lost his son. So I mean, this man, shucks.
Man,
yeah,
hey, remember
they murdered his son
on the 405?
Yeah.
Hey, you remember they murdered his son on the 405?
No, they killed him on Mulholland, actually.
Was it Mulholland?
Right
off the 405, right on the hill.
Wow.
Yeah, up in the hill, up in Mulholland. Killed him with some. That's who knows what the real story is behind that.
Yeah, that was. Yeah,
the story for that. And I brought up the other stuff because I heard a lot of dudes talk, about me. When Art banned me from his show, and that ain't the end of the goddamn world. I start my own show. I didn't bring.
Oh shit!
No, I heard a lot of you dudes talk, but you don't talk right there in front of me, and you could, and we could discuss it like men. And I'm talking about you, Mr. Meach. I never said nothing to you. Okay. Let me do my.
Hold on.
What's going on?
A lot of you dudes had a whole lot to say. A lot of you dudes had a whole lot to say. No, let me talk. A lot of you dudes had a whole lot to say, and I've been coming in these manosphere spaces for over 2 years. And I had an agreement with BGS. I said, look, man, I'm not going to bring none of that bullshit over here that I've been involved in. I'm going to participate in the conversations, and I appreciate a chance. I told him I appreciate you just giving me a shot to do that stuff. No matter all you guys had all kinds of things to say, like I'm the worst.
If you resolve things, why are you bringing this back up?
Nothing's resolved. I'm speaking. Nothing's resolved.
Because
I don't think it's resolved.
If he's gonna point me out.
Let me just tell you.
No.
You had this dude. You had this dude.
Now, hold on, Beasley. Now you spoke of me. So let me speak.
Wait a minute.
You mentioned me. You should let me.
Hold on, you guys. This is Art's panel.
Run this shit.
Yeah, this is our. This is Art's panel.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, but you know what? He's not here right now, so we can get away with this shit.
No. But there is a topic.
All right.
Easily. There is a topic to his live stream, and we want to make sure we keep this on topic. We want to make sure.
Well, this is completely off topic.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I know. So here's what you need to do: pull up a live stream, have Meech come over there, and y'all iron it out, man. Because that now we've derailed even further.
No, I've never had.
You came in and you were on the topic.
I've never had any interaction with Meech besides on the panel. I've never said anything negative about him. I don't even know him that well, you know. And let me tell you the other little real issue that bothers me.
Man,
you guys are characterizing.
Okay, hold on now. I mean, if he's going to continue.
Y'all exchange numbers. Y'all in the back chat exchange numbers. Y'all talk that shit out of
They don't want to do this here, and I'm going to respect their part.
Y'all have spent 100 times as long as it would have taken me to end this. So let me say this and get it out.
No, go ahead, Meech. You got it. Go ahead,
man. Real simple. It's real simple. The reason when I talk on that board, because I know what I said, that first off, nobody should be getting doxxed and should be allowed around doing that kind of bullshit. So I said that, and I mean it. I still mean that right now, right? Okay. The second thing I said was the way you come in and you will disrupt very vehemently. Talk over. People should kind of see this shit coming.
You guys were talking over each other. Like you guys were just talking over each other and telling each other, "Go fuck yourselves." About 5 minutes before I came on the panel.
I wasn't doing that. I wasn't doing that.
Yeah,
let me finish.
Go ahead, Meech.
I wasn't doing that. Right. In fact, I got on here multiple times trying to stop it. I got on multiple times trying to stop it. So
I'm on my phone. I can't tell who's doing what. But go ahead and talk.
That's Meech. That's Meech saying that he came on multiple times to try to stop the over talking. Go ahead, Meech.
Okay, so what I can say is this: if people are going to be okay with trolling, they have to understand is that at a certain point it's going to get out of control, and shit like that can lead to doxing. I said that, and I meant it. And now, but look what happened.
But look. All right.
That's all I ever got to say about it, because I don't.
All right. But you know what? All right. Let me say this real quick, and then we can move on and get back on the topic. Okay. Is that Angeran had been doxxed 2 years before. Okay. Part of the reason why I started channels up again is to deal with this. I didn't bring none of this stuff that was going on with him over into these spaces.
What the fuck does any of this have to do with Bill Cosby?
It has nothing to do with Bill Cosby. It has nothing to do with Bill Cosby.
We all do motherfucking respect. I don't give a fuck about none of this goddamn manosphere drama.
I don't have nothing to do with that either.
Y'all niggas can goddamn do what you do on your panels with that drama bullshit. I just had an opinion on Cosby.
I'm out on that. I'm out on that too. I will say this: doxing should be handled with extreme prejudice. That I will say.
Yeah.
No, I would say no.
Y'all niggas got something to hide?
No. It's not that anyone has anything to hide. It's just basically a respect for another person's privacy. If you disagree with somebody,
I don't blame you. Hey man,
everybody has a right to privacy, man. Nobody.
That's what I mean.
You know what? In a perfect world, I'd agree with you. However, that stuff goes on, and I actually respect that. But respect begets respect.
That's true too.
And all I'm saying is this. Listen, I'm not going to carry this on. All right. All I'm saying is this. What he is showing with what he's doing right now is extremely disrespectful. BGS takes the high road, ignores this shit when people come at him. You know, he takes the high road. And if you hear the way that he's going in on him, this dude is disrespectful. And I think this vindicates me as to why I took extra steps to deal with this clown. And that's it.
But Beasley, let's just do this, man. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, man. I'm going to let that if that's the case,
that's it. That's all I'm saying.
You're good. Right. You're good. But I do want to bring it back to the conversation.
Bring it back. Bring it back.
No, you're good. Wait,
I'm not gonna. And one last thing. Does anybody think?
Sure.
I've been in these manosphere spaces for over 2 years, and I've overtalked people. I got something to say. We all overtalk each other, so that's not a crime. but I've stayed on topic. I've been funny. How come this the only person something happens to is that particular fellow? Okay.
Well, I'll tell you like this, Beasley. I have that. There's individuals in this place that do that kind of shit to me, and honestly, dude, I have bigger fish to fry. But here's what. My first question to you, Beasley. Did you get my email?
Oh, I definitely did, and I glanced at it, and in order to push a product like that,
mm-hmm.
Someone has to spend some money on a glossy, fancy looking prospectus. The investors like that.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, I put my number in there. I wanted you to call me.
And you have to, no, believe me, I know how to do this. These are venture capital projects. I know how to do this.
That's why I'm like, call me, dude. I put my number in there.
Yeah, I saw it. I'm just with YouTube and my regular work. But no, something like this definitely's got potential. But they also have to find a way like to crunch the numbers, $25,000.
Stop being so cheap and pay that man for his goddamn time and advice. Fuck out of here.
No.
Go pay that man for his time and advice.
No, I'm happy.
You cheap bastard.
No. He's funny. He's an asshole.
No, go pay that man. Go pay that man. If you're that serious, no. If you're that serious, we gotta stop doing this as black men. We gotta stop doing this as black men.
Actually, Arsonist does have a point. Because I'm giving you advice and pointers and consultations they're not going to find because I've worked these venture capital projects before.
You got us right. So you got his email, offer that man some money, get the fuck out of here, you cheap nigga.
You know what?
Free Cosby.
No, hey, hold on. The prospectus that I sent to him was not mine.
Okay, send him some money. Send him some money. You want him to take his time out to answer your questions and make you money.
Meant to be sold, not to be told. I am a 30-year vet at this type of selling and these type of products, and I'm like a dinosaur, man, with people to do this shit. But I'd be happy. I'd be happy to share some of my ideas and expertise just as a consultant. You might want to mention that guy.
I'm saying, bro. Listen, I'm like, dude, I put my phone number in there. I mean, you got to realize.
I'll give you a ring. And thank you. No, well, it's not his project. It's somebody else's project.
That's what I mean, dude. It's like it's something that I'm kind of affiliated. Okay, Villager, chill out, bro. This was a conversation that was had on a previous live stream.
Oh, you don't like when people jump in, right? You don't like when people jump in with
see, here's the once again,
you nigga. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine.
Beasley,
send that man some money, you cheap ass bastard.
He's got a point. Now come cheap, and I would like to. I need another product to offer.
Years of expertise. You can't pay for it. You can't pay for it.
What's happening?
It's not his project. Now he's fucking with you. It's not your product. I understand it's not your product. You're just talking about it, but
I'm trying to clarify for him. I'm trying to clarify for him how the conversation occurred, right? Because
we're talking about sustainable energy.
Sustainable energy, and I forwarded you a prospectus from my mentor, correct?
Right. No, and I glanced at it, and I just know what these products need to sell. And the reason why I got interested, because accredited investors, man, I bought a list of people that bought into an energy deal. And these motherfuckers are loaded, and people were investing like 150, 250. And that's the kind of deals that I want to be doing because then I gotta work this hard.
Wait a minute. Okay. We're businessmen. I send you a fucking prospectus, right? And you tell me, hey, dude, that's something I'm really interested in. I want to take a look at that. I say,
the product, like those energy deals are hot right now.
Okay. So if you've got leads on people who want to invest in this, guess whose input I'm interested in hearing. You see, this isn't a thing where it's one of those.
Pay for it, but you don't want to pay for it.
We don't talk anymore.
I'll give you a call. Easy, call me, please. Call me. Just call me.
I'll give you a call. We can talk about it further. And you know what, Arthur? I actually appreciate you intervening with your rude ass because I should get paid something for my expertise. Because that's what
I'm trying to get. Beasley, I sent it to you because I'm trying to get you paid.
Right. No, cool. Because it's called being a consultant.
Yes. That's why I'm like, hey, dude, listen.
Right.
You're interested? I'll send it to you. Then conversations have to happen. Village arsonist. I'm not. I don't know if you're an entrepreneur or a businessman who's done a bunch of shit, but this is part of the process.
No,
yeah,
but
this is part of the process.
Right. No, I'm fine with this.
I don't make it a habit to ask grown men for their time for free. That's just where I come.
Well, you know what it was that I actually just casually mentioned it, and Beasley asked me to forward it to him.
He did, and I
try again, motherfucker. Try again.
I asked for the information, and in fact, I
he asked for it, and I sent it to him.
By this motherfucker. You go ahead and get scammed.
It's good that something good could come out of this. Because you want to know something? What I was thinking when I stepped away and watching you guys.
What's up?
I said, it's good that there's different sections of the manosphere, right? And they don't get along, right? And it's really it's really based on age, because Angry Man's booming about he's screaming and hollering about boomers, and I'm the edge of the boomers, and I'm like, I don't believe in that. In order for us to work together, we got to work together. Is that I don't see people building stuff. I see a whole lot of talking all the time, but you could chew the fat forever. You got to put the pedal to the metal and make it. You got to be
active. You got to be active.
Right. And everyone talks about working. Everyone's talking about working together, but what he's doing is divisive. When one makes it and cracks through, it's divisive.
Well, Beasley, would you disagree if I told you that the one main way to work together is to have common interests, right?
Yeah, let's make some money.
Okay, so I happen to mention perspectives
we're right.
Solar energy project, and then you said what? Send it to me. I'm interested.
Yeah, you send it to me with your phone number and probably your real name.
Within 5 minutes of you asking me.
You sure did, and I haven't gotten back. I haven't gotten back.
No, we're good. We're good. The whole point.
I don't trust this motherfucker, Beasley.
The whole point.
Money.
The whole point of the matter.
He gives me scammer vibes.
Man, don't worry, I
get scammer vibes.
No, I did.
Wow, dude. Wow.
All right. See,
I'm not worried about that. We'll take the step further.
Just call me.
If you can put me with the contact with the guy that's promoting the deal,
I will literally.
I might even know who he is. If he's from LA, I might even know who he is.
You might. You just very well might. And you know what?
Small world like that.
If that's what you want, we'll get on the phone three-way. I don't need to listen to village arsonists. I'm just saying I'm the real fucking deal. You want to get on the phone with him? Let's get on the phone and talk.
You seem mighty defensive.
No, dude, you came in and literally at every point of the conversation, whether it was wait. Are you accusing me of being wait, stop everybody. Are you accusing me of being a scammer?
One of those Indian scammers call you?
Are you accusing me? Wait, hold on, Beasley. I'm gonna deal with this nigga. Are you accusing me of being a scammer? Because let me tell you something. No. You better not be. Because I'll tell you right now. Let me tell you something. If that's what you're doing,
listen out. I'm gonna look out for Beasley.
No.
Because Beasley looks out for the manosphere. He exposes fraud.
You don't have to worry about Beasley.
I'm gonna look out for Beasley.
Okay.
Beasley looks out for the manosphere.
Okay.
Scam Beasley, motherfucker.
Listen to this motherfucker. Wait, hold on.
Listen, he fucking with you.
Wait. Let me get it. Let me.
Hold on.
Let this guys.
He's fucking with you. He's not serious.
I know he is. Because he's a fucking troll. Right? But the reality here is if this punk ass wanted the perspectives, I'll send it to him too. And I bet you he wouldn't even know what the fuck he was reading.
He's a big man.
No. Okay.
Bill Cosby was
hey, village guy.
Bill Cosby is a victim of the attack on black masculinity.
Village guy, check it out. Any conversations that have to do with prospectus, you don't need to be involved in. How about that?
Spell the word. Spell the fucking word you just used right now.
You don't know what it is.
You can't.
You don't even know what it is. Wait.
When
was the last time you received a? When was the last time you received a prospectus in your email?
You can't spell it. Anyway, I'm not gonna. Okay, you've been proven a fraud.
Dude, this has nothing to do with spelling.
Fucking with you.
Wait. Stop.
Salute to Beasley.
Meech, hold on. Meech. Hold on, one second, because I've been around this motherfucker longer than he has, so I'm gonna let him hang himself. Are you calling me a fucking fraud?
Did you just threaten to hang me, sir?
Wait, no. I want to understand something
Did you
right
just
now,
threaten to
motherfucker, because I want to
fucking
see how
hang me,
serious.
sir?
I want to see how serious you are. Are you
Was that
calling me
a
a fraud?
physical threat, sir?
Are you calling me a fraud?
Because this is the say you didn't you offer to
Have
meet
I
up with me
have I
earlier and all
committed
this
any
other shit?
fraud? Wait. Have I committed any fraud? Be careful, dude, because
I don't
now there's
know,
legal
but you're very
implications.
defensive.
There's legal
You're very
implications because
defensive.
are you calling
You
me a
shouldn't
fraud?
be this defensive. It should be like, hey, Beasley, I
Why
got
are
nothing
you
to worry
wait
about.
a minute, wait a
I'll
minute,
prove
wait
it
a
to you,
minute,
man. Fuck this
wait a
guy.
minute,
That's how
wait
easy
a
it
minute.
should be.
Wait.
Why are you so
First of all,
You're not
Beasley
even,
got the
I'm
guy.
not even, I have nothing to do with the
Okay,
deal. Like, why are you talking to me at all? It should be like, fuck this guy,
because
Beasley. I got proof. I'm legit,
because
Beasley. I don't care about
no,
this guy.
no.
That's what it
Village
should be.
arsonist. Check this out.
But
Check
you're
this out. You're the
arguing
village
with me.
idiot. You're the village
Watch
idiot at
this
this
guy,
point.
Beasley.
Because the
Watch this guy,
reality
Beasley.
is the reality is
Don't send him a fucking dime, dude.
I'm cool.
Dude.
I'm cool. I'm good. I
Wait, no,
appreciate you.
Beasley.
Anyway, I'm gonna
Beasley,
jump off.
check it out.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
jump
please
off.
do. Please
Free
do.
Bill Cosby.
Please do.
Hey, if Beasley, you
Yeah,
start
please
a stream or something, I'll jump over there if I got the time.
No,
Thank you.
don't.
I already did Bill Cosby. Stop attacking black
This nigga's a
masculinity.
whole joke.
And I'm off the
This nigga's
panel,
a
man.
whole
Thank
joke
you guys
right
for
here.
coming in. Like the stream, guys.
Bounce,
Bounce.
In fact, you guys, I welcome you to listen to the beginning of my stream on Bill Cosby because I shared my thoughts. I shared my thoughts about. Go ahead.
Well, hold on. Can you explain to people what a prospectus is?
Prospectus is usually for a stock offering that describes the deal, describes what the company does and whether you want to invest in the company. There's things called private. There's things. Oh, play to them.
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
There's things called private placements. Okay, and what private placements are? It's a raising of money, and there's regulations. I think it's called a regulation D, a reg D.
Yeah,
for
reg
something
D.
D, where it allows companies to raise money and offer stock that's unregistered stock. Okay, and it's for ideas, and this is how startups get started. Okay. This is how all of your startups, your tech startups, started with a prospectus and an idea, and it was passed around. And there's venture capitalists that are sitting on a bunch of money, but then there's some products and some deals that they have to go to marketers, and that's basically what I am.
What you do
is a marketer that learns the deal, the ins and outs and the benefits, and raises money. And on deals like this, you're talking to high wealth individuals. We call them accredited investors because the risk of loss.
Was it
there's a chance of a great reward, but there's also it's a risk.
Yes.
There's a risk. There's a chance of a complete loss, and they want to make sure that the people, that it's not, Lester and Esther polyester putting their last $25,000 into it.
Exactly.
So that's why they want to make sure you got to qualify the investors, their credit investors. But a prospectus is an offering.
So when we were talking about this, given that you know what you know, right? See, I'm not emailing a prospectus to an idiot like the village idiot. I'm emailing it to people like you who know what the fuck a prospectus is. Not some dumbass who's gonna say, spell it. I'm like, nigga, spell it.
I know the ins and outs, and I know how difficult it is to sell these deals. That it takes a special type of person, because usually you're working on.
Isn't that what you told me on the live stream? Isn't that what you said? You said, hey, well, you need a certain type of guy to do that. And I said, well, okay, well, if you're interested, I'll send it to you. Right? Remember that conversation?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and I put my phone number in there. So then what happens is that we talk about it. See, village arsonists don't know about this shit.
We're completely good. But I do appreciate him telling me that, get a couple of dollars for your expertise. It's called being a consultant. This is what white people do.
No, you don't know
something. Listen. On another note, I think there are probably racial elements of this trial. But then again, they got Harvey Weinstein for similar type shit. So There were probably some racial elements. Yeah,
well, that was Raio's whole point. But like, I'm just saying.
But no. Let me stress this.
This motherfucker came
Bill
in.
Cosby. Forget about him. Bill Cosby had a white legal team, and his assistant, the dude that was walking him to court, and I guess that's his assistant. You know, the assistant was standing right next to him. Bill Cosby moved him out of the way and said, "Bring this dude over here." I think the lawyer's name was Perry. He had a white legal team that kept. Of course, he's paying them handsomely, I'm sure. That kept fighting his case because he probably lost in appeals in the state court and went to the state Supreme Court, and they saw that they found it was bullshit. Someone said, "What did Jay Shine say? That it's corruption? It's corruption that got him convicted." Shit, it might have been some corruption that got him fucking free.
I'm back, y'all. Yeah, my class is over. I don't even know what happened.
Hey man, somebody kick Art off here.
At that point, I would say that at that point,
it went a little left.
And so what happened there?
Go ahead.
No, Beasley brought it back because village arsonist is a gay bait 2.0. So it's just what he does.
Hey, so because the thing happens a lot on these panels is that y'all get to talk because you got people that are from all over. Beasley has been in sales for however long. Artists working on Complex has a very intricate fucking business going on right now. Right, I'm very interested in that. And the thing is,
hey, did you get my email? Remember, Meech, do you have my email, by the way? Do you have my email?
I do.
I remember the last time we talked, you told me to. Yeah, I'll put it in right now.
I'll send it to him.
Oh yeah,
okay. I can send it to him directly.
Well, so here's, I tell you a lot of the time, I served in the military and everything, right? It's one of my buddies. I keep it, he works overseas, but even when he's not, we talk a lot, right? Because we talk about, and Beasley said this earlier too. We got to start putting pedal to metal, and there should be a place to where we can get people to start working together. You know what I mean? And a lot of times things get derailed because people come in talking crazy like your boy fucking village arsonist fucking did, right? And then the whole conversation turned into that instead of what the topic was in the first place. And we get to hear people that I didn't even know Complex went to fucking law school. You get what I mean? There's
no. I know. I said what it is. I'm legally trained. I did not go to law school.
Oh, okay.
One of my mentors is a lawyer and has his own firm. So what I said was that I said I handle my own legal affairs unless I absolutely have to get a lawyer. That's what I said.
Right. But and the other guy said he went to law school for a couple of years though, right? And he said he's not a lawyer, but he did take a couple of years
that was
of
somebody
law.
else. Yeah.
Right. So the thing is that there's a lot of interesting things that come out here, and believe it or not, a lot of the stuff that gets discussed here is people had a pen and a pad. They would be jotting down a lot of notes here because there's a lot of good shit that does come out here. You know what I mean? Because nobody knows every damn thing, right? So a lot of times things get derailed, and that's why I only came back in here to try to get an understanding, so that people say, "Look, man," until I figured out that he was really trolling, is he wasn't trying to get an understanding.
Yeah, but he was right
to say, "Hey, yeah, he was trolling," but to keep the conversation going.
He's done it. He's done it to me before on another panel when I'm trying to make I think the Olympic Committee ruled they weren't going to accept any Black Lives Matter stuff. And they turned it into a conversation about Asians and Blacks and the whole dynamic with Asians and Blacks. And I had to tell them, this has absolutely nothing to do with Asians and Blacks. This had to do with the Olympic Committee and about the whole meaning of the Olympics, showing that nations can do these and have these sporting events together, and there's apolitical. They keep politics out, and they always have. And they had to tell them about the Olympic Committee, but then arsonists came in there saying, "Fuck that! You think them Korean motherfuckers and them Japanese motherfuckers don't together and care about your black ass?"
It's not their issue. They don't have a BLM in their countries like that.
Well, but it had the Japanese people had nothing to do with that decision being made. Yeah, but unless you have an understanding of who the IOC is,
well, I was going to say the IOC is a global committee,
right? And it's in Switzerland, by the way. That's funded by all these countries,
which is a neutral site,
right? And unless you have an understanding, because Platinum Elite didn't have any understanding of it. Oh, them Korean ass, so them gooks, them China people just didn't. And unless you have an understanding of what the IOC is, what the mission statement is, what the Olympics are. I've always liked the Olympics. I'm looking forward to the Olympics coming up in July. I've been watching the hell out of the stuff on the track stuff that's going on. They just had the trials, and before they had the NC2A stuff. I can't remember the names. That stuff. This is going to be a hell of an Olympics. Like all Olympics, when it comes to the track and field, is hellified, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I think, especially coming off of a year of COVID, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but I was trying to say that you got to get out information. You guys are giving out a lot of good information a lot of damn time. So when somebody comes in and breaks it up like that, it really does fuck up the whole damn flow. Do you get what I mean? So that's really all I was saying about that, man. I have I'll get that. Make sure I get that email from him, because, like I said,
I threw it in the back, Meech.
Like that
if
need to be
you can get it, or Art will send it to you.
Okay. Got it.
All right, I'm going to tell you. I mentioned something when you stepped out, but we don't have to talk about it. But you guys talked about it. Angry Man right now has a title that says BGS Igmore is a lying piece of shit, and he's going in hard. I was listening to it. I'm glad I'm recording it. He takes the high road. He's going to take the high road in the political road, but a lot of them have, because they don't want to get in the middle of this. But
yeah, I don't. You know what, dude? I'm not.
You got right.
Well, I was just gonna say, 3.0 is our platform. That's the Black Brain Trust. Okay, that's the technocratic shit within the Black Manosphere. That's all the STEM stuff. It's the cannabis. It's the blockchain. It's the crypto. It's the geopolitics. It's all that stuff, right? That's dude. You know what? That shit. It's kind of a part and parcel of what it is that we've been arguing about this whole time, because see, largely there is a group of brothers that are oriented towards forward progress and forward movement. Okay, see, so a lot of these arguments where dudes come in and then what they do is they derail a conversation, and then what they want to do is fucking gaslight and goalpost move and all that. It's just like, yo, I'm short and quick on that. I really am, because see, I've been in this motherfucker going on 5 years.
I don't blame you as a person that's serious, and I'm not always serious. Sometimes I'm joking around, but
Beasley,
I like to make jokes and keep it light. But when it comes, if I do believe, I don't believe necessarily in networking and shaking everybody's hand. But if there's a way that I can get together with somebody, we can make some money. It's mutually beneficial.
Money, right?
I'm with it.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's when I was like, oh, you want it? And you were like, yeah, I'm interested. To send it right to you. And see, and that's where I'm at the end of the day, ultimately, right? I'm not gonna sit up here and try to like whoever that guy was who called me a fraud. I was like, dude, you drop your email, I'll send you the fucking prospectus, and then here's what you do. Go through it, and then you tell me if it's fraudulent.
He's pushing your buttons and fucking with you because you guys were arguing before.
No, but Beasley. Here's the thing, right? I probably made more money in 1 year than that guy's made in his entire fucking life. So the reality
I don't even like to talk like that, but it's probably true.
I don't. But see, I'm the type of guy that will forward a fucking prospectus to anybody who asks for it, right? See, so if his dumb ass actually had any sort of issues or any sort of questions about anything, guess what he could have did? He could have dropped his fucking email in the back, and I would have forwarded it his punk ass, right? But here's the thing. He's asking me to spell prospectus, but no one's actually ever even emailed one, because he's not even in that venue where he has prospectuses for various business ventures and stuff like that. Because why? He ain't built like that. So that's why dumbasses like him will say that kind of shit. Whereas anybody who's worth their weight in any kind of salt whatsoever, whether it be Himalayan sea or iodine, I don't know, whichever one, it's like, whoa, solar energy prospectus, huh? I do know that the energy markets are up right now, given that everything else is in chaos. Because what's the very thing that's a constant in this whole entire planet? Energy.
Electric cars are reality, man.
Well, I deal with emo. I deal with micro mobility, which involves all electric vehicles. That's why this dumbass has no fucking clue as to what it is that I'm steeped in, what I'm based in, and what it is that I do. So listen, if I make a mention of a solar energy project, and I say there's a prospectus, and you ask me for it, I'm going to send it to you.
I'm back. Black Torch. He said he's backstage. I didn't even know. I'm over there ripping and running. But Black
he
Torch,
can vouch for some shit too.
I gotta let me change the topic just for a little bit, right? So I got you. I see your email back there, Complex, right? And I'm over here listening to the stream on an iPhone, right? I didn't copy it. I didn't copy it or anything. Instead, I was going to see if Art had already emailed it, and the email didn't come through yet. And I'm on my iPad typing in, right? But I was typing up a response just now in fucking Gmail, in the Gmail app, and all I did was type the first letter of your name, and your fucking email popped up. Now I'm a techie guy. I understand how tech works. Believe me, I've spent thousands and thousands of dollars on this shit. And just as a damn hobby, right? When I see shit like that, it makes me think that there's some linking and shit going on here.
Wow.
While I'm not gonna say they're gonna, take over the world with, but a lot of shit that we just don't know is happening. That is happening because when I'm looking at that right now, unless they're just cross-referencing everything, which I wouldn't.
You guys have never emailed each other before?
Nope. I've never seen it. Never.
That's spooky. That's spooky than a motherfucker.
Hey man, that's what I'm fucking talking about. Because as far as we know, StreamYard is not connected to fucking Google, as far as I know. But
I would think that it is somehow. Why would they end their look? They saw how popular Hangouts was and Lives are with Hangouts. Yep. So what motivates them to stop Hangouts, which is a free part of Google and YouTube, and to turn it into something like StreamYards, which is easy as hell to use, that you pay for? No, I mean, it's free. It's free, but you pay for it.
Beasley, the answer to that, the answer to that is that you can't use Hangouts for YouTube anymore, right? But however, Hangouts is still available in G Suite. Right, so you can use Hangouts. It's just not compatible with Google anymore. But what they did do is they opened up YouTube to other streaming platforms like StreamYard, the OBSs, Zoom, the rest of them. Right. So what they did was they paid for access to the YouTube platform to do things like streaming and broadcasting and all that. But one of the things that Google had to do was remove their own application, because look, if I own StreamYard, or I'm a hedge fund that owns a part of StreamYard, and I know there's a potential deal on the table with Google, and Google is requiring me to spend an X amount of money in order to get access to their APIs to use my streaming platform with their broadcast service, I'm going to be like, well, wait a minute. What incentive do I have outside of being more technologically advanced than your own proprietary platform, i.e. Hangouts, where you already have all of the insider tricks on how to leverage Hangouts over any sort of third party? So what Google did was, or should I say Alphabet, they just said, okay, well, here's what we'll do. We'll take Hangouts and we'll just make that a part of G Suite, so that, companies that use G Suite as a part of their corporate infrastructure can just have video conferencing through that. But they took it off of Google, and then what they said was, okay, all the third parties would make it available. And what that basically did was it increased the value of YouTube. So now there's a bunch of third parties who can work with them.
What's G Suite?
G Suite is G Suite is a suite of Google applications. And what they did was Hangouts was a part of Hangouts is a part of G Suite, but what they did was they made Hangouts not compatible with YouTube anymore. So that for now, for streaming, what they do is they solicit revenue streams from other third-party applications that can facilitate streaming. Hence, StreamYard and Zoom, Streamlabs, OBS, et cetera, et cetera. It was a business move.
Yeah.
They could still use Hangouts and not lose any money, and then open it up to third parties and make more money.
Well, that's what they're probably going to do.
Well, that's what they did. That's why you can't use Hangouts with YouTube anymore. But guess what you can use? That's what I'm saying. They already did it.
Right. I'm not sure I completely understand everything you said, but I do understand that they're going to
let me put it like this. You can no longer go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that they're going to maximize any way to any income stream they can.
Yes, that's my whole point, right? Yeah. I can remove Hangouts from the YouTube platform, right? But still make it purposeful for my corporate clients. However, guess what I can do? StreamYards, which is a private company, Zoom, I think they're public. I think they're on NASDAQ, I think. And a few other OBS, Streamlabs, there's a few other ones. Guess what? Pay us and yeah, you can stream all you want. Do whatever your stuff does, as long as it follows our guidelines for YouTube. Yeah. That was another revenue stream by removing their own product.
You're illustrating a larger point when it comes to raising money for venture capital. You completely understand that. But the way that you explain it with your technocrat background, it's going to lose people, right? It's going to.
Well, go ahead and give the capitalist explanation.
Oh no, I don't know, because I don't completely. I understand it just basically they're just finding another way to make money. But
that was it. The
job of the venture capitalist is to be able to digest, and usually it takes a sales manager or someone to do it, is to digest what you're saying, and find a way to turn it into talking points and benefits where the investors, the ways that they can make money, and explain it to them in a way where it doesn't get too technical, where you lose them, just so they can understand it enough. Some people don't need to understand it enough. Some people don't need to understand it enough. They just have to maybe like you and trust you. You have a nice shiny brochure, maybe a reference or two, or you talk with enough confidence, and they're like, oh, I like the idea. Solar energy is a good idea. After 9/11, I worked on a project. Oh, what the fuck? I can't think of the name of it. Man, they had a fancy ass brochure, and they were actually on the pink sheet, which means they were, it was more than a registered stock. In fact, I was working for a real brokerage. When I say a real brokerage, with registered representatives, and it was raising money for defense, for security.
What happened to Black Torch?
Yeah, for security. Fancy security for corporations and for venues and everything. And these type of deals, investors put, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, $500,000, and those are the kind of deals that I want to work on. Then I'll still have time for YouTube and not doing. You put a couple of them together, and then the commission rate's anywhere between 10, sometimes as high as 20%.
Well, here's Beasley. So here's the other thing, right? So there's the energy prospectus I sent you, right? Which is my mentor's business. Okay.
And you're right there in Los Angeles, right?
I'm right here. I'm where you're at. Do you see my number? 323 is the area code.
Right, okay? right. I'm not always in Los Angeles.
No, you're good. What I'm saying,
I spend a lot of time up north.
Okay, no, that's fine. And what I'm saying here is that it's not simply just energy. We have a large micromobility platform, which literally is predicated upon an entire fleet of electric vehicles, right? So you can see the relation between the energy sector and then the transportation sector, right? And then there's the hemp and the cannabis side of things that we're all into, which I know that you're fond of.
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying. Third day I haven't had any. I got to get some weed today. This arson is just something else.
You went 3 days without no herb.
I like to do that. I like to do that from time to time.
Yeah, because that first hit, right?
I like to do that. No, well, just to know that I'm not addicted.
You got to clear your
Even though I've
mind.
been smoking since I was 14, just to know that I'm not addicted. This village arsonist is just something else. This dude just said, y'all how BC just stabbed me in the back, man. I just speak my mind. I just speak my mind.
Dude, I can hear the lowrider song in the background when you're talking.
Oh shit!
That's something. That's something. I need to know other people like you. No, you got your fingers in a number of different.
No, real shit.
And you're about making money. A lot of these guys are military or they work their things and they're not into. They're just want to talk about women all the damn time.
No, fuck that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of burgeoning industries, regardless of how much you think the goddamn world's about to end. Okay, you can believe that if you want. Okay, you can believe that if you want, but
the world ain't gonna end,
and money's being made.
The world ain't gonna end. It's just changing. It's always gonna change. People don't understand.
Exactly.
A realtor told me a long time ago. People talk about neighborhoods and gentrification and all this stuff, and it's not just gentrification, but neighborhoods completely change every 30 years. People don't live forever.
Mm-hmm.
People don't live forever. 30 years is a cycle. And you see that cycle when you see the demographics change.
There's cycle. Oh shit! Now we're talking about sociology studies. We're talking about civic engineering, right? So how it is that you revamp or reinvigorate a community every so many years, right? Based on what you just said. We saw this happen with downtown LA back in the late 2000s, right? When was the last time? But before there was the first renovation of downtown LA, and the reason why I can speak to this is because the business that I had when I was doing music distribution, I had an office on 6th and Spring Street. That was those old school buildings. Remember? You got art.
I lived on 6th and Spring from 2004 to
Get the fuck. Wait. From when to when?
Or the lofts were, right? Where they was building.
No. Okay.
I lived in an apartment.
Well, from when to when?
I lived in a big ass, beautiful 2-bedroom apartment on the 9th floor with the skyline view from both bedrooms in the living room.
Wait. You said on which streets?
6th and Spring on Spring.
Holy shit! You were over on 6th and Spring also?
Yeah,
dude, that's where my office used to be.
I believe
and the building where my office was, it used to be a business co-op. See, now, Beezy, give me just a second here, because this goes back to.
Hold on. So you worked in the building where the dude that owned Joe's Parking was, right?
Oh shit!
Yeah, Harry.
It was either. Wait. I have to ask my younger brother.
You had an office in the building. I parked cars. I had left cars over there because I only had too many parking places. Hold on. The building is on the east.
It's on the
southeast corner.
Yeah. It's on the east side of
southeast corner. The southeast corner.
Yes.
Yeah, I know the building.
I want to say. Yes, I want to say that the dude that owned that building,
the dude that owned the building and owned all of Joe's Parking and also owns 5-Star Parking is Harry Lumner. Harry Lumner just said one day he just saw me parking. He said, "What's going on, man?" I said, "What's going on?" He said, "Come into my office." I went into the office, talked to him for an hour and a half. I said, "I'm going to sell Harry something. I'm going to sell Harry something." We talked, and he gave me his card. He said, "But hold on. Before he gave me his card, he writes on the back of his card, 'I have no money.'" I don't even think about that.
What the fuck?
No, he's an interesting dude. I think they sold that building and they turned it into apartments and office.
It's apartments, bro. It's apartments. I got a friend that lives in it. I got a high school friend that fucking lives in the same building where my record business used to be. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is I'm glad you're talking about this so that people
it's over
can
there.
understand.
It's right next door to the Pacific Stock Exchange.
Yeah, it's right over there.
What used to be the Pacific Stock Exchange.
What's used to be 6th and Spring in downtown LA, dude. That was where my music business office was, right? Dude, you know what we used to pay for office space over there? Because it was an office co-op. Do you know what we used to pay over there?
What year?
Huh? This was 2000 through 2002.
Oh shit! This shit was probably cheap then.
$400. $400.
Yeah.
We paid $400 a month for that shit. Yeah. During 1.0. Do you think how much money we made?
A lot of those movers and shakers down there, like Tom Gilmore, he's the guy that started the whole. He started the whole adaptive reuse shit. They were members of the club that I was a member of. The LA Athletic Club.
Wait, what was his name? Who?
Tom Gilmore is the dude who started the whole idea of taking these buildings, these old buildings, gutting them and turning them into.
Yeah, dude, they fucked downtown LA up doing that shit. You kicked the ball. You got rid of a bunch of businesses, and then you turn around and you made all these buildings for living spaces, bro. And for the money that you're trying to charge to live downtown, dude. I spent the last 20 some odd years in the San Fernando Valley. Okay. The money that you're trying to charge people to live downtown, dude, just go to San Fernando Valley, get you a 2-3 bedroom townhouse, get you some shit. Okay.
Not everybody thinks like that.
Oh, well, I'm born and raised in LA, bro.
But I don't know. People want to live where things are happening.
People want to live down there. They want to pay you know what I found also is that you have a lot of people who were implants after the first market crash, right? So a lot of people from the Midwest came here. And it was kind of like when they revitalized downtown LA, they kind of perceived it as a mix of LA and New York. And I was like, huh?
But I didn't live that far from there before I moved there after I sold one of my places and got that apartment. I would always be down to that. I remember going to that stock exchange when it was actual stock exchange. When it was
an actual one, right?
Yeah. When I was 18, 19 years old. You know, that used to be the financial district before they opened up Bunker Hill.
Yep.
Some of those buildings were banks. That was Spring Street was the financial district. But that shit was gnarly living down there. And it still is. Sometimes I come outside my building and it'd be like one of those little crazy ass mental patients with his dick out taking a piss. I'd be like, oh, that's nice. You know, come outside, somebody squatting down taking a shit. I'd be like, oh,
dude, no. Downtown's crazy, bro. And that's the reason why I lived in the San Fernando Valley. And my office was, I kept it separated.
Right. No, I know. And that's got to be a shock. There were some of those white boys, some of those USC white boys that were at the athletic club. And, you know, I walked around all over there. I'm comfortable. I've always walked over there, walked around. I would say, they're like this and that and the other and everything. I said, well, I'm going to go over there. You want to walk over there? They go, hell no, I'm not walking out there. They were scared. The only place they felt stuff was in the club. No, it's cool. I'll give you a call and we'll move forward on this. This might be something. This is a good thing. You know, I always believe something's good going to come out of situations, and you know, I'm opportunistic enough to look for them. So
Beasley, let me tell you something. All right, that's why I had to cast Village Arsonist off, because at the end of the day, for somebody who's experienced in this shit, who tells me, hey, send me that prospectus, I said, okay. And I send it to you. My assumption here is that you comb through these types of things on a regular basis, looking for something to strike on, right?
Not really.
I mean, most people who are going to ask me to forward a prospectus to them, okay, that means they have some level of interest. Right?
Oh, definitely, man. Energy deals are hot. You got people that put $100,000.
That's why I'm like, listen, for somebody who gets out here, because remember you told me, you said,
and I've got a list. I bought a list of people some years ago that do energy deals, but I don't do energy deals. But some of them became clients. Some of them became clients.
So this is
and a couple of them seem like a couple of them had endless money. Where I've done like, you know, I've gotten like 40 orders out of them, which is something like crazy. You know, I do good business, but I've gotten 40 orders out of them. I do gold and silver.
40?
Yeah, 40 orders. Yeah, then, you know, it takes a lot of games to keep getting somebody to do that.
To keep that going. I got one. Look. I got a micro mobility client right now in Houston. I mean, it's like every order is like 5 figures, right?
Right.
And I'm trying to do that 40 plus.
Yeah, you got to have a whole heap of gaming experience and shit. You got to keep it moving,
bro.
And you got to do excellent business. You got to keep your word with everything you say that you're going to do.
So when you say, "Hey, send me that prospectus," and then you say, "Hey, there's something, dude." So I was like, "My number's there. Call me. What? I will get the dude who wrote it. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe there was he just didn't think to write it. Use the right verbiage or something. See that's the part of this type of shit that guy Village Arsons guy doesn't understand, right? I'll send it to you. You say, hey, listen, it's like, hey, there's something there.
And I stabbed him in the back. I like him. I don't necessarily agree with his
politics. No, you're good. But the guy called me a fraud, as if I don't know how to do this type of shit. And that's why I told him, I was like, well, if you've got proof of anything that you're calling in terms of a fraud in my way, show it or get the fuck out of here. And I saw he got the fuck out of here. So my whole point here is the conversation between you and I. Well, I don't know. I don't know the guy, and I don't give a fuck about him, right? You call me a fraud, and I'm gonna call you a fucking liar. So the reality is that if I send you a prospectus and then I say, hey, listen, you got some questions or anything, there's my number, let's talk. You call me, you say, hey, listen, I'm going through this, and there's some good things I like about this. There's some other things that I'm thinking, I need some more information on, or maybe if I get more clarification on it, it'll make it more easier for me to market it to hedges, to private investors, to the like. Right? That's why I send it to you.
Right. No.
It's not even mine. It's my mentors, dude. I was just like, hey, dude, you're interested? Oh, yeah, I'll forward it to you. That's why I was like, who the fuck is this guy calling me a fraud? It ain't even mine.
Said, fuck you, B. Don't send him any money, B. Give him some fucking money. Give him some fucking money. He's looking out for me. We didn't understand the thing. I ain't got no problem with you, arsonist, man.
Dude, here's the thing. I did not even fucking rip you. I didn't charge you for no money.
Oh, man, like, come on. I know what happened.
I'm trying to give him the money. What the fuck is your problem, dude?
The dormant troll in me laughs when people be doing their damn thing. That's all.
I mean, Jesus, bro.
Yeah.
I'm like, and it's not just him, dude. There's a few people in this. I got to be real with you. Art's like a big bro to me, so we talk more probably on the phone than on live streams. We do. But the reality is, dude, is that when it comes to actual business, like it's not subject to the type of shit that happens on YouTube, right? If a person is serious about the information in a prospectus, what they'll do is they'll say, hey, I want to have a conversation with the creator of this product. I want to have a conversation with the CEO of this company, blah, 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 right? Because I have more questions. That's actually what happens when we get into the prospectus level of investment opportunities. That's why I was like, this dumbass is.
I'm like trying to expand my horizons a bit, and the way that they're marketing these things now is getting predictive dialers, and then they're hiring openers, and they provide like leads, and then they would hand it to somebody like me to turn it into some money.
To some money, right?
Yeah, you're gonna kiss a lot of frogs to find a prince, you know.
Right, but see, that's where I'm like, okay, you tell me what makes it the easiest to get those. Well, I don't want to say you're gonna kiss a frog and get a prince, but a princess. You tell me if that even requires.
Hold on, when they kiss the frog, what are they supposed to get? A princess or a prince?
Prince
or whatever, depending on. Okay,
so we're gonna reverse it for you. So like, if you want to kiss the frog, get a princess. Yeah, I'm gonna get my mentor on the line,
No,
Art just put up a picture of Queen Latifah from fucking Set It Off when she played that Bush, when she played herself. I mean, that Bush woman. That's all. That's all.
I'm saying I'll get my mentor.
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
He'll answer any fucking
question. Man, he trolled me a couple
have.
of times with them things, man, when I'm in a damn conversation, man. I was just like, keep it cool. I'm like, he's fucking with me. He's fucking with me. He's fucking with me. He's fucking with me.
No, but look, when it comes to the money, though, no, there's no fucking around.
No.
Right. That's where I'm like, okay, when it comes to the money, I'm like, okay, well, look, do you want me to get it? You want to get on?
We'll talk. I'll get the information. I'll print it out. I'll look over it closer. We'll talk, and I just see where the guy's at, because
I was gonna say, I'll get the partners on the line. My whole thing is to dispel this village arsonist motherfucker calling people. You better get your punk ass out of here.
He's having a
get
little.
Your broke ass out of here.
He's having a little fun.
He's having a period right now.
Oh, I didn't say that, and I didn't stab him.
I did. No. I did. But see, here's the thing: if he's a man about his shit, if he wants the fucking prospectus, drop your email, bro. I'll send it to you. How about that? Fuck you.
You went to one of those magnet high schools in the valley?
Nah, actually, dude. I went to a school. I don't give a fuck. I'll say it, dude. I graduated from Fontana High School out in Fontana, California.
Right.
Yep.
I got you.
I live all over SoCal, man.
Right.
Yeah, Fontana. My stepbrother went to Rialto.
Oh shit!
I think it's called Rialto
really?
High. Yeah.
Oh god.
My dad stayed in San Bernardino.
Fucking rivals, man. Fuck those. Not your brother, but as far as like Rialto, fuck Rialto.
Ain't nothing out there regardless. Fontana got more stuff
ain't
over
shit
there,
out.
but
Hey, there's no. They ain't. I told you I live out in the sticks where I'm at right now. Ain't shit out here either, man.
bruh, that whole Inland Empire. Wow.
Yeah.
But
Moreno Valley got some nice houses though.
Yeah, no,
but
they
Moreno
do. That's
Valley's
the one thing
good.
they do have.
Moreno Valley's
It turned into the hood, Beasley. You know, back in the 90s, you know, when everybody moved out of LA, right?
Yeah.
To pave the way for gentrification, they moved to either Palmdale, Lancaster, or Moreno Valley.
Yeah, I mean, you could be all right out there, but that shit's the hood. But then again, I spend a lot of my time in one of those cities that they've dumped the hood at. I kind of actually like it. It makes it kind of fucking spicy, and I know how to keep to myself. But if I have my choice, I'd be in a gated community. In fact, I'm still aiming to do that. I'll be in a gated community somewhere where you gotta, nobody can get in.
San Fernando Valley or where?
Preferably by my choice. I probably choose the peninsula below San Francisco. Sure,
okay.
Ideally, why not be? I'm up north now, or or San Diego, Carlsbad, La Jolla.
La Jolla, yeah.
La Jolla, Coronado.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Coronado, the Wilshire Corridor. I was looking at places downtown. I was looking at places down. Yeah.
Downtown
nice
LA?
building. Pricing them. Yeah, I was pricing them. It's
now?
expensive. I was looking just last week. I did a video on it. I did it live. Live. We looked at a bunch of apartments. Looked at some $7,000 a month apartments. I'm like, this is nice. I like this is fly.
Where? I don't want. Well,
South Park over there by Staples Center. There's a new building. There's a building that I bought. There's a building that I've always liked, 1100 Wilshire, that was empty for years. But they got apartments. You can have a fucking panoramic view, depending on side. You can get you a 1-bedroom there for $2,400. That shit sounds fucking crazy. But
you know the area. We know the area you're talking. Well, you and I know the area you're talking about. So
it's seedy up. It's seedy up the street. It's seedy up the street. It's got if you're used to city living, it's city living.
Yeah,
it's city living.
Yeah.
Shit there on 6th and Spring. You're 1 block away from the damn Diamond District.
Dude.
and a block away, the Mexican mafia is still in heroin.
Right. Well, not only that, and then you're just down the street from the garment district.
The garment district, and you're right down the street from fucking Skid Row. Keep going down 6th Street, and that's where all the tents are. That's where all the tents are. And you want to know something? There have been people down there living in tents since the 80s and probably before that. And they say it's way bigger now and way worse.
Dude, look. Skid Row back in the 80s when I was a kid, right, has nothing on Skid Row today. I mean, look, I'm going to tell you right now.
Shit makes me itch just talking about it.
Remember back in maybe like the 80s and the 90s and shit, maybe even 2000s. Remember when you said Little Tokyo?
I love it over there.
Okay, but when you go to Little Tokyo now, what's literally around the corner?
Oh shit! Shit bumps into fucking 1st Street. You got to drive down the street, man. Man, I used to go in my damn convertible like at 3 o'clock in the morning sometimes to go get some ramen, man. Some real ramen in them places. You know, shit's excellent. You know, go get you a big bowl of that fresh real ramen with the man. It's just delicious and lovable. And kick it, you know, and kick it. Read the newspaper, kick it, and do whatever, man. Then drive down the street. I was driving down Main Street, and Main Street's one way. And all them homeless people are going, hey. I'm like, fuck you. What the fuck you talking about? They're trying to save my life. I'm going down the street the wrong way. I used to keep a can of air freshener in the car. So they walk across the car. I said, man, fuck around if you want to, man. I'll mace your motherfucking ass. And we go, don't get too close. Oh, man. Oh, why you like that? You over there riding like this. I said, here, man, there's some change, dude. Keep it moving. I wouldn't even let him get close.
Look, dude, look, man. I done seen too many cats where it'd be on some like, hey, bro, you know, can you just help me out? And then some cat come from behind, dude, just bop. You know what I mean? They robbing niggas and shit. So that's why I was like, yeah, you've been down to Little Tokyo, but as soon as you go around the corner, what the fuck is there? Skid Row. You know, and it's sad. I don't even like to really even talk about it because the majority of people that are down there on Skid Row are black men.
They're black.
You know? Right?
Black.
And dude, Mike V and I, other brothers, we've been on the Brain Trust talking about this shit at length, right? Because I'll be down there. My homeboy's studio is down there. Okay. And it's just it's a sad state to see when the majority of the the majority of the homeless that are down there are black men.
Yep.
You know,
I used to go to the car wash right down there.
Fucks my dad up, fucks me up. Every time my dad goes down to LA, we end up having a conversation. But you know, hey man, I was down there, man. It's just I saw all these brothers down there, man, and you know, I don't know what's going on, man. I just
you know what's going on.
My pops be flabbergasted, bro.
I used to go down there. I used to have a sales trainer that would take us down there. Mm-hmm. After we ate in Beverly Hills or something, he'd take us down there. We drive. See what happens if you don't work and don't do business? You end up down here. There were some brothers that came up from there that made money doing what I do. Well-spoken, intelligent, and everything. You know, and came up and tell their story about how they got past addiction, how they got some help with their mental issues and got on medication, and how they got a job, and how they hustled and worked and made something of themselves. They're few and far between, but there's a couple of them. But that's if they haven't solved that problem right now, and that's the real encumbrance to living down there.
Yeah,
living down there. Majority of them are not going to bother anybody, but you know the. God, I shouldn't say this. I feel like such a snob. Is it an eye store? It's a quality of life thing.
Well, it's no. I mean, I think you're being observant, right?
Yeah,
because
it's a quality of life thing.
Yeah, it is a quality of life thing. I mean, even during the COVID thing, man, like that became a huge concern, right? Because of the pathogen transference, right? Because of the sanitary issue that was there, but it speaks to a greater issue,
You know, a lot of the brothers and a lot of the black men that are actually there are Afghanistan vets, Iraq vets.
That's
It's a
sad.
lot of veterans that are actually down there, man.
Yeah,
and it speaks to actually speaks to a greater issue, bro.
No, that's sad that they gave, that and they come back with whatever. There's
nothing for them, dude. Like to rehab them, bring them back into, civility, and into U.S. society and stuff. It was like they kind of came back, man, and dude, kind of left to their own devices, and then look where they end up. I swear to God, dude, you'd be surprised. Well, not you, but I'm saying people would be surprised how many black men who are homeless in Skid Row are vets.
I've seen people that I knew down there.
Wait, say that again?
I see people that I knew down there that I've known from years ago. I recognize them.
What, you recognize them?
Oh yeah, man, dudes I went to school with, junior high school with. Like I remember faces.
Shit.
And unless I was really, really close with you, cool, you were a friend, I'd go over there to say nothing to you. It's a cold world, ain't it?
Dude.
It's a cold world. It's a cold
world.
Man,
I've only seen one cat that I know of, like personally that I know, like out there like that. Right. And I was with another homie.
I'm from Los Angeles, so there's people,
I am too. Yeah.
I mean, with the actual city of Los Angeles proper. So
yeah, me too. I was born in Hollywood. Yeah.
Okay. What Kaiser on Sunset or Hollywood Presbyterian?
No. On Santa Monica in Vermont, the Kaiser.
Yeah, you were born in the same hospital I was, Sunset in Vermont. Yeah,
no, that's right. It is Sunset in Vermont. Well, you know what?
I was born
it's
there.
Santa Monica and it's Sunset, right? Isn't the two streets?
It's Sunset in Vermont, across the street from
Sunset
South
in Vermont. Okay, that's right.
All right, ain't that crazy? He's born in the same hospital I was.
Yep, that's the one, dude. I was born there.
There's only two hospitals there in Hollywood. You can either born in Hollywood Presbyterian, or you can be born in Kaiser on Sunset. Yeah, well.
Yeah, my daughter was born at Good Samaritan downtown.
Yeah, where Robert Kennedy died. That's right across the street from 1100 Wilshire.
1100 Wilshire. Yep.
Yeah, right across the street from 1100 Wilshire. But there was a brother who was head of the homeless agency. Important job, well-paying job, probably paid $170,000 a year. He was a member of the club. He had a white wife that didn't matter, but what even made it interesting that she was from France. So he spent time in France, but we would talk about the homeless, and he had retired. He said they would be down there. They would be down there offering services to people. He said they'd be down there with everybody, with a social worker, someone that can get them a bed, someone can get them rehab, and they would just go do canvassing out there, real work, talking to people in tents. He said most of those people did not want to leave. Most of those people did not want to leave. Most of those people did not want to leave, where they would offer them, a medical checkup, a bed in a shelter, food, everything, a medical checkup, a this, a that, all the services in the world. He said they have community down there. He said, of course, many of them are drug addicts, and the drugs are accessible. And you ain't gonna starve to death in America. People will feed the homeless. They're not gonna find a way to give them a house, but they'll feed the homeless.
Dude, you already know, like downtown, bro. It's like, yeah,
man, they feed you up. They give organic food. Organic food, the food that spoils quick. I was helping out at the food bank up here, helping to pass out things, and I'd help to pass out just to feel like I'm doing something good, right? Because it is something good to volunteer for a couple of hours and pass out some things and help. But they would ask me, say, do you want this? Do you want anything? I'd be like, no. Then I said, fuck saying no, shit. Let me get some of this. Let me get some of this good bread, some of this Greek yogurt, some baby kale. The supermarkets, some baby kale, some ranch, some cage-free ranch eggs. Expensive shit. The $6 eggs. You know, they're like, hell yeah, I want some of that shit. What the fuck am I turning my nose up
What
for?
they call it? Free range? Free range?
Yeah. I don't eat these $6 eggs anyway. I eat the cheap eggs. I don't know the difference, but no, it's interesting that we had this talk. I'll look further into the thing, and yeah, we could talk with the guys, see what they're trying to do. Maybe something can happen. Maybe something happen. If not, there'll be another deal. And you're right. You're right down there all the time. That's where the talent is. The talent for this type of stuff is in Los Angeles, but people have spread out. People have spread out.
Listen, Beasley, listen, dude. I don't know who that guy is, right? I don't know. But like I said, if he cared to know, what he would have asked was for me to send him the prospectus, right? And if he had further questions, I'll get you on the line with the person who came up with the program and has all the details, or the landowner who is subleasing these blocks of land for solar production. However way you want it. You get what I'm saying?
That's come on, they market the hell out of solar panels. But just green energy in general, you know, there's tons of money for it. And plus there's
and this is California. What the fuck?
Right.
Now, and just to assuage the dude who's up here, I think you had said something to the effect of you need. Oh God, man, I lost that point because you did mention something, and I was saying
you need something. You need some kind of way to come to, you know, a breakdown. What the fuck do they call it in college? College kids call it a pricing model or whatever the fuck. You know, you break down how to crunch the numbers, and you put in $25,000 and with some X amount of fucking panels and this and that and the other. You know, could turn yourself into $1,200 income a month.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So the thing was that if there's any questions in the prospectus that weren't answered, then guess what I would do? Because it's my, you know, this is somebody, just one of my business partners, right? But he's
a lot of the people that invest in them don't read them all the way through.
They don't read that. So dude, this is my hope. That's why I was like, listen, man, you know, just because you have questions about a prospectus doesn't mean that it's fraudulent. No, here's the thing. If you're in a position like yourself where you're saying, hey, well, look, here's what I do. I'm a magic marketer, man. Look, I'm the one who gets out here and gets the investment for people. You're gonna probably, because you've done this in the past, you probably already know that there's gonna be these detailed, specific questions that might be asked, right? And so that's simply a conversation. I say, okay, well, look, let's put a time together. I'll get you on the phone with my mentor, and we can comb through that because there's nothing fraudulent. That's why I was like, okay, well, whatever information you need, I go.
How I was trained to handle something that you don't know the answer to?
What's that?
Listen to this. So, wow, that's a really good question. It's an interesting question. That's a really good question. I'm just curious, what prompts you to ask something like that? They'll answer the question for you, or they get tied onto something else. They get tied on. I don't always remember to do that, but that's one of the techniques to use. That's a great question. You know, I'm curious, what prompted you to ask a question like that?
Right.
Well, it's just because, you know, they get to talking. It's just because that, you know, it's my sister's money and everything, and this and that and the other, and she gave it to me in bed, and I just didn't want to make a mistake, and I just want to be sure, you know, and you just get back to selling again.
Yeah, and then what you're going to do is you're going to give them reassurances, and then what you'll do is you'll go into more in detail, and then ask if there's any other questions or do you need further clarification.
Right.
That's why I don't care.
That's closing. That's what you do.
That's why I'm like, bro, don't come like what the fuck is your problem?
That's closing. And that's what it's all about. And that's what I am, a closer.
All right. Look. I'm gonna go grab a brew, get some food for my daughter. I got a couple business calls to make. Dude, call me, please. Text me or at least, and then we'll talk. Okay. And then I'll get everybody on the phone and we can talk about it.
I'll talk to you, man. Nice re-meeting you. No, nice we make contact. We're born in the same hospital. You might be my cousin or something. That's fucking crazy, huh? Isn't that crazy? You get to talking and you find out somebody's born in the same hospital.
Right? Whatever then you're
Right. You say,
kind of like
you say no, it's on in something on Santa Monica. I was like, no, the hospital's on Sunset in Vermont.
yeah, it's on Sunset in Vermont, dude. My bad. I
Right.
said Santa Monica. I'm trying to
Oh
remember.
well, I
It's
kind of knew.
it's close by, but fuck, I haven't been out there in a while.
No, I haven't either. But I just think that's a trip.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
catch
That's
you
what I
later,
was
man.
born, bro.
Yeah,
All right,
all right.
brother. Hey, Art, appreciate you, brother. I don't know if Art is. Wait. I don't want to leave if Art's not there.
They call me a troll. I'm a builder. Fuckheads. Motherfuckers. I ain't the problem. Angry man's the goddamn problem.
Hey, like I said.
Listen to this motherfucker screaming and hollering on BGS, calling him a piece of shit because he supports Kevin Samuels, because he says, I don't even know why. He's been screaming for 2 hours for this shit. This ain't
We're trying
masculine.
to talk green. Well, we're trying to talk green energy here.
Yeah, man. This is the reason why I came up on the panel, though, to talk Bill Cosby. But I'm tripping off of this. This like totally validates me in my book. You know, these dudes had a lot to say. Well, I never liked him, and he did this and that. Like, yeah, what the fuck, shitheads? Look at this dude. Look at this dude. He's just been talking for 2 hours, screaming, talking about the man who wants no smoke, no beef. You don't want to get into any of it. Don't.
Yeah. I was gonna say I want to
rise above it, right? But I'm
understand.
recording him, listening to him do this shit. He's ranting and raving, man. He's causing division.
Listen,
when it doesn't need to be division.
Clear away from me personally. I want to stay clear away from it as
Yeah,
possible.
you're smart. You're
I'm a fourth. Hey, listen, Beasley. I'm a fourth industrialist. Okay, anything that's STEM, cannabis, fucking anything like that. Hey, let's talk. Otherwise,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I have. I wear many hats. I wear many hats, but we don't have to talk any of this bullshit ass fucking YouTube gossip, because
I was gonna say I'll leave it to them, bro. Like, hey,
cool. No, wait. I know what to stick to. We're gonna talk about this deal.
Yeah, we're gonna talk solar.
You know, I have a friend, a childhood friend, was one of the first 4 people to get a license in Oakland, and he's a brother. In 2006, he's made millions. I talk to him all the damn time.
Oh yeah,
tight ass. But
yeah, and you know, Mike V had a very interesting exchange last night on Art New Styles. Particularly when it comes to black men.
I listened to some of it.
What's up?
I listened to some.
Okay. Yeah, no, I caught a bit of it, and you know, as somebody who also has holdings in hemp, not okay. It used to be cannabis until legalization in California, because then what you had to do was reapply for a license. Okay, and at that time, reapplying for a license in 2018 was going to cost you upwards $20,000.
You're going to make money.
Well, here's what we did though. But me and my business partner, we reincorporated in his state in Minnesota, and then what we did was we hedged ourselves in hemp. Okay, because there were a few things that basically afforded us over the long run to leverage this. Okay, so at a certain
and you know what? And it's the hemp aspect is the reason why it's a Schedule I drug.
Right,
because hemp is such a durable product. It was competing with the textile industry.
Yes. Go ahead.
I was competing with the textile industry and established industries, and
textile nutraceuticals. All right, nutraceuticals. There's a brother by the name, or not? He's not a brother, but there's a guy by the name of Robert Murray Smith. He's on YouTube. If you literally look that name up, dude, he was utilizing hemp nanocarbons to build batteries. So now we're going deep. We're going deep into the industrial aspect. Now, I got to tell you, this is the reason why we pivoted to hemp, because of the verticals, right? We're going everything from nutraceuticals to energy, and everything in between, like you just said, textiles, right?
Right.
So this was our reason for pivoting to hemp, because of the verticals.
This is what happened. I think they made cannabis or hemp. They made it a Schedule 1 drug, dangerous as cocaine and PCP.
No, cannabis. Because hemp right now is literally regulated under the Department of Agriculture. Cannabis is under the DEA, class 1.
What's the difference between hemp and cannabis?
It's the THC level, right? See, so cannabis has a delta 9 THC component that is equal to or lower 0.03 THC.
So ragweed backyard boogie is hemp. And this hemp is a male plant, the shit you kill and throw away, and the cannabis is
God. You know what, Beasley? I don't want to talk too much about this. All
right, it's fucking legal now. Well, we'll talk privately.
No, dude. Do you know what Delta H? Do you know what Delta H hemp is right now?
No.
That's why you need to call me.
Yeah, I know. I know.
It's
what.
Basically, listen. Here's what it is. Delta 8 hemp is essentially the closest thing you can get to cannabis without cannabis. That gives you basically the cannabis effect without cannabis. That's how on the margin you are with the legalities of it. Okay, where the hemp game under the Department of I can't believe I'm even saying this so openly, but under the Department of Agriculture. Okay. It's not under the jurisdiction of the DEA, dude. This is how me and my partner are able to put this type of shit in the mail and send it to customers with a U.S. declaration statement.
You motherfuckers are walking a thin fucking line with that one.
No, we're not. No, we're not. We've been at this for since 2017.
Okay. Well, you know the law.
That's why I was like, call me, dude. That's why I was like, call me about it.
No, you know the law. No, I don't want to do no shit like that. I just want to smoke some weed. I want to make I want to sell investment deals. I want to do what I do.
No, that's what I mean. Like, I think energy, there's way more money in it.
Or just selling these deals, these high-end deals, these high-ticket deals. These high-ticket deals, because then I can get together.
I got a few of them. If we're talking micro transport and IoT, if we're talking hemp cannabis, or we're talking solar. Basically, all fourth industrial.
The cannabis and the solar marketable as fuck, and then maybe I could find new ways and to use technology, because I still do it old fashioned to market the stuff that I do. Because
if you don't mind my asking, what are the traditional markets that you're in? If you don't mind my asking,
physical gold and silver.
Oh shit! Okay.
Physical gold and silver.
Okay.
Physical gold and silver. Something I can do on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Have to, I can inventory. I keep inventory, or I can keep inventory elsewhere. I've got it set up where I don't even have to fucking leave my house. I can do and not even touch any money.
Okay.
Which means I got people that drop ship. All you got to do is work.
Dude, you know what? I'm glad you said that. I do the same thing with micromobility. We basically have virtual warehouses everywhere. Mm-hmm. So when a client needs a fleet, it's out of here. It's gone. Just like that. We don't house it physically.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, but I used to not like be nervous and carry around fucking guns and shit. And I'm like, not all the time, but you got to be careful. You got to be careful and everything. And now I don't have to be. I'm still careful, but I don't get. Well,
you're fucking gold and silver, dude. That's
no, it's serious shit. Yeah, I mean, you don't even want people to know what you do.
I don't listen, dude. I don't have any fears of people trying to rob me for scooters, right? But gold and silver, yeah, it's a whole other subject.
No, it's a whole different world. They got sophisticated ways of coming at you. A dealer friend of mine got robbed in his shop where you buzz people in, and they got fucking cameras all over the place. And there was 3 UPS in, and they robbed him in the place. They caught the people. They caught the people, but he said he scared the shit out of them. He scared the shit out of them. He said, why don't you come? Why do you want to work at home? Why don't you come in my shop? I have a desk for you and everything. This, man, you got to be out of your mind, man. You're not putting me in there in no goddamn trap house. He says you'll make more money. I said I can make a little. I'll be happy making a little bit of money and staying safe. I'm good.
Yeah. It's like, dude, I'm not in this to risk my life.
No. You're gonna earn money. You're gonna earn money regardless. But no, it's cool. We got a lane, and plus you're born in fucking dude's born in the same hospital I was in. I'll give you a call. I'll give you a call today or tomorrow.
Bro, you got my number, man. I'm local, bro. Hit me up.
Talk to you.
All right. Hey, babe. What's up?